Thank you for coming up, Joe. Do you want to make an argument? Do you want to get the ball rolling here?
Sure, I'll be glad to. If anyone's ever witnessed...
Why'd you move me down?
This won't be an argument.
Because you were interrupting Joe.
Oh, thank God.
Anyone ever witnessed abortion?
Don't do that.
Sorry, I did, yeah.
Nobody's ever witnessed an abortion.
On every Thursday, I go down to Planet.
Yeah, it's like that is whoever guessed it wasn't going to be an argument was correct.
Well, I didn't get to finish. Y'all are rude. Yeah, y'all keep talking amongst yourself because you know everything. Smart ass.
Ma'am, don't worry about it. Just make your argument, and I'll invite these guys back up in just a second. Just make your argument. Try to be quick though, because
I'm trying to.
Yeah, the attention span of Annette, Joe, and Joe's amazing. Follow her.
If you've ever witnessed an abortion, which I have seen more than I want to admit, it's murder. Outright cold-hearted murder. And I'd like for people who witness it to react, not people who are guessing.
No, I hear you. I agree.
Okay, so what is everybody's standpoint? I had to have a DNC, which is basically one for an unviable fetus. Yes, it was horrible. It was terrible. It was disgusting.
We're not talking about those types of abortions for unviable pregnancies. We're talking about like women who just choose to abort for no reason besides inconvenience.
Yeah, but sometimes it gets wrapped around in this argument.
I think this person has a voiceover. This is not a man eater. Oh, sorry, this is not a woman.
Yeah, it's another tranny.
It's a voiceover, so I'm not gonna take your advice seriously.
So why did the people interrupting the other woman get put down, but then none of these clowns get put down?
We can interrupt you. You're not real.
I'm a Solomon.
Sorry, Piper. I didn't mean to put you down there. My bad, dude. It's just I'm trying to get some kind of everybody on board. It's a big panel today, so my bad.
Joe, do you need to say to apologize in person or
I'm trying to get everybody to cooperate.
I didn't hear that question.
Oh, I said, Joe, do you need to witness an abortion in person to have an opinion on it, or is seeing a video of it enough?
The 10-point plan that you provided.
I think both are okay. I just shared I witnessed it multiple times. It was a terrible experience. It is murder. It is outright murder.
So, Joe, I'm wondering. I imagine that somebody could see a video of a combatant being killed in war and think that is murder because it's like bloody and scary and bad. But I think everybody here recognizes that killing enemy combatants is a legal form of killing. Therefore, not murder.
Enemy combatant identical.
That was not the point. That was not the point. That was not the point. No. Oh my God. No, the point was that saying. The point. If it went over your head, was that you can see something and think that it's obvious what's happening because it's emotionally evocative. That
nobody in their right mind would have the intuition that an enemy combatant who's fighting back is like identical to murder, when like everybody had the intuition that killing a defenseless human being who has no ability.
Piper, can you try not being a faggot for like 2 minutes?
No. I mean, everybody wants you to shut up, right?
That's
Andrew, please.
Oh my God, that is so gay.
Excuse me.
What's going on,
man?
Excuse me.
All right, moderators, this is where you can step in and play a pivotal role in shaping this conversation. Is abortion murder? Is it wrong?
I'm sorry, I never been on 4chan.
That was the biggest fucking lie
I never been on Reddit.
Oh God.
Piper, are you also autistic?
Yes.
Who? Pepe?
I know Piper. Piper's autistic.
Yes.
Okay, so you hate autistic people and you hate gay people. What else do you hate?
Should we be able to racist? Can I?
You also racist, son?
If I find out,
What other minorities don't you like, sir? Sir, what other minorities don't you like?
He dislikes all the minorities.
What other minorities don't you like,
this guy.
sir?
Yeah, he is.
Do you like Jews either? Are you angry about Jews?
I love Jews.
See?
Yeah, there we go! There we go!
Gotcha.
Ding ding!
Come on, are you new? You've met
Yeah,
Keith
exactly.
before, dude.
Wake that shit up and mix it.
Oh my god. Keegan's anti-Semitic?
No!
Oh my god, even the Jews are.
It's a big surprise, I know, it was a shocker.
How could you? Also, another issue with the I saw an abortion and it was really upsetting argument is that what if I saw an abortion and did not find it upsetting? Like,
Take your head off.
You find that funny? You find that funny?
I find the argument to be funny. I don't find
It is a funny argument.
It's funny because it relies entirely on one's subjective emotional experience.
Normal human emotions, sure.
Well, I don't think you have to be a sociopath to think like naked appeals to emotion are bad arguments.
If you put it in the context of kind of a debate, and Joe was just on this.
Like I consider an argument is like when you
Come
give
on,
reasons
to say
and
to
you have
or
like
gave
an
an
inference or premise, that kind of thing, not just like, oh, I saw this and it's gross and it made me feel bad, so therefore it's wrong.
You walk away puking.
Normal human. That's just how normal human. That's how we typically reason about.
I think that's how dumb people reason. That's
The way we reason, if something seems to you to be very strongly to be the case, you're probably justified in believing it.
no.
COVID-19 vaccines were abortions.
Is a presupposition within reason.
Provide the countervailing evidence why we are overwhelming it.
Oh, nice burden shift, buddy. I'm wrong. What's your counter
Oh my god, what microphone are you?
You're a genius, Agamemnon. You're like a fucking 5,000 IQ, Agamemnon.
Are you denying that's how we
You're like 5,000 IQ,
Alright.
bro. You're like the fucking smartest person on this app.
I think we
Why
got
don't you go back to Discord and be a bird?
And then there's the fake laugh.
Are you denying, Piper, that's how we reason in most ordinary circumstances?
I'm denying a phenomenal.
Are you gonna dodge?
Correct. Yeah.
Yes, it's gonna dodge.
Well, I think the presupposition of your question is basically to assume that phenomenal conservatism is somehow like presupposed.
Wait, I just asked you, right?
Which is what so I'm just saying that assumption is false.
You gonna dodge? Okay, got it. Keep
I don't
dodging.
think pointing out how your question was loaded is a dodge. You
Keep dodging and okay.
Yeah, you just keep saying I'm dodging. That doesn't make it so. I don't know.
Here's the question: are you denying that's how we reason in most ordinary
Yes, I'm denying that phenomenal conservatism is a good account of human reason.
Okay, provide. Okay, you don't think we
You know, and I answered that the same way I just did a minute ago, and yet before you said I was dodging, right, and now you've like accepted it, right? So that clearly shows that you're like, gigantic dumbass.
Jesus, you're being a fucking ableist.
Okay, tell me what alternative framework we should adopt, Piper.
That's just a burden shift. Who cares about that?
Well, but you said that this is not how we reason.
Yeah, you just agreed it was a burden shift. Good job, you fucking idiot. Nice
Oh,
blunder.
wait, the fat
Nice
Jews.
blunder, slow boy.
Wow.
Yeah,
So.
I can be.
At least you know you're a boy, but still.
That's how we reason in
I
most.
called him a boy, dum dum.
Right, so I can meet the burden of proof. The question is, can you?
No, the question is, can you? Go ahead and meet the
I but not you troll. There's no way you're real.
Of
You
course,
are a troll. Like, there's no way you think you're
Okay,
a
4chan, thank you very much.
Okay, honey.
We don't need any more 4chan.
Are you kidding me? And act like a woman then.
Nobody cares what the 4chan thinks. Nobody gives
Or like 4G.
I can hear your bass coming from the microphone, Viper.
Oh, you fell! Oh, what a genius insult. You fell!
You are fat.
Piper's fat and bald.
You fell!
Piper's fat and bald.
You fell!
Yeah, leave Piper alone. He's a proud gay man.
Not man. He's not
wow, my feelings are so hurt. Oh no.
So I'm a little bit confused here. Was the COVID-19 vaccine a late-term abortion if you died from it?
Yes, it was.
Your existence is a late-term abortion, bud.
That's true.
Is that projection?
So is war a late-term abortion? So we should be against war?
It's pretty asinine suggestion.
Well, I just want to say, if I were to ever marry two men in a gay Jewish ritual and then they were to adopt a child and kill it, well, that would just be an abortion.
No,
I like the way that you put emphasis on the Jewish. Like,
If you're Jewish, you
specifically identified as Jewish.
Yeah, if I adopt them in utero, may I then abort them?
Because child sacrifice is a pretty big issue, you know, historically and biblically, of course, right?
Maybe if you're a Jew, by
Yo, the neo-Nazis are here. Let's go.
Well, I'm just saying, because Caleb marries men underneath the chuppah. You use a chuppah when you marry the men, right, Caleb?
Yeah, I was Jewish. I hope this sign at least like
I was Jewish.
probably 57% probability that you're a neo-Nazi.
Lower than that.
Piper, just how obese are you?
What do I hear?
Wait, what are you fucking prattling about 4chan?
Proof that I was on 4chan.
No, it's 8chan.
Okay, the way you talk. There you go.
Okay, you said
Knockdown argument, QED.
no.
When you walk by a school, is it kind of like Lord of the Rings, where it's like quarantine and murder everywhere?
Oh my god.
He's not allowed.
I don't even understand the insult you're trying.
I just want to point out that in terms of medical misinformation, you cannot talk about Plan B being a sterilization chemical because that would be medical misinformation. And there's no scientific stats or data to confirm that Plan B is a sterilization chemical castration.
Not all pedophiles are homosexuals, but all homosexuals are pedophiles.
Okay, thank you, neo-Nazi.
This is crazy.
I mean, you don't have anything more highbrow than that.
I'm glad
You're like dumber than these guys.
I disagree.
Piper, let's do a quick diagnostic here. What is 200 times 300, Piper?
Oh, no, that's genius, buddy. That's genius.
Piper, do you have anything constructive?
I'm just asking, can you confirm you can do multiplication, Piper?
Okay, we're roommates.
This room is already dead.
Just like
No,
Piper
it's not
was.
that. Roommate. Yeah, me too. Actually, that's the best part.
This is your exercise.
Rabbi Caleb, what does the Torah tell us about abortion?
You struggle at getting we can tell you struggle,
What is the microphone you're using? Yeah, guys, let's stop. Stop.
Do you like really need to like
We can't move on now.
your thing? Well, yes, and you're contributing to it. You're like helping out.
Media.
Your fucking garbage attempts at fucking jury-rigging philosophical arguments are just as
Somebody point out the idiot that made the gay PDF file comment.
Yeah, I wasn't really paying attention, to be honest.
There's Jason.
he's out of the room.
All right, we're going to confirm some statistics. American abortion doctors kill 2,000 children a day at a cost of $1 billion a month to the taxpayers. Planned Parenthood is fully funded, and they're not going out of business. So is there a political solution, or do you believe there is no political solution?
Gotta get those numbers, number.
I mean, I'm sure you want to like firebomb abortion clinics.
So John, look, John, the way to prevent abortions, the way to prevent abortions.
Well, there you go.
The way to prevent abortions is to prevent pregnancy. Right?
It's 8chan.
No, the way to prevent abortions is to make it illegal to murder, which it already is. But doctors in the medical industrial complex get a special pass because they wear a white jacket when they slaughter a baby and cut its fucking head off. And you are so stupid and so gay that you think that it's not murder. Hello?
Papa, is that what you did?
You're in favor of gun control, right? Because if we make guns illegal, we're all gun murders, right?
No, you just added one.
I think it's funny that a lot of these people oppose evidence-based things that prevent teen pregnancy, like easy access to contraception.
Gun murder rates.
Oh yeah. No, it definitely does.
We need to have one-on-one with Kev and he becomes right-wing. So just you know.
If you restrict guns, there will be less gun violence.
Yeah, that is true. And restricting abortions
like
would
Chicago.
result in fewer abortions for sure.
Yeah, like Chicago.
I just think it's funny when
guns.
when conservatives only hold one of those two positions.
Okay, in Europe there's no gun rights. Talk about that.
By the way, Agamemnon, I'll give you an argument against phenomenal conservatism if you want.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, I had to write it out. Sorry. According to premise one, according to phenomenal conservatism, if it seems that P, then one has prima facie justification for believing P unless one has a defeater. Premise two, whether belief has a defeater can itself depend on further seemings. Premise three, different people can have conflicting seemings about whether defeaters exist. Premise four, justification depends solely on seemings, and a presence or absence of defeaters becomes dependent on arbitrary psychological states. Premise five, a theory of justification that makes rationality depend on arbitrary psychological states is epistemically inadequate. Conclusion, therefore, phenomenal conservatism is epistemically inadequate. There you go.
What the fuck did you just say?
That was retarded. Sorry, respectfully.
Yeah, what did
I got like all these morons who don't even understand what Tim was saying at all. Are like, that's retarded. What do you deny?
Sam, what did ChatGPT just right
It
now?
was a bunch of bull.
Yeah, because you didn't fucking understand it. That's what you're saying, guys.
Take it one
Stop
point at a
pretending
time.
like you understand shit.
Take it 1 point at a time.
Joe, do you even know what phenomenal conservatism is, Joe? No, it's like fucking stalking for no reason. You don't know. Why would you even jump in? I wasn't making
You guys aren't even politically involved. You just flap your lips.
Anyone talking about politics just now, you fucking idiot. Shut up.
You shut up. You know what you read?
Conservatism. Yes, I did. You didn't. Rats. You just decided you didn't like it for some reason.
You think yelling makes you any more.
Yes, I do. Continue doing it. Try and stop it.
You're giving me a headache.
Good. That was hilarious, Piper. She actually thought I was talking about conservatism in this, like, Republicans. Really? Is that what happened? That's what she thought I was doing.
Oh my
So,
god.
I have a question for you.
Wait, Agamemnon, which one is deny?
Hold on. Can you ask your question to
deny?
Yes.
Piper needs to act like a woman.
Okay, I will act like a woman, and I will ask Agamemnon which premise he denies.
I think it's gonna be premise two. You said something like.
Okay, let's go. You want me to read it out for you again, just so we're all good?
Yeah, read ChatGPT real fast for us.
Go ahead, read ChatGPT.
Hold on a second. He's gotta open up the.
He's gotta act
Whether a
wrong.
belief has a defeater can itself depend on further seemings.
I think what we have confirmed is that some of you should have been aborted, but you weren't.
Premise three.
So you don't deny premise two?
Well, I deny premise two. Like it actually depends on
Go ahead.
If you're using Grok, use Grok Unhinged and ask if men could be covered.
Like, at least use better AI, Tim.
Use Gemini, bro.
Go ahead.
No, we can't.
I'm just kidding. I'm just asking for a response. It's fine if you don't have a
What
response.
do you mean by premise two? Because premise two is sort of ambiguous. Yeah. Premise two merely depends on its
Looks
seeming.
like it was written by ChatGPT.
Hey Tim, can you explain premise two to us in your own words?
Yeah,
Explain it to
Sure.
us.
Yeah. Well, for instance, the idea of phenomenal conservative is the idea that your seemings are justification for what your beliefs, right? So the idea behind that is if you can't personally come up with a defeater, doesn't mean that just means that it depends on your further seemings, right? That's all I'm saying.
That's not even what it's saying. Oh my god.
Whether a belief has a defeater can itself depend on further.
That is definitely what it's saying.
One mic. Okay, so it depends what you mean by premise 2, because if you mean by premise 2 that the theaters only depend on seemings, I disagree. So I don't think and seemings are just psychological states. So I don't think your defeaters only depend on your psychological state.
That just means that something else besides. Wait, hold on. That just means that something else besides the seeming does justificatory work.
Exactly. So you're just
So you just conceded. Thank you.
So defeat doesn't have to depend. Yeah, well, Agamemnon says those stands to but it doesn't mean that that's the only relevant factor. Which phenomenal conservative do you think is only the relevant factor? You're such a confused person.
Yeah.
No, you're what is my client's response paper.
Phenomenal conservatism is the thesis that.
Bro, you even know what we're talking about. You gotta shut up, right?
It can't even do nobody.
You know what we're talking about. Shut up. That's lying for this fucking these nuts. Shut up.
Here, look, only let the two straight men talk.
He's nuts, you're a woman.
He's an idiot.
Oh, Piper, do you wish to be my woman? Is that what she said?
No.
Confused. What did Joe just say? Wait, Piper's. What is Piper, Abby?
Understand when you're older.
I don't think I'm Piper's type, to be honest. You know, I'm young, black, and handsome. No, I'm young, black, and handsome. I don't think I'm his type. You know, it's not racist. I said young, black, and handsome. Piper, did your dad just always want a boy? Like, what happened? Who here is black in their heart?
Wait, show you think I'm a retard, dude. Fucking idiot. Yeah.
I have black
Piper, so your dad just want. No, you're a girl, Piper. Oh, yo, let's not be rude to Piper, yo. Let's not be chill. Let's not be bigots, okay? Just chill.
Listen, I'm gonna have to the piano. If you guys can't get it up.
He was calling him gay, mocking his parents.
Okay, dude. Let's leave it alone. Let's just try to stay on topic, please. And if you guys want to do a one-on-one, just do a one-on-one. Do you want to? I got Piper. Do you want to debate, or Tim? Do you want to debate? I can have mom.
Alright, so Tim can do it.
Tim, do you want to take that debate and just have it back and forth for like a few minutes, 5 or 10 minutes? And then we can get everybody on the panel in on it after they listen to you guys discuss it.
Tim, refuse. You already discussed it. What's the point of doing it?
Tim, you still there, dude?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry.
Okay.
Shoot, even being a physician assistant, these are still.
Soft inhale, count it in your chest. Let the shoulders fall, nothing to impress. Notice every edge where the tension hides. Send your breath in, feel it loosen, slide. Neck like a reed, swaying in the wind. Mind like a lake, quiet from within. Bend like water, follow gravity down. Slow deep breathing, roots you to the ground. Focus like a flame, still in all this sound. Bend like water, you will not break now. One thought in, one thought out. Nothing extra, nothing loud. Just this moment, just this round of easy breathing, easy now. Bend like water, follow gravity down. Slowly breathing, roots you to the ground. Focus like a flame, still in all the sound. Bend like water, you are steady now. Soft inhale, count it in your chest. Let the shoulders fall, nothing to impress. Eyes on a point, steady as a stone. Thoughts drift past, you let them go. Bend like water, follow gravity down. Slow deep breathing, roots you to the ground. Focus like a flame, still in all this sound. Bend like water, you will not break now. Notice every edge where the tension hides. Send your breath there, feel it loosen. Slide. Neck like a reed, swaying in the wind. Mind like a lake, quiet from within. thought out, nothing extra, nothing loud. Just this moment, just this round of easy breathing, easy now. And like water, follow gravity down. Slow deep breathing roots you to the ground. Focus like a flame, still in all this sun. Then like water, you are steady. Inhale slowly, count it out, 1, 2, 3. Feel your ribs making room for you to be. Knees sink heavy into ground that doesn't move. Mind keeps talking, you just watch it pass on through. Bend like water, flow around, you can't hold, follow your breathing. Let it gather, let it inhale slowly, count it out, 1, 2, 3. Feel your ribs making room for you to be. Knees sink heavy into ground that doesn't move. Mind keeps talking, you just watch it pass on through. Bend like water, flow around, you can't hold. Follow your breathing, let it gather, let it go. Every small distraction, just a wave that rolls on through. Bend like water.
And they're all sitting there debating, the particular position, but they fail to see a universal truth known as Kabbalah. I don't understand it. Or the Tao. How do you ignore Hinduism? How? It's got over 1 billion people that are interested in it. There's a lot of Hindus. They don't get a fucking say into your conversations at all. Hello?
I breathe in peace. I breathe out the war inside. I breathe in strength. Every tremble, every tide. I breathe in joy. Let it never been reparation.
If you ever see a bullet spinning like a top on ice, never try to touch it, because when a bullet is
for the way it keeps unfolding. I am open, let the healing in. I breathe in peace.
Hey, Miss.
I breathe
You want some
out
food?
war inside. I breathe in strength.
Yeah, I mean,
Every tide. I breathe in strength. Let it rise. Let it rise above. I breathe in light. And I breathe out love. Resting in the quiet now, stronger, softer, learning how to find.
she ate.
To the peace, to the strength, to the joy I'm dreaming of. Endless, ocean,
Hey, Mari, I'm okay. Cereal.
heartbeat drumming by the tape. On this morning, fading down to gray. I feel the floor, holding every step I've taken. I close my eyes, watch my worries go vacant. I breathe in peace, I breathe out the war inside. I breathe in strength, every tremble, every time. I breathe in joy, let it rise above. I breathe in light, and I breathe out love. Soft blue sky, even with my eyes closed. Every scar, like a map where I've grown. I bless the grass where the gentle light is pouring. I bless the past for the way it keeps unfolding. He's shaking hands on Milwaukee, listening more than he talks. Intelligent and steady, got the twinkle in his eye. Created in the details, you can see when he smiles. John on the corner by the blue line, flies in a cardboard box. He's shaking hands on Milwaukee, listening more than he talks. Intelligent and steady, got the twinkle in his eye. Created.
John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going for liberate. Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago Mayor, vote for Come.
For come. Whoops.
John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2026. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago Mayor, vote for Come.
John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago and Chicago Mayor, vote for Come. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago and Chicago Mayor, vote for Come. John Kitover for John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago and Chicago Mayor, vote for Chicago Mayor. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago and Chicago Mayor, vote for Come. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago. Chicago for Chicago mayor. For John Kitover for Chicago mayor. Credit set in. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago mayor.
John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going for liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago Mayor, vote for come. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago. John's Chicago Mayor, vote for come. Vote for come. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, going to liberate Chicago for Chicago, Chicago. Mayor, vote for come.
It's creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago and Chicago mayor, vote for calm. John Kitover for Chicago mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago and Chicago mayor, vote for come. John Kitover for Chicago mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago and Chicago mayor, vote for calm. On the corner by the blue line, flyers in a cardboard box. He's shaking hands on Milwaukee, listening more than he talks. Intelligent and steady, got the twinkle. listening more than he talks. Intelligent and steady, got the twinkle in his eye. Created in the details, you can see it when he smiles. John Kitover, for Chicago mayor, for every neighbor on every block, for the mothers, for the workers, for the dreamers who love this city, never stop. He's strong, he's brave, he's faithful to the labor, from the lakefront to Cicero he walks. John Kitover, for Chicago mayor, for Chicagoans, taking back our shot. Hey! Joyful in a hard time, laughing on a winter street. Snow slush on his laces, but there's fire in his speech. Reliable as sunrise, you can call him when it storms. Courage in his backbone, standing up to every form. John Kitover, for Chicago mayor, for every neighbor on every block, for the mothers, for the workers, for the dreamers who love this city, never stop. He's strong, he's brave, he's faithful to the labor, from the lakefront to Cicero he walks. John Kitover, for Chicago mayor, for Chicagoans, taking back our shot. Oh yeah! This is our city, not a headline on a screen. This is our city, every promise, every dream. He's gonna liberate Chicago, street by street and door by door. One clear voice, one true choice. We don't have to settle anymore. John Kitover, for Chicago mayor, for every neighbor on every block, for the elders, for the students, for the builders who love this city and never stop. He's strong, he's brave, he's faithful to the labor, from the lakefront to Cicero he walks. John Kitover, for Chicago mayor, for Chicagoans, come on, take your shot. Hey. On the corner by the blue light, flyers in a cardboard box. He's shaking hands on Milwaukee, listening more than he talks. Intelligent and steady, got that twinkle in his eye. Created in the details, you can see it when he smiles. John Kitover, for Chicago mayor, for every neighbor on every block, for the mothers, for the workers, for the dreamers who love this city and never stop. He's strong, he's brave, faithful to the labor, from the lakefront to Cicero he walks. John Kitover, for Chicago mayor, for Chicago is taking back our shine. Joyful in a hard time, laughing on a winter street. Snow slush on his laces, but there's fire in his speech. Reliable as sunrise, you can call it when it storms. Courage in his backbone, standing up to every form. John Kitover for Chicago mayor. For every neighbor on every block. For the mothers, for the workers, for the dreamers who love this city and never stop. He's strong, he's brave, faithful to the labor. From the lakefront to Cicero he walks. John Kitover for Chicago mayor. For Chicago is taking back our shot. This is our city, not a headline on the street. This is our city, every promise, every dream is gonna liberate Chicago, street by street and door by door. One clear voice, one true choice. We don't have to settle anymore. John Kitover for Chicago mayor. For every neighbor on every block. For the elders, for the students, for the builders who love this city and never stop. He's strong, he's brave, faithful to the labor. From the lakefront to Cicero he walks. John Kitover for Chicago mayor. For Chicagoans, come on, take your shot. The blue line flies in a car. On the corner by the blue line, flyers in a cardboard box. He's shaking hands on Milwaukee, listening more than he talks. Intelligent and steady, got that twinkle in his eye. Created in the details, you can see it when he smiles. John Kitover for Chicago mayor. For every neighbor on every block. For the mothers, for the workers, for the dreamers who love this city and never stop. He's strong, he's brave, he's faithful to the labor. From the lakefront to Cicero he walks. John Kitover for Chicago mayor. For Chicago is taking back our shine. Joyful in a hard time, laughing on a winter street. Snow slush on his laces, but there's fire in his speech. Reliable as sunrise, you can call him when it storms. Courage in his backbone, standing up to every form. John Kitover for Chicago mayor. For every neighbor on every block. For the mothers, for the workers, for the dreamers who love this city and never stop. He's strong, he's brave, he's faithful to the labor. From the lakefront to Cicero he walks. John Kitover for Chicago mayor. For Chicago is taking back our shot. This is our city, not a headline on the street. This is our city, every promise, every dream is gonna liberate Chicago, street by street and door by door. One clear voice, one true choice. We don't have to settle anymore. John Kitover for Chicago mayor. For every neighbor on every block. For the elders, for the students, for the builders who love this city and never stop. He's strong, he's brave, he's faithful to the labor. From the lakefront to Cicero he walks. Chicago later, for Chicago is. Come on, take your shot.
The object of most of the foregoing practices will not at first be clear to you, but at least who will deny it?
Hi, I'm Susan Bennett from Framingham, Massachusetts. What's your name?
From hell.
Oh, do you know Barbara?
Look, what are you doing? You're a fighter. Just fight it.
Are you also from the Boston area?
I was burned by flames, and the way of tormented souls.
Oh, so I had an epidural. Do you enjoy being a demon?
Sugar.
Must be hard having people afraid of you all the time.
You know, actually it is. Thank you for acknowledging. What did you say?
Susan.
Susan, you are a breath of fresh air.
Oh, stop.
You know, sometimes I think people come to me only for my power or my treasure. No one ever just comes by just to say hi. See how I'm doing.
That must really hurt.
You know, it does.
Is that why you want to destroy the world?
Turns out the real demon is loneliness.
Maybe you need to meet some new people or take up a hobby. There's a spot open in my watercolor group.
Really?
Oh, wait, no, there isn't.
Oh,
I forgot. Carol apologized to Janine, and now she's back in class.
what did Carol do?
She drew a portrait of Janine, and she didn't leave out her mustache. She had it in the mustache.
They call me a demon.
I know, right?
I needed that. I needed that laugh.
This is why I love meeting new people.
Holy shit, that's so funny.
Rules and stuff like that, it would be more set in stone and it would be more easier to like point to something. Yes, but is that good reason to then suppose that that thing is there? There's a bit of wishful thinking there. Yeah, it would be. If maybe we wanted to say that our rape is wrong, but then we have this extra thing that we can use to back ourselves up, that would be nice. But it's dying itself enough to say that there, but that one
like this is how we typically believe in something if it has explanatory power and it's a simple theory. And it's given theism has so many converging lines of evidence to support it It's one unified principle which explains a bunch of data other theories can't explain, including the existence of the moral realm, but like other things like fine-tuning, etc. You should probably believe it because it's a simple theory with explanatory power.
But I can see how it could be false. This kind of drive situation whereby from generation to generation we just need to like rethink what we're doing and just make the best of it. That might actually be what reality is really. And then it's unsatisfactory to some people, and they're now doing wishful thinking that there's something in there out there that's making it energy. That could be what's going on very easily.
You could apply the same reasoning to anything. You could say, oh, well, we could be wrong about quantum theory. We could be wrong about relativity. Okay, I don't think that's a very good.
You know, these other things you're pointing to now, they have at least some kind of like measurements. These moral things are still based on like having this intuition, just thinking there must be something that makes us that this is always wrong and stuff. It's not like something you measured in the lab that makes it look like some stuff out there.
Well, when you talk about measurement, I guess you're talking about predictions, observed predictions, right?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and I'm sure you're aware that there are two types of predictions. There are future testable predictions, but there's also use novel predictions, something that is called use novel. Have you heard of this distinction?
Use what? How do you spell the other word?
Use novel predictions.
Oh, novel. So you say novel. Okay, fine.
Yeah, use novel predictions just means your theory predicts certain things that other theories can't. Like it doesn't have to be future testable predictions.
Okay.
And most philosophers of science accept that use novel predictions is what generally makes scientists accept certain theories. So for instance, there was this philosopher of science, I think his name was Brush, Jeffrey Brush or something like that, who did an empirical study of what made scientists broadly accept scientific theories, like, I don't know, first the Copernican model, then Newtonian mechanics, then relativity. And it wasn't future testable. It was the fact that the elegantly explained data simply explained, with few principles, explained a broad range of data that alternative theories couldn't explain as well.
Well. What's going on, guys? Welcome to the show. Frenchie, what are you doing here?
What's that mean?
Means what are you doing here?
I don't understand the question. What are you doing here?
I don't know. This is my house. I mean, I made it. You know, this is my room.
I just came in here because Andrew's here. That's all.
I really appreciate that because people really don't understand my ability to articulate. I'm sometimes viewed as a witch, and even on Telegram video streams, and there's at least one person who I won't name caught me on a Telegram video stream and saw that I'm actually, if anything, like the Wizard of Oz. But yes, there is some crazy perception of what I'm able to achieve on Clubhouse. I'm able to use technique to weave a giant web, but behind the curtain is a sad old man, just like in the Wizard of Oz.
Do you identify? Thank God, I love Regal. Hey Regal, I'm looking pretty good now, right?
Faces, the cigar shake, all this cigar shake shit. I don't know why they want to make our shit be shaped like cigars, but they say
love abortions. Like, what's good?
Our shit from the ones that the niggas got off for the 6'7" for Black American looking niggas with them big ass weapons and shit. And like they said these people had the faces of people who wasn't.
Yeah. I was wondering if you're gonna eat it like an animal.
Yeah. I don't know. Honestly, I didn't know this was your house, Rico.
Yeah, it is.
You're making a joke about this.
I'm such a deplorable person, you know.
I'm happy to go. I don't need to be here.
Yeah,
I literally just came in
you
because
can go.
was here. That's
You
all.
can go, Edie.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay.
See you later. Enjoy your abortion.
What the fuck? She said she was gonna eat it too. What the fuck? Oh my god, I don't mean to laugh at that, but yeah. Alright, I should laugh at that.
Chris, were you on a business call today about with Scotiabank about the use of multi-purpose facility types in C360?
The price of meat is sometimes even lower than a loaf of
No.
bread.
Yeah.
In this
I literally met someone at work today that sounds exactly like you.
Many people, maybe it's from Nigeria as well.
I assume they are from Nigeria. Like, obviously, they had your accent, but like it was like uncanny. It was the most clear resemblance. Like it was the most obvious resemblance I've ever seen in my life. Wild.
Maybe the same thing as how I can go Canadian style.
Exactly.
It's kind of like some kind of subjective experience.
Yeah. I was asking in the chat if it's like racist, and I met another Nigerian.
No, everybody does that. Like I don't think you can actually like help it, right? Because you just have that. If you know that happens, no problem. I actually don't remember what I said last when this thing happened with Katie and Leo. I was saying something and I've totally just forgotten what I was saying.
Well, Chris, you had a very, I would say, honest point to be made and it was between you and Aga, and I think the question lies in the understanding of God's commandments, what is considered God's commandments, and what lessons were to be learned in the Old Testament as opposed to the New Covenant when Jesus Christ.
That was the one before we moved. Okay. If you want to do that, you can do that.
You don't have to. I just that's the last thing that I remembered you talking about.
Okay. And then there was something else that Aga was saying. I don't know if Aga can remember what.
Before that weird witchery thing happened, and then Frenchie came and said disgusting crap.
I didn't even know it was the mod that was intervening. I was just hearing like an intervention, and I kept going. I thought it was a random person. No problem. Yeah. Oh, I remember what we were saying, right? Aga was trying to say, let's pick the best theory, theism seems to, predict better, and maybe objective, positive objective moral values predicts better, what's going on. It allows us to be able to say that rape is always wrong across all generations, and theism plus the objective moral realism better predicts that than some subjective things. So we should just take that. And I was trying to say that, and he was trying to say, they do that in science as well. Sometimes they pick another theory just because it kind of explains the facts better. And I was trying to say that they probably do that incrementally, maybe substitute another physical thing with another physical thing, just change the equation a bit. I don't think the scientists would just say, an angel, is a better theory for this, it explains the stuff better. Let's go for angel. If you're going to be jumping like that to something non-natural to explain it, I think you need more better reasons than just, if we had this supernatural thing to explain things better, therefore that's the better theory. I think it's
Actually, Chris, that's exactly the principle they use. Even if something is unobservable, unmeasurable, scientists accept it exists as long as it explains the data and as long as it has it's a simple theory.
Okay. maybe I'll have to like look into it further, but something just seems a bit off about, because there are many things that we try to think about that if only we could just posit the supernatural, right, to just like seems like, oh, that explains everything. Now we can go home now. But I don't think something seems wrong about just putting that everywhere and just like using that.
I totally have that
intuition too. Of the universe. How do we do? Oh, just plug a god, that solves it.
Yeah, like I totally have that intuition too. Like there's something strange about how easily you can I don't know, kind of fudge the promise by suggesting that there's an agent that wanted X to be the way that it is, right? Like in every case, no matter how improbable something is, right? I can just say there's an agent that wanted it to be that way and immediately increase the probability. So there just seems like there's something, I don't know, illicit about that, right? Especially if you don't have good independent motivation for that agent.
Oh, I absolutely agree. I think there's something illicit about coming up with ad hoc theories, because you can just overfit the data. You can just overfit your theory to the data. You can just come up with arbitrary postulates to explain anything. But that's why I think theism is
were you disappointed in
is not an ad hoc theory, because it explains a bunch of phenomena which we discovered thousands of years after classical theism was
phenomenon.
Thanks, phenomena, which we discovered thousands of years after theism was discovered. So, for instance, it elegantly explains the fine-tuning of the universe for life, explains the existence of consciousness, the beginning of the universe, blah, blah, blah.
The thing I like to do here, I don't know how good it is, but I think when sometimes these want to say ours is not ad hoc, it was there 6,000 years ago, but who atheists are coming up with all these multiverse things, and I think it's ad hoc over a space of years, right? Thousands of years. At first, they looked around, they saw the water cycle, they saw the rain, they saw, who's doing this? Oh, an agent must be doing this. Somebody must be opening the windows of heaven. It was these kind of ad hoc things. Oh, even the spirit thing, the Holy Spirit was like, oh, somebody used to be alive before. The air has left him. That's the spirit. These are the kind of moves that built up the current theology that you have today. It is ad hoc. So to now say, it's been there for 6,000 years and now you're not pretending as if it's it wasn't made out of all this ad hoc stuff.
Yeah, but I mean, first of all, I don't think the fine-tuning data was ever, I don't think theism was ever formulated to explain the fine-tuning data. I don't think theism was ever formulated to explain the hard problem of consciousness. So, yeah, I don't think this critique works. But if it does, I can just run the exact same critique on physicalism. I can say, well, look, physicalism ultimately rests on two presuppositions: that randomness can explain everything, and then there's this alchemy principle that if you just combine a lot of stuff together, by magic, poof, things just emerge. And then physicalists 1,000 years ago just came up with this idea to explain why stuff exists, and ultimately it's just an ad hoc hypothesis.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's pretty obvious. It's pretty obvious that that's a gigantic straw man of physicalism. But you can bring that aside. The point,
what part of it is
straw man? Just wait. The ad hocness issue is not an issue of whether a theory was constructed to explain some data after we found the data, right? It's not a temporal issue, right? It's an issue of the quality of the explanation.
Temporal issue. What are you
just
talking
control
about?
yourself for 5 seconds. So anyway, can I still be heard? The thing isn't lighting up anymore.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, great. So,
who's getting chased?
Yeah, so it's not a temporal issue. It's an issue of the quality of the explanation, right? So, a theory comes or an explanation becomes really ad hoc. When you just start pulling postulates out of thin air. Very inconvenient facts, right? Rather than relying on hypotheses that are independently motivated by plurality of data. That's what ad hoc is. It's not like, oh, I saw a fact and then I constructed an explanation to explain it after.
I'm killing you when I
That's
get
how
out.
explanations work.
You and your little punk brother and that nigga there.
Explain them, right?
You don't believe you ain't gonna believe it. Then I'll do something to you, little sissy ass cutter.
Okay, I think you're using an idiosyncratic definition of the term. If you're willing, like, please provide any reference that there's no, like, the principle of, the definition of ad hocness doesn't include things like the theory that you fit the theory into the data. Meaning you have to observe the data first and then you put the theory into it. And that's how most people typically use the term. And also, in the theory that makes no useful predictions, then it's considered to be ad hoc. And that's just the way I'm using the term. If you want to give some source supporting your definition, idiosyncratic definition, please provide it.
You haven't established that anything's idiosyncratic. You just claim but then the other, first of all, it's not even a matter of sources, right? Or like what some authoritative philosophical source says. It's just a matter of showing that you're like under a misapprehension of what, fitting the explanation to the data closely exposed to the system, right? Really, it's not unreasonable to observe a fact, right? And then construct an explanation to explain the fact. That's what explaining things is, right? It's a call to avail yourself of postulates that are sort of really positive to make sense of inconvenient data when you otherwise have no independent reason for availing yourself of those postulates, right? That's clearly what the mistake is, right? So it's just a matter of a common sense notion of when ad hocness is a problem that shows that you're confused about this, right?
Yeah. Again, I think you're just using idiosyncratic terms. Terms in idiosyncratic ways. So I'm just going to read from Stanford Encyclopedia. According to Popper, a theory is ad hoc if it simply introduced a single phenomenon. A single phenomenon and has no further testable consequences or no further testable. There's no further consequences other than the phenomenon, right? So that by definition, theism is not an ad hoc theory because it wasn't meant to introduce to explain a single phenomenon and has consequences aside from the data it was purportedly introduced to explain thousands of years ago. Specifically, it elegantly explains a bunch of phenomena like the fine-tuning argument, the existence of the moral domain, blah, 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 whatever.
Yeah, I mean, you just didn't address anything I said. You just moved your definition of ad hocness to something different, where now instead of defining ad hocness, yes, you did, and let me explain why, right? So, now instead of defining ad hocness as, coming up with an explanation for observed fact after the fact, right? After you observe the fact, which is how you defined it before, right? Not it as, something is ad hoc when it's only meant to explain one fact rather than, right? And that's actually not what Popper said. Anybody who was listening could hear that that's not what Popper was saying in that quote. That's a clear misinterpretation by you. But then, so putting that aside, right? Now that you've changed your definition of ad hocness, right? The problem with that definition of ad hocness, right, is that's clearly not what ad hocness means because explanations which are designed to explain many different facts can be ad hoc, clearly, right? Everybody, is going to sign up to that, right? So you're just unbelievably confused about what ad hocness even is.
Okay. Again, I'm just going to read from Stanford Encyclopedia. Thus, Popper's conception of ad hocness added to the ordinary English meaning a further requirement. In the case of an ad hoc hypothesis that was simply introduced to explain a single phenomenon, right? So that's the ordinary English definition of it. The ad hoc hypothesis has no testable consequences other than the phenomenon. Now, this sentence entails that the phenomenon has to come before the explanation, right? The data is the explanandum, and your explanation is meant to explain the data, right? So the data has to come prior. So obviously there's a temporal dimension, right? So So what I said is entailed by the sentence. Second, the sentence says it explains a single phenomenon, okay, without further testable consequences. Okay, if I think theism has testable consequences, so it's by definition not ad hoc, and also explains a bunch of phenomenon that we observed thousands of years later.
Yeah, so I mean, again, I already told you why it's not a temporal issue, and instead of responding to any of the things I said in favor of that, notion of what ad hocness is, the non-temporal notion, right? You read stuff about Popper that didn't support the thesis that it's temporal, right? And then you just reasserted that it's temporal. So unless you can respond to what I said, I take it that, I just showed that you're confused.
Okay, what does the following sentence mean to you? In the case of an ad hoc hypothesis that was simply introduced to explain a single phenomenon, okay, what do you think? Do you think the explanation comes before or after the phenomenon is observed?
I'll tell you, it doesn't fucking matter.
Wait, you think the explanation for a phenomenon comes prior to a phenomenon being observed?
Isn't that what a prediction is, you fucking idiot?
No, but the explanation for something presumably has to come prior. Prediction is not an explanation.
Wait, so if a theory predicts X, it doesn't explain X, you fucking idiot?
No, but you're using prediction in different ways.
Every time you
I'm not. I'm using it in the same way.
Like you fucking yeah.
And now Kitty's getting triggered because I'm insulting some Christian on the internet.
I'm always nice to you, but I can always talk to you as nasty as you talk to everyone else.
Go ahead. I don't give a shit.
You fucking idiot.
You literally think, okay, Piper, can you explain to me what an explanation is if it's not like some theory which helps you illuminate some sort of data you observed or accounts for why you observed this
that notion of what an explanation is doesn't speak against what I'm saying to you, so you're just still on.
Well, it does. Okay, can you just explain, do you agree with that definition though of an explanation?
Yeah.
Okay, now what do you think comes temporally prior? The data?
The temporal stuff just doesn't fucking matter, is my point.
Well, I'm not asking you that right now. I'm asking you, what do you think comes
prior? You're asking me about the significance of the temporal status of the explanation versus the fact, right? So I'm telling you that doesn't matter, right?
No, but it does matter, right? Because you're just trying to say that ad hoc.
Okay, well, I'm giving you reasons for thinking it doesn't matter, and you haven't responded to any of them. So you want to start?
So maybe you can answer my question then without dodging. Can I?
I already answered your question.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I did. I told you. You started asking me about the temporal status of the explanation relative to the fact, and I keep repeating to you that obviously my thesis is that doesn't matter, right? So just asking me some incredulous question isn't going to address any of the reasons that I gave for thinking that doesn't matter. Can you address those instead of dodging them?
Okay. No, you keep dodging my question. Okay.
Could you keep a lid on your tribal emotions for 5 seconds?
Just agreeing with you, Piper. Oh my god.
Yeah, he can't even take it. When people stand up for him, he still has to be aggressive and so.
Well, right now you're just wasting time instead of responding to what I say, Aga. So.
And Piper goes by stop it.
No, but I asked you a question first.
No, I already explained how your question is missing the point of what I'm saying, right? So instead of dodge to explain that to you, and then ask you to actually address my points for the first time in the conversation.
Okay, if you're refusing to answer simple questions, why should anybody talk to you?
If you want to give up, you can totally do that. Go ahead, pussy.
Okay. Thanks. Refusing to answer questions. Thank you.
I didn't refuse to answer questions. You were just a pussy.
Yes, you did.
You're pussy in every conversation you have. You get shown that you show that you don't know what you're talking about, right? And then you go, I'm just going to an accusation that justifies me not talking to you anymore, so I can give up on the conversation. You're like a weak-willed dumbass.
She, her.
You're talking over each other, by the way.
E.G. Kitty talking in the room. Thanks.
The Piper crash out 3, 2, 1, 0.
I mean, no, it's totally valid to crash out against a fucking insolent dumbass.
Against me, the pussy, the kitty in the room.
Now, Piper.
Yes, you should crash out against time-wasting dumbasses like Agamemnon.
Do you have any self-awareness?
No, you is not like a genius insult.
I didn't even get to say hi to Tim today. Hi, Tim.
Hi, Katie.
Toast? Do not get me aggravated. Wait, why is Toast in the audience? All right. No. We're not going to play this game where Toast says little things in the audience. Okay, got it. Oh, shit. Now I got a job. Fuck. Hey, everybody talk about whatever you want to talk about. Go ahead. Everybody kill each other. I don't care if there's a mutiny. Christians, atheists, everybody. Jews, who wants to die? Is that my favorite human being in the entire world that just came up?
Yeah, I just want to say it's awesome to have you part of the moderating group here.
Oh, God.
The interesting thing is, like, the other definition of ad hocness is if you introduce changes to theory just to save it.
He's modifying his definition of ad hocness again.
We have no further testable consequences. But certain theodicies, which were purportedly introduced to save theism, do have testable consequences. So by definition, theism is not ad hoc.
Yeah, but
I think half of those.
Yeah.
I think half of those theodicies are just ad hoc. Especially
it's
that
just really
feasibility,
stupid.
that knowledge.
It's just really stupid to make declarations like, by definition, theism is not ad hoc. Because whether theism is ad hoc is not whether theism is ad hoc, not dependent on the intrinsic nature of theism, how theism relates to the data that are to be explained. It's just like he just makes like dumbass declarations because he's like a fucking like complete fail son at philosophy.
Yeah, the whole ad hoc thing got Piper. And you trying to
well, every time you read Stanford Encyclopedia, you misinterpret it audibly, like everybody can tell. So yes, you can like do the fake chuckle all you want, but like you still look like a dumb.
We're gonna stop. Anyway, so there's other people, new speakers on the stage that at least when I came back to the room, I haven't got to speak. Daniel, Elliot, David, Millith, CM, Dude. Hey, what's up, Dude? If you have any other contributions that you want to make, that'd be awesome. Other than Aga showing his intelligence, waving it on his chest as though it's like a badge of courage. And then Piper criticizing the fact that Piper is going to criticize with a, you fucking idiot. All right, there you go. If that didn't win me some karma points for doing my best Piper, I'll never know. All right, what's up,
Yeah, Piper needs to take them sometime.
Look how desperate he is to get some one up on me. It's so funny.
Well, what's up, Elliot?
Sorry, am I in the Matrix? I just heard a bunch of hissing like cats.
If you want me to pee on you, I will. And I don't mean this in a weird sexual way.
Well, how did you mean it?
No.
Sounds really weird.
All right, yeah, I totally set myself up for that. Great.
Where do you get in the Bible, like middle knowledge and feasibility? You know, like half of these theodicies, like they're just not in the Bible. So this like God of philosophy that I don't know a lot of people talk about around here. It's just not the God of the Bible. The God of the Bible is like Harry too.
I don't think theology has to be constrained by what's literally said in the text of the Bible.
God, Piper, I couldn't love you more. Like, honestly. Aga, don't say a damn word about Piper again. Like, there. That was said. It was done. Elliot, I'm sorry, but
I'm responding to Elliot, not Piper.
every time I hear you speak, Elliot, it drives me nuts. It's a contrarian for just stupidity, and I just can't stand it.
That's true.
Okay, so point me to the scripture where it explains how God has middle knowledge.
Look, scripture doesn't use middle knowledge, the term middle knowledge, but that's just like an exact word fallacy. Scripture does describe something, theology whose consequence is middle knowledge, God possessing middle knowledge. Specifically, it says God is omniscient, God foreknows all things. Second, it says humans have free choice or free will. So for instance, it says God wants to save everybody, but not everybody's going to be saved, meaning some humans can freely choose not to be saved. Okay, if some humans freely choose not to be saved, they have free will, and God also foreknows all future outcomes. And God has providential control over every future event. What is the endowment of these views? That God has middle knowledge.
If you don't
that's what you wanted.
Take a moment to go to ChatGPT or something that will help educate you, because that makes perfect sense.
That's what you wanted.
No, listen to me, Elliot. That makes perfect sense because it makes perfect sense to believers and non-believers alike. And then the only way that you would not understand that, even Piper, who is not a Christian, Piper can understand this.
Kitty, can you just let them two like hash it out? Like the role of the mod is to kind of take a hands-off approach, if you don't mind.
Fuck yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so I mean, that's what you want the book to say, but it doesn't say that. It doesn't say that God has middle knowledge. So can you point me to the scripture that says that God has?
Can you mute your mic? Fuck, Jesus.
So I take middle knowledge as just to be the view that God foreknows counterfactuals. Like what humans would freely do in certain situations. Okay, so let's just start with two propositions. First one, humans have free will. There are biblical passages showing that humans have free will. Specifically, God wants everybody to be saved. Second, not everybody is going to be saved. Okay, so meaning humans have some sort of control over who's going to be saved and who's not going to be saved. That is, they can choose. Okay, second proposition, God foreknows everything. There are biblical passages showing that God foreknows everything. Okay, put the two together. Then God foreknows what humans would freely do in certain situations because he knows who's going to be saved and who's not going to be saved. What is that called? Another way of calling it is just middle knowledge.
Okay, let's try this again.
You asked for an actual scriptural reference.
Can you point me to the scripture that says that God has middle knowledge?
Well, it's from an interpretation.
Oh my God, is this another exact word fallacy?
I can let the two of you go at it, or I could provide just the scriptural reference.
Just really quickly, Elliot, are you just asking him can you show if he can show in the Bible where the concept of middle knowledge is spoken about?
Or better still,
is that what you're asking him, Elliot?
Just give the scripture that you're having a contradictory opinion.
She's asking for scripture. Why would he have the scripture?
Oh.
Well, the reason I'm asking this.
Contrarian. It's in Matthew.
Contrarian. The reason I'm asking this is because I do think that a lot of people they have two different ideas of God. They have like the philosophy God. Maybe you could say that's the God of classical theism or whatever. And then there's the God of the Bible. And the God of the Bible it seems very different. So so I want to know which scripture informs us that God has middle knowledge. I don't think you can.
So, just quickly, so you know, like this is from a Jesuit theologian, and it's not like there's not a direct scriptural reference that says that this it's inferred from several scriptures. So they're just ways in which God has answered whether or not someone would be betrayed, where God has known how free agents would operate in different circumstances, and just basically throughout these scriptural references, it's implied that God's natural knowledge of what can happen and free knowledge of what will happen based off his degree in between that is a middle knowledge. So it's inferred, but it is inferred by a pretty prominent Jesuit and people who follow this.
Do you have the scriptural passage?
Molinism. I could give you that if you want. You could go
That'd
to
probably be good.
23. Yeah, 1 Samuel 23, 1-13. Matthew 11:23.
There you go.
1 Corinthians 2:8. Jeremiah 38:17-20.
Dude, are you able to read that off?
If you could just put at least 3 of those in the chat, I'll even pin them.
Yeah, I'll put them in there. So basically, like, and this is just because I did kind of remember this from just research back in the day and everything like that. So I just want to say it is actually coming from a Jesuit theologian, and some people follow him. It's Molinism. I may have pronounced it wrong. I'll put the scriptures in the back channel. But these seem to be the scriptures that he's cited in his take here.
Can somebody read that? I can't.
Well, maybe I got it wrong because I heard him say 1 Samuel 23, 1-13, and that's like about a battle.
1 Samuel 23. Listen, 1 Samuel 23, 1-13.
Yeah. I got it. I don't see anything about middle knowledge. It's talking about a battle with the Philistines.
Right. So it's inferred. So
okay. Well, where is
David
it inferred there?
David
And
asks
you can do
God
less
if,
the verbal filler and because it's gonna.
So yeah. So here I'll just put it in the back channel too, because I've got to get back doing what I was doing before chiming in, and once I do have some more time, I'll definitely.
Your insight. I really do appreciate it.
Here's the. Yeah, I put.
Thanks, man. Now, with the homework done for you, Elliot, what I hate to sound like Piper right now, but what kind of crazy are you going to posit about God and middle knowledge?
Well, he does that. I just read that for you because I read it really quick. There's nothing talking about foreknowledge. I mean, the closest you could come is in verse 11 through 13. It says, "Will the men of Keilah deliver me up into his hand? Will Saul come down as thy servant hath heard? O Lord God of Israel, I beseech thee, tell thy servant." And the Lord said, "He will come down." So he's just basically saying that, like, that something's gonna happen. I think that's what he's saying. Then said David, "Will men of Keilah deliver me and my men into the hand of Saul?" And the Lord said, "They will deliver thee up." He's just like making a prediction of like what was going to happen. Is that what he was referring to?
This is what Christians do. They take stuff that's in the Hebrew Bible, and the Hebrew Bible has this is where all the prophecies are come from. The original prophecies, about who the Messiah will be, and then Christians will take they'll take those prophecies in the Hebrew Bible, and they'll like add some second prophetic fulfillment that is completely divorced from the context of what the book actually says. Like Tim pointed out, like what was that passage about, Tim?
No. Don't get your point, Elliot. I want you to finish. I want to show you the precise note without any deviation. Your concrete, absolute, malleable,
Maybe we should just let them
unethical stupidity to what you're actually saying. So what we're going to do here to show Elliot what he's talking about is let's have him read something from Jeremiah. Jeremiah, 400 years, mind you, before the birth of Jesus.
But we can do that, but we're on 1 Samuel. We're just trying to figure out like where 1 Samuel comes into play.
Okay, wait.
So one thing I do want to say, like, I was very clear to the room that this is inferred by a prominent theologian. This is not like what Christians do, like Elliot said. Different Christians have different levels of intellect and intelligence and interpretive ability apparently so. I mentioned to you straight up, Elliot, that this came from a Jesuit theologian, and not just scripture alone, that it was inferred. It's a concept that's inferred from scripture by a theologian who's a prominent theologian who came concept inferred by scripture, and I provided you the scriptures in which he is inferring this from. I hope that makes sense to you.
No, I get that. I just started reading 1 Samuel, and I was like, I'm trying to find the inference, right? Like an inference is something you read, and it provides you with the reason to believe that. And I'm just trying to say, everybody help me with that.
Can you please back off and let them speak?
Hey, Gray, can you give us a scripture that correlates to their conversation?
We'll let them have the conversation. I don't need to be added to the conversation, neither do you.
Great, dead air. Wonderful, Gray.
So, do you guys want to respond?
Yeah, we'll let them talk.
Wonderful job.
Wonderful
job, Gray. Now we have nothing.
No, you're going to allow them to talk.
Well, yeah, that's exactly what I did. Dead fucking air. Wonderful job, Gray. Wonderful job.
It's dead air because you're talking now and nobody wants to talk to you.
Well, Elliot, as I read that to you, I mean, I'm kind of agreement with you, Elliot. It's like I'm just not seeing what the inference is to say like this, therefore, is God's middle is knowledge. I mean, people make predictions all the time, like X will happen or Y will happen, right? But that's what he's saying, like, oh no, are we going to go to battle? It's like, yeah, you're going to go battle. Are you going to win? Yeah, you're going to win, right? I don't know if that's like that big of a.
So you're arguing if it exists, if there's evidence of it in the Bible, but then like, so what? Like, say it is provable from the Bible. So what's the like? What are you trying to imply with no knowledge?
I would say, I personally, if Gray doesn't mind,
the stronger ground that the concept on their from the Bible. Well, what Elliot was saying was there's people that like argue this like philosophical God, but they don't ground it in the Bible. And so he was saying like a lot of times we talk about these concepts that don't seem to be very biblical.
What do you mean by like it doesn't seem very biblical? Like, are we appealing to seemings, or are you appealing to?
Good job, Rico. I like that. Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate you paying attention, really.
But
what he's saying, I think he's saying is like if you read the Bible, you don't come away having the concepts.
I wasn't finished.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. I was, so like Agamemnon brought up the verbatim fallacy, right? Now, my understanding, based on Catholicism, that there's plenty of development, right? So
there are some doctrines, for an example, like the Trinity, right? Which is what you're not going to get verbatim. So it's like, well, show me in the Bible where like the Holy Trinity is. So it's like there is a basis where these things are inferred in the Bible. Then you have, like early church fathers and whatever the case may be commenting on it. But developments, as interpretation expands based on philosophy or whatever the case may be. But
I agree with you. I don't like verbatim fallacies. I think they're stupid.
Yeah.
So, it's like if you ask a Muslim, where's the concept of Tawheed? Where's Tawheed in the Quran? That word doesn't exist, but it's a concept they have, and they've inferred it through their scriptures.
I don't. Also, I just want to say, I don't like the trust me, bro attitude on either side. I get that things need a little bit more explaining, but that's kind of just the way it is, man.
But Rick, that was going to be my whole.
I'm just going to say, for the sake of conversation, just to kind of push it forward, can we just kind of suspend this thing for today, I guess, and just do the trust me, bro thing, and just further along and see where we get at.
Okay, if I can just if you don't mind, Regal, my whole premise.
Kitty, no, Kitty. You're supposed to be modding.
Do this entire debate with 3 scriptures that
you don't have to do that. Your role, Kitty, are you paying attention to what I'm saying? Your role as a mod is to be unbiased and kind of take a hands-off approach and just keep things on track. You know what I mean? Keeping people on track is just don't let them disrupt each other or interrupt, that kind of thing.
Yeah, it's almost as if you shouldn't also make schizo.
Well, actually, she makes these rooms much less boring. Kitty, you should let the assholes be grumpy assholes, and you continue to make the room better than it was when boring people
Jesus Christ.
entered the room. Well, boring people are boring.
Who's this disgusting white knight?
Thanks, dude.
I'm sorry, where are you guys going with this? If you just, like I said, I don't want to do this, but just trust me, bro. And where are you guys going with it? If you don't.
My question is where is this concept of middle knowledge in the Bible specifically? And I've read a lot of the Bible, and I've never read anything in there that clearly defines these 3 categories, this taxonomy of God's knowledge. You have it's natural, middle, and what's the other one? Free knowledge. So, and it's middle knowledge. It's this concept of middle knowledge that is used to support a theodicy against a particular theodicy against the problem of evil. And so I thought this was relevant because earlier you guys were talking about ad hocness and what's the other one? Idiosyncratic things. I do worry that you guys do have these 2 separate ideas of God. There's the idea of God from the Bible, that's the Bible God, and then there's this God of philosophy, which is that's Agamemnon's.
Not to add an extra layer to it, and I'm sorry, Regal, without doing a just trust me, bro, I would say let's layer in prophecy to that, because I think that is a huge element that those that are less learned in the Bible, that only want to cherry pick certain portions out of the Bible, will completely negate the fact that when Jesus Christ came, he was quoting things that someone at 33 throughout his ministry, even Pharisees, chief priests, and Sadducees all looked at him as though how would he know this? How could he understand Isaiah like he did? Giving prophecies out of Hosea like he did. And that all came to fruition while they were all crying, praise him when he came. So, without throwing in prophecy, I think that it would, you're undergirding yourself, and you're really short-sighting your whole belief and understanding of the New Testament and Old Testament for that.
Okay, can you find me a prophecy in the Hebrew Bible that Jesus fulfilled?
100%. Psalms 110:1. He is the Son of God. It makes it very evident. Look, honey, here's the deal, Elliot. Other people will placate to you being stupid.
And I don't want to be a mod, honestly, Regal, because I'm a bad mod. I'm a self-admitted bad mod. But I will not placate to him being stupid. That is not an excuse. If you don't have a Bible, I will nail you.
If you wanna drop down and come back up and read the verse for him, because if you're the one that's making the claim and you feel like this is proof, then the burden of proof is on you. If you want to take that, go for it.
Look, if you want me or anyone else to give like even half a shit about what the New Testament says about prophecy, then you first have to demonstrate that Jesus Christ is the Messiah. Okay, and until you can do that, I don't give a shit what the New Testament says about Jesus.
Before we continue, I got a couple things I got to do. I'll be close to my phone, but I need 2 volunteers. I need
Daniel
one.
would be a good mod. Daniel's
Well,
a good mod.
I need one atheist and one Christian, just so it's on a even keel.
Daniel
Somebody
would be a good
want
mod.
to-
That's
somebody
why
wants to
I
volunteer.
think everybody can volunteer.
Make Bob the
He becomes a mod and I'm out. I'm out. Yeah.
Bob, are you there? What's up? Can you do me a huge solid? Can you help me mod? But the only thing I'm asking here is if you could just take an unbiased approach to the modding thing.
What am I supposed to do when I mod? Am I just gonna like prevent interruptions?
Yeah, just prevent interruptions and over talking, and on occasion, if let people chimp out, but not too much. Everybody, if you're gonna mute everybody, and then just. Does anybody want to volunteer on the Christian side, just so it's just balanced out?
I think Honey Badger's a Christian.
Come on, dude.
Volunteer for what?
I don't need. I just need a Christian to kind of. I'm not a power trip. Everything's evened out.
It doesn't have to be a debate.
Agamemnon, would you like to volunteer?
No, don't give Agamons. Fuck that.
There's already Andrew and Regal. You're good.
Yeah, if I've got time to chime in, I will, but I'm multitasking.
I'll just say this one last thing, and then you guys talk about something else.
I'll tell you what. I'll just place my full confidence in Bob. I'm pretty sure he'll follow my instructions, and he'll just take an unbiased approach. So we'll see how that goes.
Gotcha.
Well, everybody's already leaving the room, Regal. So
thanks,
Bob. Choice.
Well,
my criticism is,
if they don't like it, too bad.
Okay, that's fine. So my criticism is, why should when I'm reading the prophecies in the Hebrew Bible, why do I care what the New Testament says about that? No Christian is going to interpret the New Testament from the lens of the Mormon Bible. They just don't give a shit about that. So why should I care about what the New Testament says about prophecies written in the Hebrew Bible about who the Messiah will?
Are you serious?
Yeah, the prophecies are written in Hebrew and they're put in the Hebrew Bible, not the Greek Septuagint or the New Testament or any of that.
No, I understand, but do you think that there is a reason for that? That maybe a certain religion is still waiting for a Messiah, and another religion said this is the Messiah.
Yeah, the problem is when you go and read the prophecies in the Hebrew Bible, it turns out that Jesus didn't fulfill a single one of those, not even one.
That's a matter of contentious debate, and I would say that it's also historical and considerate that there were reasons why some of these prophecies were weaved into the New Testament. So you would have to look at each and every one individually, and then there is for each and every one in academia
a study on the historical accuracy of whether or not this was just added in as a literary device or if it actually happened. But the reason for the prophecies being woven into the New Testament is to let everybody know that Jesus is the
Right. Obviously, Christians want Jesus to be the Messiah. Okay, that's kind of the whole point of Christianity. But when you read the prophecies in the Hebrew Bible, it turns out he didn't fulfill any of those things. And I've only looked at a few of them, but it seems like in each case that I actually looked at, where I compared prophecies in the Hebrew Bible versus the ones that are in the Christian Bible, is that each, there's one about, I think it's in Isaiah 53 is the one that Christians like to point to a lot. But it turns out like the entire context of the entire chapter is about Israel. It's about Israel. It's not about Jesus. Like there's another one about Jesus or like the most born of a virgin. But when you go and read that same scripture in the Hebrew Bible, it doesn't say virgin at all. It just says a pregnant young woman. Or there's another one where it says what's the one about a king will be coming into the land riding on a donkey. I mean, anybody who's ridden a donkey has fulfilled part of that prophecy. Literally anybody. But the rest of the prophecy also says that this person that rides in on the donkey will both be a king. And Jesus was never a king in Israel. Not even for like 1 minute was he a king who ruled over Israel. So he didn't fulfill that. What's the other one? The other one about that one is that the Messiah is supposed to bring peace to the land. Jesus never did that. So it's just every time I look at these things, Jesus didn't fulfill a single one of these.
Yeah. Well, I guess that's that.
That's right. We're done.
Yep. Checkmate, Christian.
Wait, Agamemnon, you're not a Christian, are you? Of
course I am. I'm a Catholic.
You're a Catholic. Do you pray?
Yep.
What does that mean? What happens then?
Honey Badger, you're out of questions for the day, dude. You have to make arguments.
You need a timeout, Honey Badger.
Well, I had a long time out. I left the room and came back.
You only
if you're scared, I'll just shut up.
Questions per day in this room.
Yeah, if you're afraid, I'll just remain quiet.
Well, how come you can never just make an argument?
When I get the time, I'll carry on that conversation with.
I think the answer is nothing happens after he prays.
Yeah, like when he tells God what to do for him, he just waits and then nothing.
I just don't think people actually read the book. They develop all these philosophical, theological versions of things that don't really tie.
Regal, you broke my heart yesterday, bro. Do what now?
You broke my heart.
What? Boot you out of the room?
Yeah, man, you broke my heart.
All right, bye-bye.
You invite Jason up here. Jason's saying interesting things.
Elliot, are you a biblical scholar?
Let's go.
Hello, Elliot.
Yeah, what up, Con?
Hey, what's up? Are you a biblical scholar?
No, I'm not a biblical scholar.
Are you like well studied, or you like at least like an academic of sorts?
Of sorts?
Yeah.
No.
Have you taken?
I would say though
on hermeneutics and biblical history and interpretation. Have you done any of?
No. I think what is fair to say though, I think it is fair to say that I have read more of the Bible than many Christians. I think that's probably pretty.
That seems like an unfalsifiable claim. What are we supposed to do with that information? Hello?
I don't even. Did you hear anything outside of the?
Yeah, I just heard you make an unfalsifiable claim, and I was just wondering, what do we do with that information?
Yeah, why should anybody think that Jesus is the Messiah?
That seems like a separate issue from your claim about reading the Bible more than the average Christian. What was that about? Is what I'm asking you. What was that about? Are you trying to establish some sort of?
I don't think people want to hear about that shit anymore.
Are you trying to establish some sort of superiority? Hello. Okay.
No, he's trying to make a compelling argument that, like, even the case of, like, God's foreknowledge, he's asking, like, where in the Bible are you going to find this? So essentially, he's saying, or claiming at least, now when you go in here and you look at specific things, if you're talking about prophetic things, they don't say or give clarification as to, like, God's foreknowledge. And then he's skeptical about certain prophecies that, like, lay the foundation for, like, the coming Messiah, and he's giving, like, his critique on it. So, am I steel manning you correctly, Elliot?
Kinda.
If there's anything I got messed up, if you just give concrete a little bit more, and then I don't know if you want to start a conversation with him or not.
No, I don't really care that much. My point was like that. I think that and Muslims do this shit too. They'll read the book, and they'll draw something from it that it doesn't actually say. They want thing, but like when you go and read it, it doesn't actually say that. You know, like where it doesn't, like the Bible does not just, like I use this as my example. The Bible does not talk about God's like taxonomy of knowledge. You know, it doesn't say that he has what is it? There's middle, there's free, and natural. You know, that's not in the Bible anywhere. Nowhere to be found.
I mean, this is kind of like why I was trying to explain to you earlier, like about this concept of like doctrinal development and adhering to like liturgy and tradition on the basis of the Catholic Church. So, like, for an example, like the whole, like as I gave this example earlier, like the Holy Trinity is like a development of some sort based on, you know, what the priors are, how they correlate with the New Testament. And then they're having like discussions and arguments as to like what to compile and canonize in the Bible as a whole. You know, what's considered heresy, what's considered not, on the basis of this or that or the other thing. So, no, you're not going to find like this like verbatim thing that you're searching for, essentially, when it comes down to that, because of, I would say, doctrinal development. I just, like I said, I don't have like a, you know, I'm like kind of in the middle of doing something right now, so I can't really get overly committed to the conversation.
Yo, did you kick that guy?
Yes, I did.
Have you ever heard of the Stanford Prison Experiment?
Okay, you can go hang out with him too. By the way, if any of you guys want to change the topic or talk about something else, whatever the case is.
Wait, is everyone actually quiet?
Yeah. Everybody's
Wow.
cool at the moment.
What were you guys talking about that everyone is so quiet?
I don't know. Elliot was kind of bringing up like some issues with God's like foreknowledge. Kitty wanted to kind of debate that, but then she left because I made Bob a mod, but I can't be fucking married to my phone all day. Like I got other things I got to do. I can't sit next to my fucking phone while it's charging. Like I'm almost at the point where I'm just gonna end the fucking room and say, "Hey, everybody, go to Andrew's room." I'll like that's kind of what I'm about to fucking do. You know, then they're getting mad because of the mods that I'm picking, and I'm like, it's too fucking bad. Like, it's, you know, pick a fucking lane and stay in it.
Yeah, you should make Elliot a mod just to while he left. Well, even Piper is quiet.
Well, it seems like everybody was having plenty fun today. Everybody was getting them.
Yeah, it was fun. Yeah, especially in the beginning, actually, it was a good room. Thank you for hosting.
Yeah, no problem, no problem. That's why
I know it sucks sometimes when people are modded that, when you open up a room and everyone is like complaining, it sucks, but I think in the end, everyone is grateful.
Yeah, no doubt. I think I'm gonna smoke a stogie before I get back to it. Yeah, I don't know. I want everybody to have fun. I want everybody to kind of chimp out a little bit, do a little bit of the blood sport debate, and then, you know, be serious. And, you know, I don't know, dude. This should be fun. It shouldn't be fucking.
Yeah, I agree.
You know, fucking something that's miserable. Honest, that's how a lot of these people in here met me. You know, as being very, very blood sporty there. As being fucking really.
Everyone is.
As being a bad Christian.
Wait, Aga, are you a neuroscientist?
No, definitely not.
Oh.
Definitely not.
Why definitely?
Yeah, I work in the janitorial business. Mostly on my floors.
Why are you laughing, Piper?
The way he said it was just funny. You could have just said, I'm a janitor. Like, I work at the janitorial business.
Well, I don't know, man. I'd rather work for myself and clean houses than fucking wipe somebody's ass as a CNA or something.
There's nothing wrong with being a janitor. It's just he said it funny.
No, nothing wrong.
Plus, also, he used to claim to work in applied sciences, so that's also why it's a little, it's a little bit.
Yes, in the science of mopping floors.
Well, Ape and CM started to accuse me of not being in neuroscience, and so I asked how much of he believes in his own words, and I said I will bet a lot of money to prove you. And then once they got a little bit of the proof, they backtracked. They were, oh, you cannot pay the $2,000. You bet you're a neuroscientist. Yes, I can. And and then see out. So if you see him, he has to pay me $2,000. Although, like, I will not
Do you have proof that you're a neuroscientist? Is that what you're saying?
I do.
Can I say?
I don't really know you.
Oh, okay, but you're willing to give it to some losers on the internet.
No, we had a third person. I agree, they are losers. We have a third person that is like indirectly my colleague. So this person proved it. Like, this person knows my research group. I know his research group. So.
Cool. Into like neurosurgery or fucking you gonna be a brain surgeon or you doing psychiatry?
No, yeah, I do surgery in animals, but I switched to computational because I don't like to experiment on animals.
What's your thesis? What do you research? What do you guys research?
I'm not gonna talk more than this. Sorry. This is a large stage, and if I say too much, because it's a very niche topic, you will be able to find me.
Okay, I guess I have a question for you. Have you heard of subplate neuron?
Sorry, what?
Have you heard of subplate neurons?
No.
Okay.
Oh, what is it?
It's supposed to be a precursor to the cerebral cortex in human fetuses. It's supposed to be something that's present prior to the 23rd weeks. That has the same organization, like the 6-layered cortical structure. Sorry, very similar to the 6-layered cortical structure, except we don't call it a cortex. We call it a subplate.
Oh, okay. No, not really into the development stuff before my master's in nanotech. Hey, Keegan. So you're another janitor then.
Yep. The relevance of this question is people often presuppose that fetuses are not conscious prior to the 23rd week.
Yeah, I was here. I agree everything you said. So, like, we will not have an interesting conversation. Whether they are conscious or not, I don't care. I'm just fully against abortion. I don't care if it's not alive or it's alive. I don't care. Have responsibility and have every action has consequences and you have to cope with it.
I just think even if you take typical presuppositions neuroscientists have, like take global workspace theory or integrated information theory or recursive consciousness theory. These theories, a fetus prior to the 23rd weeks should become, because I mean, we can go into each individual theory, but each individual theory entails the fetus prior to 23 weeks should possess consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know why people make this arbitrary cutoff at the 20 feet, but I suppose it has, like, they just have their political biases. Like, magically Roe versus Wade cuts off, says you can perform abortions prior to viability.
Yeah.
And magically consciousness is supposed to emerge exactly at that exact moment.
Consciousness emerges exactly at the point of viability.
Yeah, why would consciousness emerge at the point of viability? Go ahead, Piper.
I'm asking, who do you think says that?
Well, it's just a common assumption among people that the viability is generally the
I don't think it's a common assumption.
It's generally viability is supposed to be around like 22 to 23 weeks. Also, magically, consciousness is supposed to be.
Yeah, but who makes that assumption? Why do you think that's a common assumption?
Okay, who makes the assumption? Okay, just type into Google.
Right, so now you're going to give up on justifying that claim. All right, you're a very serious person.
You're not an honest interlocutor. Sorry.
You saying that is fucking hilarious.
Okay, when do you think consciousness emerges?
Why the fuck are you asking me some question to divert attention away from the fact that you couldn't justify your claim?
Okay, I don't want to justify my claims to you.
Yes, you're a fucking loser.
I've heard
You're a
multiple
fucking loser who can't justify anything you say because you're a dumbass. You're fucking ideologically motivated. You're like a waste of fucking oxygen.
Countdown to Piper crash out.
Yeah, I don't think insulting you is me crashing out.
Do you live in Hungary?
Yeah.
Or are you happy with the change, or you're not so happy?
No, definitely not happy. I'm sort of not an Orban fan, but the guy who came afterwards, Magyar Péter, he's a wife abuser. He beat his own wife. Yeah, he beat his wife with a belt, and then he recorded his own wife and then used it to blackmail her. He's just a terrible person.
Oh wow! And everyone is cheering for him. That's crazy.
Yeah, he's a complete narcissist, wife beater.
Especially the liberals in Europe.
Yeah, of course it doesn't matter, but like he's just politically convenient, and of course they're just going to support whatever candidate is politically expedient for them.
Isn't that what politics is?
Yeah, well, liberals are going to support a wife beater. What a surprise!
No, but like, what's the difference between like supporting any political candidate, right, and supporting them for politically expedient reasons? They're going to support them for non-politically expedient reasons.
Presumably, you're going to have moral compunctions against supporting somebody who beats their wife with a belt.
Yeah, but that's not incompatible with supporting politicians for politically
Are you going to crash out again, Piper?
What at all indicates to you that I'm crashing out, you buffoon?
You have, it's just an inductive case. It's like...
Okay, so because I insulted you in the past, then you, like when I'm talking completely normally, you go, are you going to crash out? Because, once again, you don't actually have a response to anything I'm saying.
Okay, your crash out is imminent. You already started doing it, right?
More non-substantive fucking garbage from you. Just like a waste of oxygen.
The F words, the no lack of impulse control.
Saying the word fuck is not a crash out, you moron. Like the fake laughter when you're nervous is like...
It's not a fake laughter. I think you're funny.
No, it's very obvious that it's fake laughter. Like you're like actively forcing the sound to leave your fucking lungs. It's so fucking obvious.
Take it how you will.
But this is a little weird. Like, come on.
Anyway, Magyar Péter is a terrible person. So anyway, I live in a part of the town, a part of the city where it's like ground zero for his supporters. Apparently, they had this huge party, like, I don't know, 50,000 people all night. And I was trying to go to sleep. And there were just like people yelling, screaming, smashing wine bottles. I was going to work in the morning, and they were like, the whole city is just a mess. Bottles everywhere, people randomly running through the street.
Boring and stupid.
Yeah. So, yeah, I
whine about fucking people.
It was quiet before. You didn't come up with a topic, so like I'm trying to at least.
Yeah, come up with something that's listenable. For God's sake.
This is listenable. I was interested. What about
You're interested in Agamemnon whining about a party? I'm not.
Yes.
To be honest with you, so.
As a fellow European, I am.
Well, I mean, your IQ is about as room temperature as I can.
All right.
Why am I not surprised?
You don't have
It
proof
doesn't
of that.
surprise me that Piper would support a wife beater.
You think I support the fucking backyard guy? He's a conservative. God, you're such a fucking idiot. Holy fuck.
You think he's a conservative?
You're like, honestly, like, you're like
Okay,
when
this
the
is
guy
also
when
not
the guy who fucking like voices Patrick the Star dies, like that character on SpongeBob, they should just get you because like your IQ and the IQ of the Star are about at the same level.
All right, can you go on mute now?
No.
Pretty please.
No.
Why? This is what women do to each other.
What's your obsession with me being trans? Like why?
You're
is
not
that
a trans. You're not. You're just trolling.
Oh, okay. Well, so what's your obsession with that though?
I just don't believe you. You're trolling.
No. But like every time I talk, you get like this obsession with me being trans.
Not every time. You're
Like literally every time. Your only response to me ever is to make some comment about me being trans.
Not true.
Because she's a whore.
Literally, it is true.
Anyway, okay, what about the bottles?
You have like a weird fetish or something? Is that
I'm
it?
going to continue talking about the interesting anecdote about the bottles. Yeah, there are plenty of bottles on the roads.
This is interesting.
Yes, it is.
That's
Trying
like
to go to work.
extremely sad that you find this interesting. It's like unbelievably fucking sad.
Act like a woman.
Imagine it. I almost drove over a broken bottle.
Who cares?
Oh, I'm sorry for
You
that.
do? You're still here.
Care? No, I certainly don't
It's sad to see a country that is so well civilized.
No, I enjoy filibustering your garbage more than I enjoy leaving.
Okay, though. Now you admit that's what you do. You just filibuster conversations.
No, I filibuster stupid fucking garbage from you. Like, that's not an admission that I, in general, filibuster conversations. That's another print on your fucking part, you endless fucking monkey.
You either this is what you do. You either crash out.
This is what you do.
Filibuster conversations.
Yeah, it's not really
what you do.
Or you rage quit.
Fake laughter.
Rage quit.
Right on cue. Fake laughter. Forced chuckle. Right on cue.
You rage quit like you rage quit against Gavin.
Dude, every time you talk to me, you find some point in the conversation to go, I don't even want to talk to you anymore. Like, do you even, like, have a brain stem? Like, well, what is this, dude? Like, the dumbest person I ever met. Like, honestly, I think, like, the intellect of John Lee and Matt Adams, like, individually trounces yours.
That's pretty bad. Hey, Andrew.
Hey, Gray, how?
I'm well. Just like.
Oh no, I just listening to these horrible people. Not Piper, but these two horrible people. Just like.
Yeah.
Why you rather listen to Shameless?
No, he's also a horrible person.
Oh, okay, because somebody's in love with him.
See, this is how I know you're a horrible person.
Yeah.
I don't even know why they allow you on stage. I mean, you're that off.
And because you know these rooms are like cultivated so that horrible people get in, obviously.
Yeah, but the fun one, you know, ones you can have fun with, ones you can like. This is not even fun. They're just straight up.
No, but it's like most like internet morons are not the kind you can have fun with. So like the ones that you can are like diamonds in the rough, you know. So it's just like whenever you open the room to like, you know, sub-room temperature IQ fucking dipshit, there's always going to be a chance that like, or put it this way, the probability that you're going to get a thing that's like just boring and stupid, right, rather than something that's funny is like pretty high.
Okay, projection.
See, like that.
Yeah, that brain dead.
projection.
Oh.
We were talking about the election of Hungary, which is like a.
No, you weren't. You're talking about Agamemnon running over glass with his car.
Yes, but why? Yeah, maybe if you have listened.
You should ask yourself that.
Maybe if you have listened, you would understand why.
No, I listened to the entire conversation. Unfortunately,
Can you go on be horrible with her somewhere else, Abby? Because you're just.
I was here before you as well.
I was here for.
Did Aga run away?
He had probably had things.
Is it janitorial things? I like whenever he said that. Like he couldn't just say janitor.
Did Piper run away?
Yes, anytime anybody leaves the room for any reason, it's running away.
Exactly.
Yes.
I planted over 50 cucumber plants today.
Holy cow!
Yeah.
You must fucking love cucumbers. What the hell?
Well, I want some to like grow in the kitchen. Is that weird? But like, I have like this huge window.
Wait, do you pickle? Do you pickle them sometimes?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
And tomato sauce and stuff like that. So I've got basil going. I've got oregano going.
Oh, see,
I've got peppers, tomatoes.
Once you do that, you can't buy it from the store ever again.
No, I generally don't. Like even spaghetti sauces and all that stuff.
Homegrown stuff is just so free.
It is. And there's something really like cathartic and like therapeutic about plants.
It's weird. I grew up around that. I don't have this natural inclination or desire to do it, but my mom, gosh, she did it so much when I was growing up. Kind of mad that I don't have a desire to do that.
I think it's interesting. Like, I think there's a push for it nowadays with the economy being what it is. And
oh gosh, yeah.
Where people are wanting to have like backyard chickens and gardens and stuff. And I think that that's generally like a good thing, even though the economy is shit. You know,
I didn't realize
we should be growing our own
until I lived around them in a house I lived in for about 6 months. I did not realize what actual egg machines those things are. They pop out so many goddamn eggs. I thought it was more like a once a week kind of thing, but they're like every day.
Oh yeah, a good layer will lay about 2 eggs a day.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and then if they're like brooding or older, they'll kind of, you'll see them go down to like 1 a day to none.
That's nuts. No, I had a great time in that house. So I was actually kind of doing that kind of stuff with the girl I was sharing the house with, a really, really good friend of mine. Growing all sorts of stuff. We can't dig ditches when the chickens are around though, because God, they're just they're waiting for you to. Once you get a good trench in, they're just in there, just picking everywhere they can find out, and then they won't get out of the.
Yeah, they'll also like to dig themselves and like nest in there, and then they'll also like they can get out. Like if you dig trenches, that like they'll go underneath fences.
Oh yeah.
You know, after a while.
Yeah, when people say that men and women that are friends that aren't related can't cohabitate, they're completely wrong. Without ended up being romantic.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. I think that if you can't really, I don't know how you could be friends with an ex, though. If it's an ex, like if you've had those sexual like things and you are in a relationship and trying to keep friends, I don't know, like.
Well, I don't think you can necessarily be like regular friends, like, you know, seeing each other a lot, but I still think you can be friendly with each.
Yeah, but there's definite boundaries.
Yeah, it's difficult to go back to, you know, just casual after you. Oh, listen! Look at the text chat. These psychopaths are freaking out because we're having a normal human conversation.
Ecclesiastes is like the definition of like a text bit.
I mean, just as like two humans having normal conversation, they're just like.
I don't think I've ever really heard Ecclesiastes.
Yeah, because they're a text bitch. They whine in the chat. That's all they do.
Yeah, maybe you should try.
Maybe I should try whining in the chat.
Yeah, stay there.
Why would I try that?
Nobody wants to hear your
Come on, you gotta
voice.
formulate good comebacks, okay?
Nobody wants to hear your manly voice.
Out
That's
that
why.
nonsense, you know?
Hey, Piper. No, you, Piper.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's most of what she says back.
She actually sounds like she's a little sad, a little hurt right now.
I'm not sad. I just can't believe like this girl Gray.
I mean, you have to be
calls
sad
me
on some
nonsense, and
level to like freak
Pat
your kid
sends
as
her
probably as much.
Pat sent her nudes to one of the most racist.
About that kind of shit.
I have business.
You have no
yes.
business talking about
do
that
not
kind of shit.
do not ever.
Especially
You wanted to silence me.
You're a fucking horrible person.
You want to silence me. You want to silence me. I silence you.
No business talking about that.
I have business.
You have no business.
She attacks me, and I attack her back.
You need to shut the fuck up. You're a horrible person.
I don't.
You're a horrible fucking person.
I am horrible.
Yeah, so shut the fuck up.
And she should shut the fuck up too.
No. She has every right to talk.
Okay, then I have every right to
talk. She's not talking about anything about your life.
Are you being a misogynist?
She's not talking anything personal.
Are you being a misogynist?
No, I'm being a friend, a good friend to another person, and you're a piece of shit.
Why do these like weird fucking schizo
Why are you
like
nudes to a racist Holocaust denier?
Traditionalists.
Why are you sending nudes while being married? Why are you sending nudes while having children?
Social issues.
Why do you have saggy tits?
What business is that of yours, you piece of shit?
Just wondering why do you fake outrage about racism and Holocaust and all that, and then send a nudes? And send a nude. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Everyone who's on Discord knows. That's why Andricus has to stick up for you.
No, I'm just sticking up for her because you're a shitty person.
No. You know exactly what I was talking about when I said shame us.
Well, you can keep me. I don't really care about your opinion.
It's not a lie. Everyone knows it on Discord.
Yeah, see, you're just horrible.
It did happen.
No.
Even if it did, who cares?
That's why
even if it did, who
no,
cares?
then don't fake outrage about racism on Holocaust deniers.
What?
We need fake outrage.
Or anti-Semitism.
Like, what do you mean fade outrage?
Please. You have an idea who Seamus was, and you sent nudes to him.
No, I never did.
Yes, you did. You're denying it right now. You did. Everyone knows it.
And you have no business.
No, don't speak outrage about anti-Semitism and racism when you send
just like
you have no business talking about
I
that.
have business when she fake outrage. She wants to cancel me. I will cancel you.
You are.
No, it's cute that she has a fake outrage about racism and anti-Semitism.
of her being a racist.
Yes, I'm gonna keep on going. No, it's not. I own it.
Then you're disagreeing
I'm not
with
doing
what I
fake
said.
outrage. I don't do fake outrage.
I'm a racist.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go cry around.
Look at Andrew leaving. Look at Andrew.
I don't care.
Yourself, right? And you go, no,
because people have business to do outside of Clubhouse, Andrew.
Look at Andrew leaving in the.
That's literally what you just used before, and Gray, it's very cute. You're going around outrage. Yeah, and you have 2 children you should take care of, and you're like an adult that you literally didn't take care of. Yes, and
yes, you're gonna lies about shit that you don't know because you have nothing else.
You fake outrage about racism and anti-Semitism, and then you sent nudes. You sent nudes to men who are just that.
Imagine like trying to come for somebody because they called you a racist.
I don't care. Yes, I come. Mm-hmm. And I will come.
Imagine being.
You are.
I'm gonna report it.
You are feeding and report me. I don't care. I'll make a new account.
Imagine being that like low level of a fucking like scum on the face of your.
It's very cute that you have fake outrage. It's not garbage light. Everyone knows about it. That's why they have to stick up for you. They have to stick up for you.
Yeah, this is stupid. Can someone manage this shit? What you guys get me for Christmas?
Maybe the outrage.
Did you get me anything for Christmas?
Fake.
Maybe Gray will give you a nude.
Oh yeah. Dude, I need some tits.
Well, too bad it's saggy
day
there.
right now.
Oh,
I like saggy tits.
Maybe be a bit more racist and anti-Semitic. Maybe we'll send you some because she did send somebody else and fake out.
What am I walking into here?
She's mad because I called her out once for being a bigoted racist, and now she's coming after me with garbage lies because she feels attacked. So because I called out her racism, and then now she's spreading garbage lies.
It's not a lie. Everyone on this.
This is literally called her.
I don't care. What are you gonna do? Then she should stop harassing me. She should stop harassing me. If you tell your friend, I don't care. She did.
Harass me just by being here.
Oh my gosh! Like she can handle it. Why don't you let us just fight it out? And why do you have to butt in?
Because that's what Fred.
And Piper wants to come in too. Okay. Like Piper is some woman apparently.
Is this like, is this something you want to do, or is this like, do you guys really want to do this?
No, I'd rather have you just shut up about it.
Dude, they're grown women. They can make up their mind. They're grown adults.
She should not be spreading garbage lies.
I'm not lying. Everyone on this group knows you did this.
No.
Yes. No, that's why your name is Sadness.
I gave myself that name.
No, it's not.
Yeah, no, I did. I gave myself that name. If you were there and you knew the story, then maybe you wouldn't have these garbage lies to spew out of your mouth. Because you have nothing else, right? Whenever I call you out on your racism, and you were actually being racist, and then you actually say, oh yeah, because I'm a racist person, and then you want to harass me with lies?
And you literally
what's
said
outrage? Yourself and
you literally said the N-word in my room.
Why do you have outrage against me for being a self-admitted racist after I called you racist? Why would you?
You have said the N-word in my room. Stop being a fake outrage person.
I never said the N-word in your room.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
No.
Yes, you did.
Where's the recording?
I'm not gonna record people. Why would I record people?
Yeah, you wouldn't want to record yourself because you're actually racist.
No, I will never record anyone on this in any room. Why would I do that? See, only shows your character that you are recording people, and that is kind of low of you.
Why? It's an app.
Because why would I record people without consent?
Can I make a concession here?
Automatically assume and
Abby,
have an expectation that whenever you get on the internet that
right.
you're possibly being recorded.
I like both of you being here. You both seem to contribute. You have good points to make. Can we try to hash this out?
Yeah, I can hash it out.
All right, thank you. I would definitely appreciate
if she
that.
stops spewing garbage lies and stops being a fucking racist, maybe we can get along. But
the replays are not on, Enricus. If the replays were on, I would have gladly provided her, but the replays were not on.
But you're saying, how dare you record when so many rooms have...
Andrew gets...
Yeah, but that's a different story.
Let's leave it alone, dude. Let's not keep it going, dude.
I said something...
I'm not gonna record...
I'm getting the concession here. They're both chilling out, dude. Like,
I'm done with this conversation anyway.
Yeah, let's be fucking, like, grown people. Like,
right, but it wasn't about...
be beyond that.
We weren't talking about gray anymore. We were talking about a different...
Let's go beyond this. Like, we shouldn't be fighting, dude. We should be having fun with this. It should be fun. We shouldn't be having fun at someone else's expense.
That's half of what happens here.
Who we making fun of? Viper?
Oh, we're not making fun
No,
of anybody.
about Gray.
Oh. Okay.
Holy shit, fucking Piper exited center stage left.
Piper pops in and out all the time.
Right. All right. Well, does anybody want to, get this party started, or are we good today? What do you guys want to do?
Yeah. So, Andricus, are you saying that the grounding of all being is the universe itself? That's the stage itself? And it satiates all states of affair?
Possibly.
Well, what else could it possibly be?
I don't know.
Are you just saying God?
No, it doesn't entail saying God when you say I don't know.
Well, what if it has all the characteristics of being a God?
I mean, that's there again. All the characteristics of being a god. I mean, that's going to be a moving target. How many different sets of criteria do you think there are for what constitutes?
You could just say the sun itself is God.
Why would I say that?
No, I'm saying anybody could. That could be their criteria. So I'm just.
It just seems like a misapplication. It just seems like a misapplication of them.
Well, why are you so fixed on it just being explained through the Christian God? I mean, are you only saying God could be explained through the Christian God?
I'm not saying that.
I hope you're not saying that.
There's all sorts, like I said, there's all sorts of different conceptions of God. I just don't think using that word to just mean something besides something that has power.
I remember Gray telling me once, and she was being really honest, and she's like, if I had a God, it would be the sun. The sun itself would be a god.
Yeah.
Wait, I never said that.
I believe.
God also seems to entail,
I never said that.
God also seems to entail like some kind of like worship structure or something like that too. So I don't think that's necessary to use that word. Just to say that something is like the reason that existence is, if you're not assigning it all this bunch of other characteristics, I just don't see the reason to point it.
Oh, so it needs a personality?
But it seems like when we say a god, it seems like we're talking about something that we're ascribing with that kind of property.
So if it's a distant god or a very like a Gray again, she's got all these great zingers. She said to me about pantheism.
I mean, if you want to reduce it down,
pantheism, but I've never said anything about the sun.
I mean, if you want to reduce the word God down to just meaning the reason for existence, I mean, that could that could encapsulate a bunch of natural explanations too that don't necessarily entail a bunch of other properties typically associated with the word God. Just the reason for existence wouldn't, mean it's something that needs to be worshipped or something that has intention or anything like that. So that's why it's weird, because there's this weird dividing point between a bunch of dividing points actually between what people mean when they say the word God. So I don't know, it just seems too generic of a term, and it seems to have too much baggage, right, from more sophisticated, complicated concepts than just like something that's the reason for existence. So I don't know. It just seems like a different word should be used, or that word shouldn't be applied.
Well, naturalism doesn't answer those questions either. So
I'm not
sure
saying
why you're expecting it.
Saying naturalism is like an exhaustive explanation, right?
Oh, okay. So then you can be okay with the God not having personality, or maybe a really boring personality.
I just don't care to use the word God because it's just got too much stigma attached to it.
No, but I'm saying when I use the word God, he has to have a sense. What does he have to have? He has to have a being. He has to be a person.
Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm asking you. Because if I said God is just a mechanism.
Typically that's what it has meant for so many different concepts. So it seems like when you start reducing it down and down and down and down and down to get rid of those so you can just describe something that's the reason for existence at that point, it just doesn't really have any meaning, really any deep meaning anymore to it. I don't know, it just seems like a misapplication of a word that's been used in such a different way for so.
What do you mean for such a long time? You've only been around for like 50 years.
Yeah. My life is the encapsulation of the time period that humans have used the word God. Yeah. I mean, I even said before, dude, Megatron, that if it came down to it, that there was a being, right, that was powerful and smart, that created everything, but it didn't really have any of the other attributes. Like, it wasn't like holy and righteous and didn't have all these intentions and behavioral demands and a penal system, an eternal penal system and all that kind of stuff. It was just like a thing that made things. I might still have questions for it and say, why did you do it this way or whatever, but it just doesn't seem, just seems inconsequential. A naturalistic explanation versus that, just, I don't know. It just doesn't really have much weight.
Yeah. You wouldn't be interested in speaking to somebody that says the sun is their God.
It just seems, I don't know, it just seems weird.
Like a God.
Uh-huh.
Like a God.
In what way?
Gives life.
I think it gives energy and element for life, but I don't think it's the actual
gives us
cause.
Gives us light.
Yeah, of course.
Gives us guidance.
Gives us what?
Guidance.
Diamonds?
Guidance.
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding what you're saying.
Guidance, like it guides us.
Diamonds. Like
no,
diamonds. What the?
Not diamonds. No. Takes a long time to
go. Diamond.
Like we could see, we could, do things. We're not going to do things at night when the animals are out.
Are you interested in people using the word God, no matter what they're describing about the origins of life and the origins of the universe, because you want to keep the conversation kind of pointed back towards this traditional use of the word God, so you can kind of say, maybe you actually do believe this. I mean, what's the interest in keeping the word God used when people actually mean something completely?
Well, because I talk to Jews and Muslims and stuff, and we have a different understanding with the God of Abraham.
Yeah,
even though we're keeping in that framework.
There's a lot of similarities between those.
Even though we're staying in that framework, if someone brings a different framework up, I'm sure we'd all have questions. For one person, I would say, I'm not so sure about you. What do you mean?
What kind of conversation an atheist would have when somebody says that the sun is their God?
I just asked you what you meant by that. So what do you mean I wouldn't have a question?
Would you have questions? Let's say I believe the sun.
That's a weird thing. I asked a question, like, would you have questions? And I asked a question.
You don't like to argue with someone who doesn't have a God where the omni properties are not put in play. We can give like morality questions and stuff like that.
No, I mean that's a version of God that's can be interesting to talk about, but I mean there's plenty of other God models. I mean the other what I'm saying is that it seems that as far as like human interaction, how humans act in the world, behave, socially, what they how they interact politically, seems to be more and more affected the more codified, deeply codified the God concept gets. So if somebody just has like a kind of a real deistic or something simpler than that, it just doesn't seem to have much bearing on the rest of life. Or maybe they can translate that as like we're from the same source, so I should treat you the same.
The rules and norms that you appeal to as an atheist, I can just appeal them to the God that I believe in.
You can appeal to a number of different gods.
Well, yeah, my God could just be the sun, and the way you understand morality and the way things fall into place, I'll just say, yeah, God didn't really leave rules, and he just left it up to us, right?
Yeah, it's kind of a deism concept. Yeah.
Well, not deism, because I'm not saying anything scientific just yet.
That's not scientific.
I'm just looking at what I observe.
It's a model of God. It's kind of a laissez-faire God, kind of a hands-off God.
Yeah, but they use like science and stuff, right? The deism, don't they use like science to move?
Not that I'm aware of, not just to have.
Well, if they're going to say the universe is God,
I mean,
that's give you evidence for the universe.
I don't think deists say that the universe is God.
Yeah, the universe is God. Yeah, and then he made the universe.
Deism,
and then he effed off, right?
No, that's not
it's an
deism.
External entity. Deism still points to some kind of an external entity.
That's like
all right. So he created the universe. All right. So he created the universe, and then he just effed off.
Or he's just sitting back, munching on chips, watching the whole thing, not really involved.
He's just not involved.
Yeah.
So whether if he died, or he's not coming back, or he's just watching.
Yeah, you wouldn't really. There wouldn't really be any distinction between those two.
Yeah. Okay. So what? How is that different from the model of atheism? How far away is that?
I kind of made that point a little while ago. It's really not. So it just seems inconsequential if you have that kind of a belief. I don't really have a problem with people that have beliefs in those kind of gods. It still doesn't compel me to believe that kind of a God actually exists. But those kind of people it doesn't seem to affect how they interact with the world in the same way that a Christian or a Islamic God or anything like that, which you're getting more deep into like a whole like a complete worldview kind of thing with behavioral prescriptions and punishments for
Okay.
And that's why I think we spend more time talking about those particular gods, because those gods seem to have a lot more import onto how humans behave. And whenever people start saying the things, well, you don't ever talk about the other gods a lot if you think such a way. It's like, well, there's very few. I mean, there's other religions in the United States. I mean, you got Baha'i, you've got all the subversion, weird versions. But the one that seems to most heavily influence the greatest part of our population is definitely some variation of Christianity. So I think that's why, and even in a lot of the modern Western world, that's the case. So I think that's why that's the one we end up talking about most. Islam is affecting us too, but I don't know. I just find Islam so fucking boring. Just it's on a level of ridiculousness that's so far beyond Christianity. I just don't even find it something worth talking.
I think it's because they say things like 3 gods, or and then like they never prove it, and then it just gets into some sort of we don't even know what they're talking about, and I understand sometimes it does get really ridiculous, because even for an atheist, they understand that the Christian model. Oh, it does get a little exhaustive.
Yeah. If I think that would change if somehow some version of Sharia somehow for whatever crazy fluke started establishing itself in some community on a broad scale and spread or whatever, then I think we'd definitely be talking about it a lot more. But right now, it just doesn't have the social impact to make us really consider it. I think locally they have some kind of Sharia. Yeah, like neighborhood, like neighborhood-based stuff like that. Yeah, but
as far as anything bigger than that, I'm not so sure. I think they need a caliphate or something like that. Who knows?
Yeah, well, the American systems that are in place just wouldn't allow that. I think I think America is still pretty tolerant as far as allowing cultures to have some kind of self-governing to a certain extent in that way, but they're not going to let an entire city or a state
everything is research and development for assimilation. Assimilate. This is the model. Yeah. That's just they have to accept that if they move to the United States. Yeah. So I mean, them being were they up in Detroit?
Dearborn. That's one of the big places.
Yeah, let them.
I mean, they've been there for quite a while now, and you heard. There were some stories that circulated a few years back about there being some conflicts, but I don't really hear about that.
Some white boy going out there and
causing a ruckus at the street festival.
Yeah, which is unnecessary to do.
Right.
A little embarrassing.
Yeah,
I guess it goes both ways, right? They do it for the media. The hype.
The news media runs off of sensationalism and
bonsai.
What was the way it was described?
Growing.
Humans naturally have an instinct to want to look at train wrecks, just how we're wired, so we can avoid those things. And the media is not unfamiliar with that. That's why you see so much negative information in the.
Oh yeah, we love those.
Yep. And you have one little segment at the end, a little happy, the world is a nice place, and it's like one little story tucked in at the end of an hour-long broadcast about how the world is falling.
Just some pruning. Pretty soon, the candles. Oh, look, my candles already started.
I have a question.
Sure.
What would your all stop be on, like somebody like myself, that if I don't believe the Earth is spherical, I think it's flat, and then Hold on. And then I think that thermonuclear weapons aren't a real thing because I've never seen them with my own eyes.
Well, I mean, you want to be careful with statements like that. I mean, you can count the fact.
Yeah, but
I'm answering you. You can hold the fact that you haven't seen something with your eyes as a reason among reasons to believe that it doesn't exist, but you can't say in virtue of that one, I think it doesn't exist, because that would just be a bad reason.
That it would, wouldn't it? It would make me automatic.
Yeah.
Okay.
It'd be an appeal.
That's Bartholog's position, actually, not mine.
Oh, is it?
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Is it? No, wait. What is the argument?
I can't fucking say that the Earth is fucking round because I've never fucking seen it. And I'm like, you can go get on the Blue Origin, and he's like, and I was like, what do you believe? Like, thermonuclear weapons don't exist, and he's like, oh, I've never fucking seen one. I seen an atom bomb, but
he's trolling.
No. He's doubled and tripled down on it.
That's what you don't know. But have you known Barth for a while?
Yeah, I've known Barth for like 5 years.
Yeah, he's a retard. He's a fully committed troll. He's
a complete utter idiot. Ask. Go ahead and ask him.
Oh, I've known Barth for a long time. I know the game. I know.
Barth, do you believe that thermonuclear weapons are a real thing? Come on, Barth. You gotta go hide in the closet because your wife's gonna yell at you now?
I mean, he does have a lot of kids.
Well, dude, it's funny when he goes in the closet or the bathroom and he's like whispering. He's like, fuck all you motherfuckers. I fucking hate you cocksuckers. Cocksuckers.
Yeah, the nuclear war, I mean, I don't think we have them like all lined up ready to go. Right?
Yeah. You said that you didn't believe they were real.
Yeah, I don't believe many of them are actually built and ready to go.
No. You said any of them. You said you don't believe that they.
Yeah, I don't think there's many countries that actually have them.
No, that's not your position. Your position, I made sure to get clarification. You believe that they don't exist. Is that accurate, Mark?
Well, I hope nobody else does either. So we're just pointing nothing at each other.
Yeah.
Do I think that they actually exist? I know I'm like a bit agnostic about this. I don't think they actually exist. Because even if we had a bomb, right? And I've looked at this, and let's just say it hit Manhattan, and it was 10 times what we hit on Hiroshima. So all of Manhattan would be flattened, right? And anything on the outskirts would burn up. And it would probably knock out most of the surrounding areas for 40 miles, 30 miles, 20 miles. But then
all that work you've been doing for the last 10, 20 years.
That's it. It's not going to take out huge sections like you guys are thinking. Like it's not as big as you guys think it is. Is it worth them spending that much money for that just to sit on the shelf like that?
The point is not.
I don't think it's worth it.
The point is not necessarily the blast radius. The point is what happens with the nuclear fallout, how it affects everybody for a long time after that.
Wait. So how much do you think the radiation of that?
I'd have to look at. I don't know the number.
That's what I'm trying to ask you.
That's
what I mean. Like these people just make stuff up about these things.
Well, you can just look at what happened in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. If you look at, you could just exponentially round that up. If they did, if they predict a blast happens in the city and then they look at weather patterns, okay, this is going to be how the fallout. They can literally draw a path of radiation death from that initial blast point, and it's going to extend for a very long. It's going to extend for very long.
A lot of people do this stuff, like they watch Star Trek, like atheists.
Wait,
Star Trek, and they think like, oh yeah, because Star Trek has stuff that's.
Bart, don't do that. You're going to trigger me. Don't make the second word track. Don't make the second word track.
Track. It's Trek.
It's Trek.
No, it's Trek.
Oh my God.
He's found my weakness.
Oh my God, chicken's so good. All right, good. I gotta eat, guys.
Yeah, you do that, bud. Star Trek.
So, hi guys. I was in the room. I've been in the room for about 10, 15 minutes or so. And I wanted to come up because somebody said Islam was boring or something like that.
Yeah, I did.
Born in what way?
Boring in that it doesn't really have any serious impact in my personal life or in much of my extended community or
Validity,
the country.
truth.
Yeah, that true. That too. It just doesn't have any compelling things that it says that give me pause, that make me go like, that could possibly be true. I mean, it borderlines on. I mean, Christianity is not different in a lot of ways, but Islam seems to have a higher ratio of things that are just absolutely ridiculous within its narrative. So I just don't even.
Wait, you don't believe that the sun sets in a muddy spring of water?
No, I don't believe sperm comes out the middle of your back either.
Between the ribs and the backbone,
It doesn't actually say. There's no verse stating that sperm comes from the back.
It does. It says between the male gushes forth the fluid that creates the baby, and it says it comes between the rib and the backbone. And then it says for the woman, it's behind the breastplate.
No, it's referring to the human being that comes between the loins and the backbone to the birth canal. That's what it's referring to.
No, it's not. It says the man's fluid gushing.
No, it doesn't. It says it extrudes or it comes forth.
Yeah, the man's fluid. Yeah, it says.
It doesn't say the man's fluid.
It does. Go read it again.
No, if you read the verses in context, which I've done, especially if you read it in Arabic.
So you don't. Okay, wait. Is this one of these you don't trust your scholars to transliterate it properly? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I go for the Arabic, and the Arabic says.
Okay. So the scholars that put all the parentheses and have 40, 50 years worth of scholarly training and stuff like that. They don't know what they're talking about, but some guy in Clubhouse actually knows what it really says.
I'll just go by the Arabic. The verse itself doesn't mention.
Wait, aren't you a revert too?
Can I finish, please?
Yeah, you're
the
a
verse
revert.
Itself, no, I'm not.
Crazy. Yeah, you are.
The verse okay, whatever. The verse itself does not mention the human being or the sperm.
It's a fluid. It's a man's fluid.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
You want me to bring it up?
And the context shows that it's referring to the human being. If you read the preceding and subsequent verses, it's talking about the human being.
No, it's talking about the fluid gushing forward from between the ribs and backbone. I've literally read it like 100 times. You've read it like 3 times. What you're talking about because you're a revert.
I'm not a revert. I'm a born Muslim.
You want to open up Surah 86, 5, and 7?
All right, what's that verse, Rich? What'd you say it was?
Oh, yeah, Surah 86, ayah 6 and 7. He is created of a spouting water that comes out from between the loins and the chest bone. This is talking about the woman.
Okay, so let's just read the verses from the beginning, right? So verse 1. In the name of Allah, the gracious.
So you're saying this verse is fucking retarded?
Rich, you gotta let him talk.
No.
Oh, go ahead, Barth. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, thanks.
Flat Earth.
By the heaven and the morning star, and what should make you know what the morning star is? It is the star of piercing brightness. Then he goes on to say, there is no, but has a guardian over it. So now verse 5, let man consider of what he is created. He is created of gushing fluid. He emerges from between the loins and the breastbones. Surely Allah has the power to bring him, that is the human being, back to life. It's not referring to the sperm coming back.
So what's the gushing fluid?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay.
No.
What's a gushing fluid? It's semen. No, like your best way to actually listen. Your best way to argue this is to say that it's referring to the prostrate. I mean, if you said prostrate, that's even wrong, but that'd be like your best argument.
So he emerges forth from between the loins and the breastbones. Surely Allah has the power to bring him, the human being, back to life.
The other argument is that when
Can I finish the verses?
The testes.
Can I finish the verses? Are you afraid to listen to the verses? Surely Allah has the power to bring him, a human being, back to life. On the day when the secret shall be disclosed, and he shall have no strength and no helper. So the point is that the context, when it's using the pronoun he or it is referring to the masculine pronoun. And in yakhruju, which is the Arabic verse which starts off the sentence of the verse that you are disputing, that he goes back to the human being, not to the gushing fluid.
So do we need to determine the gushing fluid as semen or the saline produced in the prostrate? Maybe it's the testes that are up in the cavity. Maybe that's what it's talking about.
No, it's talking about the human being, the fetus.
No, it's talking about the gushing fluid decretes the human being.
Yeah,
baby's not a gushing fluid. I mean, the semen is, or maybe the saline.
I'm gonna move on. I'm gonna put him in the audience for a little bit. We'll bring him back up. That's a really bad argument. They care less where they think the semen comes from.
So the context is talking about the human being in the previous and subsequent verses. And so, although I know there are some Muslims who say, yeah, we can also talk about the semen, and it's referring to the semen as well, that's a possibility that can be considered, given the fact that we're talking about the usage of pronouns. The issue is which pronoun, what the pronoun is referring back to. Now, conceivably, because it's a masculine pronoun, he or it can refer to the semen, but the context shows that it does not. That's the point I made.
It sounds like it's talking about water breaking when a baby is born, is what it sounds like. It's
No, because it's that he is created of gushing fluid.
Right. Well, I mean, that's the amniotic fluid is what the baby is developing in the entire time, and that's gushing out right before birth.
No, it's talking about seminal fluid as far as I know, as far as I can tell. But
the seminal fluid makes it very strange. But anyway, it's so in concert.
Okay. But the point I'm getting at is verse 7 does not say the seminal fluid or the gushing fluid emerges forth from between the loins and the breastbone. It's a pronoun that is used. It's actually a pronoun within the verb. In Arabic, you have that, and it's referring to, it can't be, it is it or he, it masculine or he. And I believe it's referring to the human being.
I mean, we know how human biology works. I mean, if they didn't say, and this is the problem with scripture, even with Christian scripture, they just don't seem to be able to say things in a way, right, where you don't have to have. I mean, you have to have all these different interpretations of it. It's one of the things that bugs me most about whole quote unquote holy texts is all the possible interpretations, right? I mean, you got hadiths on the Islamic side. You've got major divisions in Christianity based on these interpretations on the Christian side. I mean, it just bothers me that it's supposedly these absolute truth holy texts couldn't be done in such a way that, you know, you're going to have that problem. I don't know.
Usually a bit of reading subsequent and preceding and subsequent verses helps to understand.
Well, yeah, I mean, everybody's going to use that in defense of their particular position of interpretation. I mean, that's somebody else that disagrees with you about what it says is going to say the same thing and how they reach their conclusion.
Yeah, but the gentleman who I didn't really want lowered, just listening. But that's not my call. But in any case, the point is that he was insisting, at least to start off with, that the verse itself is talking about the gushing fluid emerging from between the loins and the breastbones. Then he joined the two verses together, 6 and 7, to make the point. But he didn't look at this.
It's a very strange way to word that. It's a very odd way to describe human biology. And especially if you're going to point to it as something that indicates that special knowledge was had by these people that wrote this. And they write about human, biological generation, biology in that way. That's bizarre. I mean, it seems like they really didn't have a strong idea about what. Which I think is like what we were talking about earlier. These books are, in the Islam, they like to point to the scientific accuracy of so much of what's written in there. And then when you delve into something like that and say, okay, that's really not that accurate, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And it's like, okay, well, that's not really usable as proof that of a divine.
That's your opinion. That's fine. You're entitled to it, as I am too.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. And ultimately, that's all we're left with, which is a real big problem when you're asserting absolute truth of a holy text. Huge epistemic issue that really can't be circumvented. And causes, I think, the deepest problems for religion.
Yeah, I invited Rich back up, but I'd love to know how this thing with the, like you're saying, that we have nuclear weapons. Like, is it like 2 or 3 keys? Is it like have to be 3 people that turn the key and then put the code, and you have to stick your, you just have to stick your foot in, and you have to stick your foot out.
Your microphone sounds
and you have to stick and shake it up.
You sound like Galaxy Bender right now. He does sound like Galaxy.
Oh man, that's a name I haven't heard in a while.
Oh,
Holy cow!
He's under Mikhail.
Wait, what? Mikhail's Galaxy.
Shut your fucking goofy ass mouth.
Galaxy Bender was way weirder in the beginning when I met him. So if that's Mikhail, he's chilled way out from this when I first met him.
Well, there's 2 of them. He's doxing him.
Who here believes in the process of evolution? Are you guys creationists or evolutionists?
Yeah, I do.
It's a mixed bag.
Oh, hey, Enriquez, have you ever read, you got your phone or no?
Yeah, I'm on my phone.
Okay, open up Sunan Abi Dawud 4717.
Hold on a second.
It's beautiful. This is one that, it really hits my heart. It's in the chat.
So I am both. I believe in creation through evolution.
Oh, we're going to talk about buried newborn babies.
Now, Rich, we're only doing one hadith. That's it. This is the only one. This is the last one.
What the hell is that verse talking about?
Yeah. And it says, and for the woman who buries alive her newborn baby, the mother and the baby both go to Jahannam. They both go to hell. Yeah, I got a lot more.
This is not authentic.
Yeah, it is.
Which hadith?
I'm
Is
rating it.
that Quran?
I'm rating it right now.
What's a grade? Grade Sahih.
No, the grade is not Sahih.
Al-Albani.
That's
Don't say it's Sahih. No, it's
Sahih.
No, it's not. It literally graded Sahih. Al-Albani.
How many hadiths are there? Like they really accepted the widely accepted.
Hundreds of thousands.
Oh, there's thousands.
No, yeah, they're like, dude, there's one that says you can have sex with a donkey and still be clean.
I said only one. I said only one hadith. That's
I'm not
it.
reading it verbatim.
All right, but that's it. That's it.
So
This is
are
just
there
about the one that
divisions
you brought up.
within Islam based on hadiths like there are in Christianity based on interpretation? Are there like multiple subdivisions within it?
Yeah.
Besides Sunni and
the chain, the Sahih label is both narrators. So the chain has to be solid. So the content of the hadith still has to be examined in light.
You're thinking of Matt.
If it doesn't match up with the Quran, you throw out that Sahih. Oh, Enriquez, if it doesn't match up, with the Quran, you have to.
Albino had something to say. Hold on a second.
Like well, they're gonna do like legal interpretations. Like those are called medheads, I think.
How many of those are?
I think there's 5 young ones. There might be a few more.
5 different schools.
So they suffer from the same issue that Christianity.
Anybody who's read anything has that same issue.
Yeah, but we're talking about something a little different when we're talking about this.
This is what I mean, Andrew. Is if I let Rich go off, he'll just be rattling these things off like one after the other.
I've heard that one before.
Yeah, he's just going to keep doing that. So there's no need for that. There's no need for all that. He doesn't believe in any of this stuff.
If it's one of the really highly accepted hadiths.
He's reading it out of context, man.
What?
He's reading these things out of context. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
So there'd be a reason the baby would go to hell because of the mother bear?
I have no idea what that story pertains to. Like, he's just randomly reading the story.
Anyway.
Yeah.
But Albedo, I think holy texts are in a little bit of a different category versus whether you're disagreeing about interpretations of a fictional, a known work of fiction or something, right? That's going to be, the import's a little different. So if you're dealing with holy text where people are ascribing absolute truth to them, right? That's gonna. You would think that all the division of interpretation is a much greater problem for that kind of a text than it is for a scientific paper or something.
I don't think so, but I see why you think that.
Oh, Hendrik, this is not a hadith, so Mark can't say anything. It's actually from a different book. It's Al-Tabari, and Al-Tabari says, and Allah forces the angels to penetrate the donkeys at night so they become weak and submissive so they can ride them into battle in the morning.
I mean, I'm sure you can get pretty freaking.
You see what I'm saying? Like, so, and Andrew, just listen. If there's a Muslim up here attacking Christianity, right, then it's legitimate to say like the stuff that he's saying, right, as a response. But there's no need for it. There's none of that going on. Like, there doesn't need for that to have that much aggression. Do you get what I'm trying to say, Andricus?
I guess.
It's better conversations to be had.
I would think if you're going to bring up something that a book about the Quran, about Islam says, you would need to pick, like, one of the highly accepted ones than getting really obscure and finding a quote about what it is. And it seems like that was a... I have limited knowledge of the distribution.
I'm not trusting what that guy says. First of all,
he gave me a link. He has a link. He put a link up for it.
Oh, okay. All right. And where does this? How does this story start? Because we're just getting it at the climax. What's up with this? Like these YouTube shorts that we're getting of this.
I don't have a hard time believing that Islam contains the same kind of crazy, especially in the Old Testament of Christianity. I don't have a hard time believing that it has crazy statements like that. I don't have a hard time believing it at all. It doesn't seem outlandish to me. The Bible's got plenty of those too. So, but what's weird? The only issue I might have had is I don't know how accepted what he quoted is as some kind of authoritative thing within Islam.
Well, I can tell you it's not, certainly in my school of thought, it's not. These kind of wacky hadiths are not accepted. If they're consistent with the Quran, then one would accept them even if it is labeled Sahih according to the chain, the content still has to be examined in light of the Quran. Even if it is in Bukhari, not in an obscure book, even if it is in Bukhari, if it is not consistent with the Quran, we don't accept it.
Right. But even the ones that are accepted, we're still going to find some pretty wacky stuff in there. Just like.
Well, the Bible is the Christian scripture, and the Quran is the Muslim scripture. Other books are secondary, or in fact tertiary to the Quran.
Okay.
Don't Muslims consider Christians and Jews people of the book, and they observe the Old and New Testament to some degree or another?
Say it again. I missed the first part of what you said.
I said, don't Muslims view or consider and call Christians and Jews people of the book, and they observe the Old and the New Testament to some degree or another?
There is some kind of cross-pollination. I mean, they think that the Bible is part of God's revelation to an extent. I don't know if they all agree on that.
They observe all the prophets of the Old and the New Testament.
Right. So yeah, I don't think there's as deep. I don't think all Muslims accept there's as deep a divide between Islam sacred texts and Christian sacred.
Because I would consider the Quran an extension of the Old and New Testament, and it kind of has modifications to the New Testament.
Now, Christians aren't going to accept that for sure.
Yeah, we talked about that, Jeff. I'm
talking about from a Muslim perspective.
From a Muslim perspective, they're taking out a huge portion.
They're going to deny the divinity of Christ, all that
Testament
kind of stuff.
and the Old Testament. They're just taking it right out. So,
right. That's why I said they have provisions for the new.
No. The Old and the New, huge portions. Right? So they have different narratives in the Old Testament. They don't have the same stories. Noah's Ark is not the same. Abraham and Isaac is not the same. It's Abraham and Ishmael. They have a whole different. They're completely modified. So, Sodom and Gomorrah, not the same. Any story that they have that's similar, it's exactly that. It's similar, but it's completely different characters, the way it takes place, all kinds of stuff. And clearly it's not Yahweh.
I think they try to. I think they do. I do hear Muslims paying a lot of lip service though to Christian scriptures because I think
they have to.
Yeah, well, and I think they want to foment some kind of bridge between the two because they are based on this initial idea of a similar God that branched off at one point between Judaism and Islam.
Yeah, that's fine, right? You can say the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob,
right?
Or something like that, right? But that's not gonna. That doesn't. You understand, Jeff, that's completely different because Jesus is the one that brought the children of Israel out of Egypt. Jesus is the one that is in the Old Testament, so that they're not going to go for that.
So you believe Jesus revealed the Old Testament, everything in it?
The New Testament says Jesus is the one that released the children of Israel out of Egypt. Jesus is the one that struck people dead in the Old Testament.
Wait. Who did Jesus strike dead in the Old Testament? Wait. Oh, my bad. The Old Testament. I'm sorry. I was like, I don't think he did that in the New Testament when he was on. I don't think he's.
No, not. But a lot of people just have this. They have a misconception of who Jesus is, because in the New Testament, it's quite clear that Jesus was present in the Old Testament.
I mean, if you're Trinitarian, he would have to.
Well, even if you're not, if you just believe the Bible.
Which verse?
What's that? Islam?
Which verse says that Jesus?
Here we go.
Yeah. No, it's good. It's good for people to know this. So, hold on here.
Well, you guys are just going to go off on illustrating the point I was making earlier, which I'm very.
Well, no, this isn't going to be going off on. I mean, first of all, this isn't a Christian versus a Christian. This is going to
No,
be.
I mean, it's
your point.
It's still going to be interpretation.
No, because he's not going to take no, it's not going. No, I'll tell you why. It's not going to be an interpretation. He's just going to reject this. So
because he doesn't agree with the.
No, he's going to say that this is corruption. This isn't from God. This isn't even going to be allegedly a holy text on his perspective. There's a difference between two people who acknowledge the same text as holy versus somebody who thinks it's not holy at all.
So there's a difference between people that are interpreting a text. There's a difference.
Well, that's a separate point.
That's the point I was making.
I know. That's not what's getting ready to be illustrated.
All right.
What's getting ready to be.
All right.
Well,
you come from the standpoint of you have the truth.
No, Andricus, listen to what I'm saying, okay? You're saying that if a text comes from God, the disagreement on that text is some kind of red flag about it being from God.
Yeah.
And I'm saying, I hear you on that. I understand your concern. I think that does have problems, but we could talk about that. But I'm saying this isn't an instance of that, because what I'm getting ready to show him is that the New Testament says that Jesus was in the Old Testament doing stuff and killing people, right? But he doesn't accept not the interpretation. He doesn't accept the actual text. So that's the difference between what you said and what is about to happen. Hopefully you can see the distinction.
I honestly, if you really wanted to get into it, we could show how there really isn't a distinction.
No. That we shouldn't have to spend much time on this. How is it not a distinction?
Because
the point is,
anytime you read a text, what are you doing?
Yeah, you interpret everything.
That's right.
Not even just reading. That's right. Not even just reading. You interpret everything that comes to your eyes. Everything. Okay, and.
So he's interpreting it as not.
Yeah, but that's not. But no,
not being.
Hey, I'm gonna start interrupting like Andrew.
No.
Hey, what's up?
I'm gonna.
Hey, what's up?
Yeah, I'm gonna move you down.
No.
I'm moving you down. All
right, you just shot your shot too soon, man.
Yeah, just be quiet, honey. So the point is that it is not a matter of interpretation. Here's why, Andricus. He can agree with the interpretation.
Be quiet, honey.
he can agree with the interpretation. That's not the issue. He's going to say it's corrupted. It is not the text of God. Do you understand that, Andricus? Do you see how that's different?
Mm-hmm. Because of how he reads it, and he doesn't see how it matches up with the
correct. Yeah. Which is two different things. Mm-hmm. Because what you were saying is people reading the same text come to different interpretations. I'm sure Islamo is going to understand what I'm about to read, that it says what I'm saying that it says.
I just have a couple levels out of bird's eye view than you do on this, and it's okay.
Well,
go ahead and continue your discussion.
Well, I
don't want to wear this out.
No, it's not a matter of wearing it out. I don't think there's anything that's going to make sense to where you can say these are the same. So I want you to explain.
They're both holy texts. They're both being interpreted by the reader.
They're both. Well, no, because we're reading one text, and he disagrees on it being a holy text.
Yeah.
He's only going to accept it. Okay, and
you can also disagree. He can also disagree with what is.
Yeah, he could.
Part of it that I don't think they disagree. I don't think they would say that the entire text is not inspired.
That's not what we were saying. So what you were saying that when two people read.
Andrew, seriously, Andrew, I don't want to get this deep into this because this turns into a pedantic thing about. And this is seriously fueled by thinking that one text is actually more pertinent than the other because it is the truth. And that's some motivation for this discussion. I think it'd be more interesting right now if you went with Islam.
Wait. So when I was about to read text, y'all, here we go. Those are two very different things, and I don't know why you're not acknowledging that. You're just kind of.
I don't know why you're so upset that I would have a completely valid point about it. Yes, I am, but it's okay.
Okay, so your point. Okay, we do it one more time. Hopefully, you'll have a response rather than just saying let's move on or it's pedantic or any of that. Okay, you said two people reading the same text come to different interpretations, and if it is a holy text, that's problematic. I understand that point. Let's put that on one plate. Okay, let's keep it right there. The point that's about to be made.
No. Okay, I see the misunderstanding. If it is purported to be a holy text, I'm not saying that it is.
No, Andricus. Both people think
interpretations. And you're saying the fact that they come to different interpretations and it is purported to be holy is a problem. That's what you're saying.
That is an issue, yeah.
Yeah, that was the issue that you said. Now, I am willing to acknowledge that. Let's put that on one plate, okay? What's about to happen is I'm going to read a text that Islamo most likely will not disagree with my interpretation. What he will say is that it is not inspired by God. You understand that?
Okay. And what is the importance? What's the important?
The importance of it is this is not what's about to happen. So when you said that's what's about to happen, referring to a difference in interpretation on the same text that we both purport to be holy, that's not what's about to happen. Do you understand what I just said?
Oh, so you're mad. I see why you're mad.
I'm not mad. I'm just you're either being purposely ignorant on this or you're just trying to like paper over. I don't know what you're doing.
The point was actually, if we drilled down, Andrew, we could still show how we could still show that interpreting these texts is still happening, even if one doesn't accept it as true, and it's going to still be problematic for the text. It doesn't. But Andrew, seriously,
that's not the point.
Okay, I know, God, you get so.
No, because I expect you to be saying something that you're willing to stick to if you're going to double down on it, such that you can actually make sense of what you said. And since I'm telling you that's not what's happening, and I'm giving you the clear reason as to why.
Okay, Andrew, you want me to say it? Even if the person doesn't believe the text is true, right? The text being purported as a holy text, and the person is interpreting it right in such a way that disagrees with another person. That is still problematic for the text.
He's not going to interpret it differently. That's what I just told you.
Yes, he is. He's automatically not being from God.
No, he's not. It automatically
I don't know why. I don't know how you're missing this.
I'm not missing any point. I'll stay on this till the cows come home. You're wrong. Okay. The point is that if I read it, he will agree with the interpretation. That's not the point.
Wait. What aspect of the scripture? Because if the interpretation is just about a story that it's pointing to, he's still going to disagree via interpretation that it's from God.
No, this is insane. Andricus, look, I don't think Islamo is so. I've talked to Islamo before. I actually have some respect for Islamo. I don't think he is so motivated and so dishonest that he would say something stupid to the point where when it says Jesus died on the cross and rose from the dead, that he's going to say that doesn't mean Jesus died on the cross and rose from the dead. That would be pretty stupid. And it's not a matter of interpretation. You understand that?
Yeah, everything is interpretation when it comes to text.
Oh my gosh. Brother.
Can I just ask something real quick, Andrew?
Andricus, you're being like, come on.
Even though you agree with me on the point that interpretation.
No, I don't agree with you on that. I don't agree with you on that. I said I saw
you because
no, it's not a matter of
out
getting me.
and
You're saying something that is false.
When I try to respond, this is
okay. I'm gonna move you down, Gray. You do the weird stuff.
Can I ask a question?
What's that?
Why is the expectation that it would be perfectly clear text? I don't think that's.
I agree. Well, I agree with you, Caleb, that the interpretation. Well, you and I are going to find some agreement on that. There won't be an issue saying just even if you were to assume that it was divine, directly given by God, people interpreting it different doesn't bear down on the fact that it can still. It doesn't take away from the fact. Well,
that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to understand where the question comes from, right? Why is the expectation that you couldn't have different interpretations if it's from God? Like, it's an infinite being. Why wouldn't the meanings of the text that come from an infinite being also be multiple?
No, I agree.
If we drill down on what you think about the text and what a Christian like Andrew thinks about the text, I don't think you guys are.
We don't. Of course, we don't. We're not.
Even the absolute truth of it, you guys are not going to.
What are you talking about?
I can play the traditional role of Orthodox Jew and tell you what that is.
Right.
But you're right. Judaism tolerates even through the divinity of the text. it tolerates different interpretations.
And I agree with that too, Caleb. Actually, that's a very fair point, because it's the case that, Andricus, that God may have a different thing to express to somebody through his text. And so obviously, it doesn't have to, there needs to be some conceptual skeletal framework that does have overlap in the minds of all the people who read it. There is some truth to that. But it isn't the case that any particular text or anything that somebody learns at a particular time needs to be identical to somebody else's interpretation of it at that time. God could use that for purposes for that person at that time. So that's not a problem. And
if
I agree.
You don't think there's consequence for misinterpretation, then we're probably missing. We're probably talking past each other. If you are a person that thinks there is consequence for misinterpretation, you have no justification.
Andricus, which side of this debate are you on? Are you on the you can't have multiple and it still be divine? Like, do you think that
Andricus, is every your teacher and a learned elder who can teach you what words mean? Isn't this fascism? Try passing around the mug.
There's consequence for having an incorrect interpretation.
Well, you said there is. You just said there is.
What are you saying?
You just said that. But you got to talk about. Yeah, but you got to talk about the different genres of the text. I mean, a wrong interpretation of law, a wrong interpretation of narrative detail, a wrong interpretation of poetic detail. I mean, you got to be specific here about what interpreting means.
Yeah, what kind of import is it going to have on me?
I cannot say it any simpler. If people are going to say to you, you are going to face a severe consequence if you don't have the correct interpretation of this text. Right?
Who says that?
Hey, that's going to be what it is. All right, bro. So, look, Caleb just gave a very valid point, right? That needs to be also talked about. If I misinterpret the Song of Solomon about some kind of fantasy or some kind of sexual, experience or romantic interaction between. Hold on, listen. No. And now what you're doing is you make a statement. You just make a broad statement. Then I show you a clear counterexample. You go, well, you don't need to show counterexamples. No, I'm not showing counterexamples. My point is
you're being
that's not pedantic, bro. That's not pedantic. You're literally getting down to words.
Let me ask you this, Andrew.
Well,
do you think there is severe eternal consequence for misinterpreting?
Yes, at times it can be.
Yeah, so fuck off with all this. What have you been doing?
That's not an F-off thing, Andricus. That's not an F-off thing, because the point is, no,
you literally disagreed with
it's not scripture simplicator, okay? It is going to be
literally just agree.
No, it is not scripture simplicator. It is going to be certain concepts within scripture are going to be crucial, and I would be arguing those will be clear and people will be able to understand those. The ones that are relevant and matter, people will have agreement on those.
Oh, well, that's obviously not true either, right? It all relies on interpretive reading tradition. That's what meaning of the text means.
Caleb.
But that's the
fact. You and I are going to have a departure on hermeneutics and obviously what's involved in interpretation from your perspective versus mine.
All I'm saying is that any act of reading, regardless of what kind of reading it is,
involves interpretation.
It is an interpretive act by the very nature, definitionally.
Oh, I agree.
Definitionally.
And I'll be honest with that too.
I love all these
I agree
Christian
with that 100%.
terms.
Not only that, I took it up further. Your interpretation is going to you can dial it back, and you interpret all sense data that comes into your mind. Anything you see and hear, you're interpreting.
Yes, yes, that's right. There is no access. There is no epistemic access to the mind of the author.
The mind of the author. So people that say things, I don't agree with that, Kid, only insofar as people that say, and if you want to say it's not like direct access, I mean, insofar as.
No direct access.
Well, I mean, insofar as we're talking about God and he's not giving us direct access to his mind, then that's fine. If you wanted to, I think we would have that.
He comes here to get high in Jesus debates to get his dopamine.
Whatever that means.
At the expense of his life and well-being. He accomplishes nothing.
But to say that, people say things like, well, you don't know my mind. You can't read my mind. Well, people reveal their mind by their actions and the things that they say. and the things that they express, right? So,
Right. And the first thing that we do is throw it around our minds.
yeah.
What did we think? What did we think we hear? What do we think that means? It's a totally on my side activity.
I agree. But I don't think that. But my point is, I don't think that reduces us to pure subjectivity. So
I'm not saying it reduces. No, I'm not saying that either. It's just that none of these issues entail that the text is not divine.
I agree. I agree with that 100%. I think you and I can find agreement on that. So, Andricus, you just to be clear, we just now have been talking about differences of interpretation on it, potentially that we both find to be divine. What's about to happen with Islamo is not. And I just wish you would just, instead of saying, well, there's 3 layers and 4
Well, you
checks
haven't
going
struck
on, and I'm
deep.
in 10,000
Andrew
ego
is
I
shallow.
view, and there's something else going
Doesn't
on
go
that
with
makes
him.
sense of what I said.
There's
No,
nothing.
this is just not what you said.
The no thing.
This isn't going to be a matter of different
He's
interpretation
a
on
low
the same
IQ
text.
literalist.
Islam
There
is
is
going
no
to reject it. He's
mysticism
going to say
in
this is not divinely inspired. It's been corrupted. It's not from God. Okay? That's going to be his view. It has to be.
I wish you guys would continue because I think we've already reached.
Okay, well, you're just saying, is that your way of just not accepting what I'm saying?
No, because you already agreed with me, so you can move on.
I don't agree with you.
Okay, fine. You did.
If I agree with you, you mean I agree your point is actually what's about to happen? No, because that's what you said. And
well, I struck a nerve deeper than that, which is why you went kind of.
That's a separate point, and I agree, and we just talked about it. That's a separate point that I agree that is a point to make and talk about. Not that I agree with the conclusion, but it is something that I can agree is worth talking about, which is what Caleb and I were just talking about with you. But that's a separate point than saying, hey, I'm getting ready to read
Islamo's been waiting very patiently.
No, Islamo's listening too, and I think
No, Islamo is actually the text is ready that he wishes he could continue.
Wait, Islamo said what?
He was waiting to continue. He wished he would really want.
Did he at any point express some sort of let's keep going and read the text, like he wasn't enjoying the conversation?
You're not reading the text. I am. He wants to.
And because you're killing me.
No,
bro.
dude. If you want me to go back, I've read them in passing. But if you want me to go back and literally read every text where he said he wanted to continue with you, I mean, if you're going to say I'm being dishonest about that, go ahead. He has said 2 or 3 things in chat that he would like to continue, and I was trying to hear back.
Is that in? Oh, I'm just going to ask you, Islamo, did you express anything in chat? Because the way Anarchist is making it is like, let's get on with it. Because
No, I'm not saying. Dude, you are such a bad face sometimes.
Yes, Islamo.
I said he would really like to continue with you. I didn't say he was mad.
And I didn't say
I just said he would like to continue with you. Everybody heard me say that.
I didn't say that. Strawmanning what I said. Hold on, Andricus. I didn't say he was mad. I didn't say you said he was mad.
I'm saying that. Now you're
my point is, Andricus, your brother. It's going to be like a vice grip. It's not going to happen. Okay.
See, this is a problem, Andrew. This is a
huge pool of water there. Not much there.
You can say it's a problem.
And I think that's why people like coming in here, because once you get locked in on something that's so obviously been laid out, and we agree or disagree or whatever, you can't let go. It's amazing.
No, you're just
so I'm releasing you to talk to Islam.
Yeah, it's not a matter of releasing me. So you claiming that people don't want to come in here for this reason, that's a very stupid point, because that just means you don't like
oh my God, you just heard what I said.
I'll move you down, Greg. Let me explain to you why that's stupid.
I don't know
why. Because it has nothing to do with anything other than just the fact that you said some things.
Oh my gosh, dude.
And I'm trying to address those. I'm trying to address those.
It's like a comedy show of stupid clothes.
Acquiescing to the fact that you said some stuff that was not correct, and I'm trying to point that out. You're trying to throw a bunch of smoke on it and then just say, let's move forward. That's what you're trying to do. And I don't like that.
I did not throw any smoke on
you. You did. You said the thing about Islamo's
we disagree. I am freeing you to talk to Islam.
Thank you for freeing me.
I don't want to get you too mad because you're getting.
I'm not mad, bro. Come on. I'm telling you that you're saying stuff that's wrong, and I'm trying to. I'm just trying to get you to carefully think about what I just said, what you just said, and let's come to some agreement there. But instead of you doing that, when you know that I'm saying something that's valid, you're trying to throw smoke out. You're trying to say Islamo is waiting. He's ready.
Yeah.
Who cares?
Yeah.
He has he showed any displeasure. I mean, not who cares about the fact that he wants to do that. I don't think Islamo.
What?
I don't listen.
And this is the other thing.
We're trying to act. We're trying to act like
when you get ramped up like this,
Chinese.
you make up.
I'm not
speaking. What's going on?
What was the
in your
statement
mind
that you made about it?
Nobody thinks is going on.
Andrew,
Everybody
calm down, Andrew.
knows that Islam is
Moved. If you want to say something great, I'll move you down next. Okay, so Andrewcus, listen. I just repeated your statement about Islam. You either said no, we're gonna be there. No,
that's exactly what I said.
You either said he's waiting.
Yes.
To read. You either said he's to read the text or he's ready to. You
What the fuck? Why
said
did you even think that would be an important distinction? He's ready to talk to you.
Yeah, great.
Andrew, I want you to be able to repeat back what I said.
Well, yeah, I don't care. It doesn't matter.
Islamo has been waiting to talk to you,
and I heard you. What's the relevance?
What is the issue with
what is the relevance? Hey, Andrewcus, come on, bro.
No, come on, dude.
No,
you
because you're
keep
not
repeating back things that I did not say.
Brother, listen. We're going to be here for 4 hours because I will not leave this point. I'm telling you, I will not leave this point until you tell me that you understand that what you're saying here doesn't make sense unless you can explain it in a way that will, which I don't think you can. You said that he is ready to read the text, okay? Why are you telling me?
I repeated what I said, and you just said something different again.
Ready?
I don't know what's.
Andrewcus, do you want to say ready or willing? I don't care which one you want.
I said, can you, Andrew? I swear,
I'm not gonna do this, bro. I'm not gonna do this. Just say what it is. Just say what it is.
I really don't. I'll say it one more time. He's ready to talk to you, and he wants to talk to you about what you guys were going to talk about. I repeated it 10 times now. And you keep saying he's ready to read the text, which I didn't say. I said he wants to talk to you.
How is that different?
How is that different? He's ready to talk to you?
Yeah, how's that different than me getting ready to read a text, which is what he's ready for? How's that different? How is that different? How is that different?
You are just
okay. And why?
Completely rabid right now. It's hilarious. But I want to give the full.
I bet you do. 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 And I don't want to. So that's that. So now I'm asking you. Now you
don't want to talk to Islam?
Now I'm asking. I don't care, no, bro. It's not gonna work. Now I'm asking you. Why the fish did you tell me any of that about him? Why are you telling me that?
Because he wants to talk to you, and
I feel like I distracted from the original. Got it. I knew that. Got it.
And I'm gonna let it go. I'm gonna let it go back to you. I am ceding my time back to
you. Andrew, because that's so benevolent of you to cede your time so Islam can speak.
I agree. It's incredibly
You're such a benevolent. Oh, that's so benevolent, brother. Well, guess what? Me as a moderator, ding, ding, ding. I'm giving you some more time, Andrewcus. You just got more time.
You giving me more time doesn't mean I have to take it.
Oh, you don't have to take it, but I mean,
you can sit there and just talk.
It's so
precious. I will respond to you more because I'm
waiting. Hold on. Andrewcus, it's so precious just because you're ceding the time over. I want to add some more. I want to give you some more of that precious time so you can speak too. Andrewcus, can you tell me why you told me that he's ready? Can you tell me that? Why did you tell me that? I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Because you didn't want to have the conversation we were having. Because I'm telling you what you said didn't make sense. What you said is that people have different interpretations of holy text, and that's a problem. Hey, don't give me X's.
I see my time.
That hurts my karma. You saying that there's disagreement between holy texts, that that's somehow a problem for a divine authorship, right? And I'm saying I hear that point, and we can discuss it, which we already did briefly with Caleb, right? Some agreement between Caleb and myself. And I think you understood that. But that's different than saying, I'm getting ready to read a text that to Islamo is the equivalent of Harry Potter. Now, he's not going to be rude and say that, but of course it's not going to be real. He's not going to accept it. He's not going to accept it. Not the interpretation of the text. He's not going to accept the text wholesale. Understand? Okay. So don't say things like that. That's what's happening when it's not. That's not what's about to happen. Thank you. You said that like 4 times. Can you say it one more time?
I say it 1 more time.
Thank you. Okay. All right. because you did that.
Let's pick because there is a deeper point I want to make about that, but I think he's been very patient. And
it's not a matter of that, brother. Andrew, because I won't allow you to leave that as though I didn't clearly show there's a difference between what you said and then what you claimed was about to happen, right? Trying to make those identical.
In the way you framed it, it could be interpreted that way. Sure.
That is like that's a masterful smoke bomb going on there.
Thank you. It's not.
Yeah.
There's a deeper point there, but I would rather have you go after. I would not go after. I'd rather have.
Yeah, you have a deeper point there that's somehow not going to ever come to fruition.
Oh no, it's always in the quiver.
Yeah. How about this, Andy? Because I want to hear what the deeper point is. I'm going to give you even time to construct it. Okay, so you can create this elaborate thing that's going to make sense. Remember the distinction that I laid out. 2 people reading the same text that they don't agree is holy, okay? Versus 2 people reading the same text, having different interpretations on one.
Holy text is powerless against interpretation.
No. So just remember, I want you to sit here and think about this, and you have all the time to construct it.
Holy text has no power against interpretation.
That's just a further claim. What?
Yeah.
Now you're saying something.
Well, I'm making a bit of a dig. What I'm saying is, this text that you say is the word of God.
Yeah.
Powerless against you.
Okay, that's the same point.
Whether it's agreed upon or.
Oh, now you're saying this, but now the point you're making is if they have the same interpretation, it's just a powerless.
No,
text.
what I'm saying is if a person doesn't believe, right, the text is not from God. Right, that text does not have the power a person's reading.
No one's putting that forward. Who are you? What straw man are you attacking? No one thinks that. No one thinks that.
Wait. Do you think there's a limit to the power?
Yes. Because it has to do with. Because
what does that even mean? What does that even mean? Power is the word of God. What does that even mean?
Well, that's a great question because this is something, right? Fronted by most of Christianity, most religions. Judaism is different in that way, but like the Christianity, Islam, they will put forward the absolute power of the word of God.
What does that mean? What does that mean? Power.
And he said absolute, and he's trying to
the power to communicate the truth of God.
So let me ask you this: so why did the early church fathers and the early councils disagree about the meaning of God's word?
Exactly.
No, that's against you, Andricus.
I completely agree. How could the word of God be disagreed?
They weren't purporting.
Because that's the nature of reading.
We're talking about communication directly from God, correct?
Not directly to my head. It's communication from God in human form.
That's right.
And because it's in human form, it's subject to human.
Right. So you're not an infallible. So I may not even have a disagreement with you, Caleb. If you're not an infallible.
No, that's not the point.
Absolutely.
Yes, it absolutely is.
I don't believe the Bible is inerrant. I'm not a literalist.
But you could,
though. The Bible speaks in one voice.
But you could, though. You could, though, Andrew, because your point isn't. Dude, you think that the Bible or any.
I keep uncovering more layers, dude.
No, none of the layers here, and we're uncovering the false assumptions or the things that don't make sense underneath them. Okay, so the layers that you're trying to uncover. You're trying to say that a text, you made this claim, it should have absolute power if it's from God, right? It shouldn't be limited. That's a crazy thing to say.
Nobody thinks within the confines.
Nobody thinks the word of God
within the confines of what we're talking about.
No, I am.
We're talking about this communication from God, right? And there are consequences for misinterpreting this communication from God.
What are the consequences?
You cannot escape.
What are the consequences?
That's now you're going back to the interpretation point.
Dude, listen.
Oh my God.
You're talking about the words from God Himself, inspired, however you want to say that were communicated, right? And again, Caleb and I may not have an issue here because he's not going to be purporting the same thing.
Gosh.
We may not have the same issue. But if you're going to, there are very, very, very specific, right, conditionals that I'm establishing at the beginning of this.
But you're not explaining. But
Caleb, I don't have an issue with you. I don't think you and I have.
It's not. I know, but I still think that you're. Let me just clarify this one thing, okay?
Sure.
You're trying to show
you're off the hook, Andrew, by the way.
You're trying to show that the Bible is not from God because of the multiple interpretations. In other words, you're not taking a position that it is.
I am saying that it is not reasonable.
It can't be.
It's not reasonable to take it. It's not reasonable to take it seriously as the words of God because of the interpretation problem, right? And the interpretation problem is going to give severely different versions of what it is you're supposed to not get wrong, right? So if that is the case, right? There's going to be some entailments with that. Right?
What is get wrong?
Calvinists don't have a problem necessarily with some of those entailments. They don't care how many people get it wrong.
Wait, but what is get wrong?
So you don't delve too much into. Oh, fuck.
Do you know what I mean? Like, what is?
Sorry about that, guys. I'm sorry. I had a phone call come through right at that moment. I'm so sorry.
Right, like it says, like don't do any work on the Sabbath, but it doesn't explain what that is.
Right. What I'm talking about is mostly about soteriology, which you don't get into soteriology really. So that's not really an issue that you really deal with much, or at all in Judaism. So it's going to definitely land.
You don't think
squarely.
Judaism has its own tradition of soteriology?
Not like Christianity, no.
We have a parallel tradition of those issues.
Not really. I don't think you guys believe people go to hell for the same reasons that Christians do, right?
We have our own system and ideas.
Okay, so if you have a similar system of soteriology where you can get in trouble, severe eternal trouble.
No.
That's the issue. That's the issue I'm talking about.
Hold on. I don't
understand how this is being.
I think you're strawmanning the Christian position.
Whoa,
I think you're strawmanning the Christian position.
Tell me how I'm doing that.
Yeah. I've never heard a Christian say that because of a wrong interpretation, I'm going to go to hell.
Have you never met a Calvinist? Have you never met a Reformed theology Christian?
Calvinists don't think that the interpretation matters. It's all about the elect. It's already
Oh
predetermined.
my gosh, I don't know who you're talking to, because that's crazy. Because they absolutely do think that.
Look, you're missing steps, I think, in your argument. Let me help you out. I think you want to say something like this. If you have the wrong interpretation, that means you might have a wrong theology, which means you might have a wrong ritual, which means you might have a wrong behavior. Is that
correct?
Right? I see. Okay. How do you know that the
Is
interpretation
important, especially for Reform, but even for Catholicism, I think it's really important.
What's the test? What's your test to whether it is a wrong interpretation or not?
Wait, what's my test for what?
Well, if you didn't interrupt, you'd hear the whole question.
Well, I'm just giving you guys what you've been giving me the whole time. That's fine.
What is it? Yeah, but if you interrupt and then you're like, what's your question?
The test for what? The test for what?
What is the test for knowing if the interpretation is right or not? What's the test?
That is the issue.
Well, but there is, so you're saying there is no test?
There's not a test that will allow you to land on any kind of a reasonable enough conclusion to determine that you've arrived at the truth.
Right. That's because the truth is less important than authority.
What?
In all of these traditions, okay, the what is the truth is told to you by the authoritative interpreters of the text.
That's one version of how you reach it. It's not the only one.
It's always the one.
No, it is not. Do you know what Sola Scriptura is?
Sola Scriptura is an interpretive method.
Right. No, sola
It's
scriptura
not-
is
it's not
sola
plain.
scriptura. Well, yeah,
It's
okay, correct. There's no other arbiter except for the councils that landed on the particular canonization of scripture.
That's right, and
whoever
their
had it.
interpretations. That's right, and their dogmas and doctrines around their selection of that interpretation.
Right. But you're still. I don't see how you're avoiding. I don't see how you're avoiding. I mean, you just literally beautifully laid out the problem. I don't see how you can avoid it.
I don't think it's because I don't think it's a problem because I can appeal.
And if you don't, you and I don't have a disagreement.
Right. I don't. But I would still say that the text is from God in some sense.
Right, but I think this is a charitable view. This is a charitable view of what you're saying, Caleb. I think that because of the way that you view Scripture, you're charitably or unintentionally overlaying that on what Christians do, and it's not the same.
And that's fair. I'm sure it's not the same, right? I'm trying to be as descriptive as possible.
No, totally, and I appreciate that.
Right, I'm trying to be more of an anthropologist. I'm trying to be more of an anthropologist here, Andricus.
He's saying something. He's not saying, Andricus, you're kind of doing some weird kind of gaslighting stuff. It's kind of weird. Caleb,
that's what Christians say whenever I bring these kind of topics up. It's fine.
Look, Caleb and I can have different hermeneutics, different ways of interpreting. We have different views of inspiration. That's fine. Caleb is saying that even if it were inspired by God, and you have even a high view of inspiration, disagree necessarily an issue, and we can talk about that, right? And you're just kind of saying, well, the only reason Caleb can say that.
As a universalist, you and I, Andrew, actually at some point, even though you've kind of been changing that, and I don't exactly know what your view is, you and I might not have that strong of a disagreement because you believe it's going to all be resolved in the end somehow.
Well, it's still going to matter. No, I mean, it's still going to matter. But
that's where we have to figure. That's where we would have the rub. Is where you say it matters.
Yeah, but we're trying to stay on this interpretive point, right? And because you're just talking about a doctrinal issue because you're saying, well,
that is an interpretive doctrine. Is an interpretive issue.
No, because you're saying.
Oh my God!
No. I'm going to explain to you why, Andricus. Listen, the import of a particular text being interpreted wrong has less import. Has less impact on somebody if it's true that universalism is the case. Okay?
Didn't I just fucking say that 30 seconds ago?
No, bro. No.
See, I don't think you have an agreement. I wish this was recorded. I said if you are a universalist and the truth, like a form where it's all resolved for everybody in the end, we might not have an issue. Right?
No. But for both of you, but listen, for both of you, right? You're given that we've identified the interpretation problem, right? Andricus, you have to do a little bit more work to say why that is a problem for the divinity of the text. You haven't gotten there yet. You haven't done it.
That's absolutely.
You have not done it.
Absolutely right.
Okay. Maybe you could be right. That's an area I got to do work. But what I can say, it is a problem for asserting a version of that as true that you would be in contention with if you don't accept it.
Okay, so people assert different interpretations. So what?
Yeah. So Andricus, I'll tell you one thing. Listen, I'll tell you one thing. I'll tell you what these guys are not saying. Andricus, pay attention. I'll tell you what these guys are not saying.
Okay.
And what they're not saying is click on the link on the top, right, and go to 841. This is the catechism, right?
This is Catholicism. This would illustrate my point. Great.
Yes, thank you. So go to 841, please. 841.
What do you mean by? It's an actual number.
Yeah, it's number. Okay. Go to 841, and I guarantee you, this is not what they're saying. Okay.
Is this from Vatican II or is it like old?
Vatican II.
Okay. The Church's relationship with the Muslims. Hold on, let me blow this up. This is really small text. The plan of salvation also includes those who acknowledge the Creator in the first place, amongst whom are the Muslims, then profess to hold the faith in Abraham, and together with us they adore the one merciful God, mankind's judge on the last day.
Now, what do you think?
That's definitely Vatican.
What do you think these two, because I don't know their position,
What do you think? Do you think they're gonna have a problem with this, or you think they're gonna go with this?
I don't know if you'd have to ask them. I don't think Caleb.
Well, just give me your runner-up, whatever it is.
I don't. To be honest, as a universalist, I think Andrew's probably much more in line with Vatican II than he is not. Caleb said something that I completely was not aware of, that there is some kind of soteriology. He was always told there wasn't, but he probably has.
I mean, we'd have to like go into it to see what it is, but there is a judgment. There is a weighing of deeds. It's not heaven and hell, but there is conversation about those topics.
Okay.
What does this sound like? What kind of message do you think the Catholic Church is by putting out this?
I mean, it's pretty close to universal.
You don't think this is sending mixed messages, or?
Well, but it's not quite universalism, because it's still saying that a belief in a creator God is necessary. And I think universalism doesn't say that it says everybody's going to be together in the end. There might be some extra processes you have to go through, yada, 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 whatever. But in the end analysis, everybody's going to be with God, is the universalist point. And that's not what that is.
So it sounds like we're both striving to believe in the God of Abraham, and they have their way, and we have ours, right?
Well, that's what the Vatican II
we worship the one merciful God.
Yeah, that's what the Vatican II said.
Yeah. But that we're almost there, because that's what we're saying with the Jews also.
Right, but see, this is not really taking away from my initial point.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to hone in on what you, because I couldn't understand what you were trying to say to Andrew. Andrew.
Well, Andrew and I were having a couple of different contentions, but the main one I'm talking about is if you're going to say there's a requirement, right, for what you have to do to not be with God for eternity, and that's going to be subject to the interpretation problem. How can you?
What is the interpretation problem along with this text? How are we going to have an interpretation problem?
Do you not know what the interpretation problem is?
No. And what I just read to you, and you said it's universal.
Based on their interpretation of Scripture and whatever
So they're allowed to have it then, correct? Just like I'm allowed to have it. Just like the Jews are allowed to have it.
I'm not saying you can't have your opinion. I don't know how that's.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So we're saying we're going towards the same place with our own interpretation.
Mark, you're not. You're talking about something completely.
All right. So then I try to help. I'm just gonna mute up.
No, you're just demonstrating another view is all you're doing, which is fine, but it doesn't distract from my initial point. And the initial point.
Well, you said you were going that I brought you back to your initial point. Can you go over that?
Well, you said what the Vatican II still states that they believe in God, which is not the same as universalism. But again, we are still talking about interpretations of the same text, the same narrative, and it leads to these wildly different conclusions, right? And if you're going to say that a person is subject to severe penalties for landing on the wrong interpretation, right? In the face that all these interpretations are there, they're well supported, they're probably going to be more, they haven't lessened. So if that's the case, how can you say that scripture is actually authoritative and actually divine, unless you also attach other conditionals like that God doesn't care about how many people end up with him, he only wants a few people with them. You're going to have to attach a bunch of other conditionals to try to support
a bunch. You just ordains those that understand are going to be the ones that should be saved.
Yeah, that's an interpretation.
Now what? Now what? I'll
tell you what it is. It's another interpretation.
That is one presupposition.
Yeah.
You come to see what that is. No. Hold on, brother. If somebody understands that unlocks everything you just said. It doesn't matter. None of what you just said.
We've actually had this discussion before, and your bone that you dug your teeth into is like, it's not my view. It's not my view. Remember that?
That's you not knowing where we're at in this conversation right now.
No. I do know. I know exactly where we're at. You just don't.
No, I'm gonna explain this to you, Andrew, because I don't know if you're drinking, but you're
Okay, Andrew, there are times when you are justified to say that. Absolutely, this is not.
Okay, so you're just starting to reason very poorly.
No.
So
I think
I
your
was
reasoning is
screaming,
completely wrong.
well, we'll see if that's the case. Maybe we can get some third-party interjection or assessment, and we can see what's true here. You're bringing up an occurrence where I was yelling at Sully that meant to take, like you're just trying to refer to something because you think that's going to be some sort of jab. In some sense, hold on, buddy. Yeah.
That was an argument. That was you and me.
No. It's not my view. Was what I was yelling at Sully.
No, you yelled at me in another.
No, I didn't. You're confused.
No, I'm not.
You are confused.
We're talking about the interpretation, these salvific soteriology positions, and I said, "Well, that's your view," and you said, "It's not mine."
The only time that I have ever yelled, "It's not my view."
Okay, I'm going to disagree. That
was to Sully.
That.
No, it's not a matter of memory. Now, you and I talked about interpretation because you used to say there's all these different doors. And because there's all these different doors, that's a problem. And we went through that, and we finally got to the end of that. And then there was agreement, and I thought you abandoned that. Now you're back.
Abandoned what line of reasoning?
The line of reasoning would be yes, the line of reasoning.
Why would I abandon it?
You would have, because I just explained why. Did you not hear why?
Why? Why would I abandon? Wait, hold on. No, I'm going to clarify. Why would I abandon that multiple interpretations for a sacred text is problematic just because somebody else's interpretation says it's not?
I'm saying because and I'll try to repeat it, and hopefully you can maybe attach onto what I said. What I said is that you and I had this conversation, and you said there's all these doors, and because there's all these doors that you can go through, it is not appropriate because you will end up in hell as your final door if you don't go through the right
According
doors.
to several interpretations. Yes.
According to your interpretation that you're presupposing bringing to the table.
Okay, Andrew. That level of dishonesty, I would not even.
How is that dishonest?
You think that there are not soteriological systems that say that?
Yeah, if you accept those, if that's an interpretation you bring to the table.
That's the entire issue.
That's not the entire issue, brother. That's not the entire issue.
No.
That's not the entire issue.
No.
That's not the entire issue.
They're there, Andrew. Do you fucking understand that? It's not that I accept them. It's that they're even there.
No, that's stupid.
Why is that stupid?
It's unbelievably stupid.
Sir, can you
I
wait
can say
on your phone in here?
if you
Just a few
don't own
minutes.
3 toes, you're going to go to hell.
In my experience, it's
The Bible doesn't teach you you should own 3 toes.
breakdowns, trying to hurt me. It's a psychological intense experience. Do not try to see the danger.
What are you doing?
What I'm doing is showing how it's on a human to pick one of these fucking interpretations to avoid eternal punishment when they cannot be reasonably supported to the punishment.
You need to go now. Now.
Okay, do you recognize the difference
me up.
between 3 texts?
You understand what the fuck?
Did you answer no?
Just a few minutes.
I'm not going to do the gaslighting stuff.
Can we make this the first video ever to have 0 likes but 1 million views?
By giving him an emoji, giving him the 100%, like you support what he said.
Come on, Andrew.
No. I'm tired of the troll stuff. So I'm going to move you down, Gray, unless you can go ahead and explain why it is you think the way he's saying it makes sense. Because I don't even think you're tracking the discussion. You don't even know where we're at. Go ahead. Gray?
If you move me down, I'm still gonna emote.
That's fine. Well, no, I mean, that's fine.
Is that really pissing you off?
You can do it. No. I want you to recap. I want you to steel man what I'm saying and tell me where we're at in this dispute right now for you.
I don't know. There's just too many interpretations for me to understand.
So you're just gonna make a broad statement. There's too many interpretations, and you're gonna give a thumbs up to him. You don't even understand the conversation. I think that it's stupid when people do that. When people are having a discussion and somebody puts an emoji, a thumbs up, and all that, right? Unless you're just outright trolling, which really,
I'm not the only person that gave him a thumbs up.
Yeah, I know. You have another idiot named Honey Badger. Okay? I'm asking you Why are you giving him a thumbs up? You don't track the conversation.
I think you're misrepresenting what he's saying, and then you're just giving more interpretations which actually adds to his point.
Hey, Greg, I'm not going to do this. You're gonna tell me right now, or you're gonna admit you weren't tracking, and you're just thumbs upping just because you want to give him. All right. So if you don't want to be part of the rooms, we're gonna start getting a little more serious about this. Honey Badger and Gray, if you guys don't want to be part of the rooms, just keep doing that stuff. Keep doing that. I'm okay with some trolling. That's fine. If I can interpret that you're trolling, that's fine. But when you do stuff like this that has like no value, nobody finds it funny. I think it's stupid beyond all get out, because Andricus and I are trying to have a serious conversation here, okay? And I'm trying to come to some conclusion or some resolution. And you're gaslighting him, thinking he's saying something that's correct, and making other people think, oh, maybe there is something to that. It's foolish, and I despise it. So don't do that. Andricus, you are saying that there are different doors, and those doors are going to lead you to hell. And so the doors should be clear. They should be clearly marked, so you know what you're going through and what you're going into. And I said that I thought, or you and I came to a agreement that you did not need to take that position, that was somehow an issue, okay? Because you are coming to the table with some presuppositions. You are saying, well, if you come to the table with this idea of eternal conscious torment, if you misinterpret Scripture, well, that's a massive problem because people misinterpret Scripture. Well, you are already bringing the presupposition of eternal conscious torment. Now, I do agree there's a large body of Christians who've held that historically. It's been the predominant view, eternal conscious torment, as their view of hell. But how you get there is going to be different. People are going to have different views. And the duration, when you talk about annihilationism or universalism, even though these are minority views or less held to. I mean, annihilationism is the next best one as far as the adherence, and then the least held one is going to be universalism. Even though there's all these different views of hell, the overlap of fundamentals is enormous. It's enormous. People believe, regardless of your denomination, there's going to be massive, enormous overlap. You believe in God. God created the universe, created the earth. You believe that man is either directly or that God is involved with the creation of man. You believe that man are sinners. You believe there's a guy named Jesus who died on a cross for your sins and rose from the dead bodily. You believe there's going to be a judgment for your sin, and you are going to be sent to one of two places. That's a pretty broad, overlapping belief among people of many denominations. There's not going to be much discrepancy on what I just said. That's going to be pretty well universal. Okay? Now, there will be some aberrant denominations, quote unquote, that claim to be Christian, whatever. But that's showing you that if God is behind the text, which P.S. he is, but if God is behind the text, he's doing a pretty bang-up job on getting people to understand the fundamentals. Because it's not like God is taking you out on a technicality. Nobody who understands the text and understands what we're talking about here is going to be like saying, well, God's just going to be like, well, you just didn't assent to this particular proposition just right. No, it's a heart posture issue. It's a submission issue. It's a sincerity issue. It's not about, oh, I didn't get this part. I didn't have this part of the text committed to my mind. Therefore, I'm discredited. Now, if you have a disposition that you want the truth, you want God, if he's there, that you're open to that, God can save you. You don't need to assent to all these different propositions. You can be saved if you're open to it. So, saying
an interpretation.
I'm telling
you, and I'm going to say it again because I asked you very reasonably, and actually in good faith, you should have repeated what I said, and you wouldn't do it when you decided to attack Gray instead. So I'm going to say it right now. I'll say it again. If you have multiple models of soteriology, and you cannot reasonably exclude all but the one correct one, you cannot reasonably demand.
And I just answered
that. You cannot reasonably demand.
I just answered that one. I just answered that. Soteriology is how you get saved. Soteriology is going to be just broadly, it's how you're saved. Okay. And the point is that Christ is the one that's doing the saving. He did it on the cross. Now, how you get there, saying that you must assent to propositions, you must have the correct views, you must have all these different views correct, or you're not going to be saved. I think most people who are Christians, if you press them on these issues, they can tell you and will, because it's just true.
Andrew, I swear, I gave you huge runway in this, and you're just saying damn thing.
Hold on,
you're saying the same thing. Can I point out to you what these?
Andricus, I swear, bro, this is
No,
frustrating
no,
because you're not tracking. What did I just say? What did I just say? You want to talk about sounding and
I wrapped my points up so quickly.
Hey, Andricus,
and you just
can you steel man what I said?
Saying the same.
Everybody
go ahead. You're gonna say the same thing.
Can you steel man what I said? Can you
You're
steel
gonna say
man
the
what I
same
said?
thing.
Can you
Yes,
steel man what I said?
Yeah, you presented a version that says.
No, not a version.
You presented that there's different criteria that you could probably.
Not a version. Not a version. Wrong. Right.
You said that you could believe any number of these different things and still be saved. Is what you said.
Yeah, it's not a version.
Yeah.
The point is, even people within these denominations
even then,
know that God can save you.
Then you're still making a demand that certain things must be believed. And if you cannot exclude the other models of soteriology that say that is wrong, then none of you can reasonably demand that people believe any of it.
I'm saying that the assent doesn't have to be there. I'm saying God can save you if you just say, yeah, I want to be saved. That's what I'm telling you. And I'm saying people who are Christians, if you ask them about this, if you talk about the fundamentals, they believe in a God who is typically going to have.
You will be hunted by the black man.
Or be omnipotent in some way.
Another view, Andrew. That's
No, it's not presenting. No, it's not presenting another view. Quit saying that. You're wrong. Quit saying that. That is not what I'm saying. I'm telling you, it is going to be nearly universal among the people. Andricus, you're talking about people within Christianity. Please quit saying stuff that's stupid. People within Christianity believe in this figure called God. Do you understand that?
Do you think that they all think that this exclusively?
Can you understand that? Can you understand that?
Hey, Andrew, let's make this simple. What do you think is the criteria to be?
Andricus.
Right, which JCC is harkening back to what actually occurred. Which he's harkening back to what actually occurred, which was me yelling at Sully, telling him it's not.
You yelled at me too.
Wasn't that about whether or not you had a talking with God or something?
Yeah, but it had nothing to do with what Andricus is saying, which is what him and I were talking about before. I wasn't yelling at him. It's not a view. But anyway, that's fine. He says that I did, but that I didn't, but whatever. Anyway, Andricus, my point to you is this, okay?
Can we take a poll? I'd really be curious.
Yeah, we can take a poll. We can take a poll, but you're just, there's been massive confusion upon confusion. Now, I'm telling you that people can be saved because God can save them. Now, if they believe the scripture, which they typically are going to believe scripture, if they have a concept of God, getting down to the specifics of the soteriology, there is going to be some differences on what it means to be saved. Okay? There are going to be differences on that. But the overall point, which is something that there's going to be massive overlap on, is that God has the power to save you. And that there's this thing called the Holy Spirit. Most people that are within Christendom, regardless of denomination, are going to agree that there's a Holy Spirit. The functions of the Holy Spirit, like what the Holy Spirit does today, if there's still gifts of healing and speaking in tongues, all those things, they are going to differ on that. I agree. But what they aren't going to differ on is that Holy Spirit is to lead you to truth. So the whole point is, and I think I could get almost any Christian you could provide from almost any denomination to agree with this, is that if their disposition is open to the truth and they want God to show them the truth, they will come to know God. Okay? That's what I'm saying. Okay. So I'm saying there is a fundamental, there is a more broad opening there.
And that's what's funny about that?
Hold on, real quick. The bottleneck is not at assenting to a particular doctrinal proposition.
That's
okay,
your
that's not the bottleneck. That's not. No, listen. I just demonstrated why I don't think that that's the case. Now, if you have a refutation, by all means, but don't say that that's just a view.
Oh, I don't. Why do you think I would? Wait,
because it goes like this.
Andrew.
Because it goes like this.
Andrew, listen, buddy.
Because it goes like this.
If you want to have a terrible discussion, we can do it, but you have been just going crazy.
Hold on, bro. I'm gonna say one more thing. It goes like this. Belief in God, cool. Lots of overlap. Belief God is leading you to truth and open to it. Okay?
That's your criteria for salvation?
No. I'm not even saying that saves you. I'm saying that that is something.
Wait. Are you willing to say
I want you to track what I'm saying.
You're not willing to
track what I'm saying. I want you to track what I'm saying.
You're not.
I'm saying, Andrew,
no, you're almost Vatican II.
I want you to track what I'm saying.
You can believe multiple different things and still be saved. About you can have different. You can have people adhering to multiple different versions of spirituality. Are you gonna let me respond or not? Are you able to let me respond or not? Andrew, if you're not able to let me respond,
So you know what you should do instead of helping organize even more chaos? You shut the fuck up. Call your CPD superintendent and take action. Restore law and order. Protect property and citizens. If not, you have blood on your incompetent leader hands. Parents, Brandon lets the violence happen. He knows you aren't responsible.
He's flying a C5. He's got a big cargo. And
he's got pamphlets. He's got to get out there. All right.
Okay. So, Andricus.
Me?
The broad belief in God.
You?
And your disposition and sincerity towards God. Seeking God. You'll find God.
That is a view of how you find God.
If someone invites
you, keep saying this, Andricus.
Okay,
that is a stupid thing. When I give you a response,
your whole point was you're not able to respond. You are unable to listen.
You are unbelievably frustrated.
You are unable to listen to a response.
No, I heard your response. I heard your response.
How can you possibly say?
You said that is a view and you muted your mic.
How can you possibly say that what you just said is not in agreement with many other versions of soteriology? How can you be honest and say that?
What are you doing right now?
No, what are you doing?
What are you doing?
No, what are you doing? How can you be so dishonest about all the models of soteriology that are out there? Why are you so dishonest? Why are you so dishonest?
Because I'm saying people that affirm all those soteriologies will also affirm what I'm saying.
No, they will not.
Then you're just being stupid.
No,
okay, because you're not listening. Because you're not listening to me. Hey, Andricus, stop. Andricus, stop.
Right now.
Andricus, I'm gonna make it real clear. Yeah, I'm gonna make it real clear. Yeah, he's gonna have to. He's gonna have to.
If we got Matt Yester in here, do you think?
Yeah, and I'm gonna tell you why.
Soteriologies. I love the crash over fool. Just ask Matt Walsh. I love the crash over having a mic down on the show.
Is it the time? And you've been cracking out.
I don't care about any of that stuff. I don't care. I do not care. I do not care.
Multiple models of soteriology that are not in agreement with each other. And somehow you delude yourself to believe that's the case. That there are not multiple models of soteriology. Somehow you delude yourself to think that's not the case. And I don't know how you got there.
Please stop saying stupid stuff.
I don't know how you got there.
I beg you.
How did you get there? I'm curious how you got there.
Okay, stop talking.
I'm curious how you got to the point where you think if Van Til came in here, he would agree with you.
Stop. Andricus.
If Van Til, if Bonson,
you're just being so ridiculously.
How you think
you're being
he would agree with
purposely
you?
obtuse. Better listen to what I'm telling you. You're being purposely obtuse. Don't do that.
I'm not, dude. Okay. You tell me where I'm being obtuse.
Don't do it.
No. You
shut the fish up.
just pointed out that you're stupid.
I'm trying to, but you won't shut the fish up. Yeah, but I'm trying to, but you won't shut the fish up. But I'm trying to, but you won't shut the fish up.
You've been trying to and haven't been able to.
I'm gonna start playing music, dude. Just stop talking.
Please.
Is this the case? Andricus, stop. You're like drinking or something.
No.
Just stop.
Remember how you're a dog with a bone earlier? I'm the dog with the bone now. I have got my teeth locked into the problem.
Okay, that's right. No, you're not locked in. You're completely off the problem.
Welcome to the Andrew respect.
JCC, stop. I've already repeated this multiple times, and you're not getting it because you keep going back to soteriology, which is down the line. Which is down the line. Down the line. Stop talking.
What your claim is that everybody in Christianity agrees with soteriology. That's your claim.
Stop talking.
Yeah, I need you to demonstrate that everybody agrees about soteriology.
Andricus, stop talking. Go ahead. Andricus. Say Andricus. Andricus. I'm not going to have the conversation with you if you don't stop this. Knock it off. I'm trying to explain something to you. Soteriology is down the line. That is not what I'm talking about. You're doing some very stupid thing where you're not listening to me.
Oh, no.
And then you're responding to a straw man. I'm telling you that if you believe in God, if you believe that there is a God, and you believe that that God wants to, you want that God. You want to know that God.
We're just going to put a parenthesis on this. This is a model of soteriology. You are describing.
It's not a model of soteriology. So
yes,
quit
it
saying
is.
that. No, it isn't. So quit saying that. Goofy.
How is it not?
The model of soteriology is no. The model of soteriology, which is what I already said, and I'm going to quit repeating myself because you're not freaking listening.
Neurotic soteriologists.
I'm saved.
That's right.
That's not what I'm talking about right now.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't.
Then you've been talking about something different than we've been talking about.
No, because you're not listening and following the chain of reasoning because you're too busy just talking about straw men.
No.
Yeah.
I've been talking. No.
Yeah.
You've been talking this entire time.
No.
How
because
you
you're not
avoid
listening.
a turn upon
Because you're not listening.
right?
Because you're not listening.
And a model that says something different.
So retarded.
That somebody, dude. Okay, can you, Andrew? If you can't answer this one question, I don't know how we're going to get.
No,
do you agree that there are disparate models of soteriology?
I've already answered that. Yes. Please stop saying retardation. Please stop saying retardation.
Then what are you arguing for?
Please, I beg you.
Another model of soteriology.
Bro, I don't know if you need to drink some water or what. I can't do this. I'm making it as clear as day. Ready? There is soteriology among different denominations. Got it. Put a pin in it. We don't need to talk about that again because that's not what I'm fishing for.
So if you present one that's out of line with those, how is that not a different model?
You're not listening. I'm talking about soteriology. Or are you not listening to me?
Does knowing God save you?
Knowing God through Christ is what's going to save you. But that's not what I'm talking about. But that's not what I'm talking about. Okay?
That's what we've been talking about this entire year.
No, it's not.
You know why we've been talking about that?
You remember why we got on this point?
Yes.
The reason we got on this point. Hold on. I'm going to remind you because I'm so freaking frustrated with the bullfish you're doing. The reason we got. Listen to me, bros. Please stop talking. The reason we got onto this point is because we were talking about differences in interpretation. And you're saying there's all these different doors, and if you're going to end up in hell, it's unjust. It's not right because God didn't make it clear for all people to understand. That's what we got on this point for.
That's correct.
Yes, that is correct. And I was responding to that by saying you need to zoom out further than going to soteriology because that's down the line. The bottleneck
Andrew would never
is
make
not
any
at
gods on it. He would be driven up
That's
because
what
he
I'm
can't
telling
shut
you.
the fuck
And you're
up.
not listening.
If you're stuck on the word and all you need
It's not the word, it's what it means, and I know what you're saying. It's not a matter of semantics.
Let's abandon the word soteriology. We're talking about what saves you.
Yeah, what saves you is Jesus Christ. That's what saves you. But we're not talking about that right now.
That's the entire crux of
the objection that you have is that a holy text inspired by God would do better at getting people through that door of salvation if it were really inspired by God. It's that you have all these differences in interpretation. It doesn't make sense to say it's inspired by God. That is your point. Because I can still man the fishing conversation. Following. I'm telling you there's something completely different going on. I'm saying you zoom out from there. There's something that is not bottlenecked at soteriology.
That's a different model. No. We're abandoning the word soteriology because you're stuck.
I'm saying
you're talking about what?
No, it's not we're abandoning. It's not we're abandoning. I'm providing you a response to your objection.
To what?
But because you're obsessed with calling it a view, you want to say, well, that's just another form of soteriology. I'm not saying that. I'm not talking about soteriology.
Yes, what are you doing? You've been talking about nothing else.
No, I have not been talking about nothing else.
Yes, that's the
I'm
entire
not talking about
subject matter.
nothing else. I'm saying that knowing that Christ saves you is something that God can lead you to. Okay? God can lead you to that. Okay? So that's a separate point than saying that Christ you or how he saved you. That's soteriology. Not talking about that.
Yes, you have been. Because the ultimate
Okay,
goal,
you're
the
not
ultimate
mixing
goal,
up.
the ultimate goal,
Yeah, the ultimate goal. Yeah, you're doing the ultimate goal, which means
the
I'm trying to
ultimate
undermine.
goal,
Yeah, the
you
ultimate
are
goal
telling,
is to
you
be
are telling
saved. The ultimate goal is to be
you are
saved and go to
telling
heaven, right?
somebody
And the
a
ultimate
method,
goal.
you are telling somebody a path by which to reach rightness with God.
It's the so
Correct?
stupid.
Am I
And I don't
wrong?
have to tell anybody that. That's my
How-
doesn't involve
if
telling
you-
anybody anything.
If you
Doesn't
can't
involve
tell me
telling
how I'm
anybody
wrong in that,
doesn't involve
you
telling
can't tell me how I'm
anybody
wrong,
anything.
and that's the
It
basis,
doesn't
then
involve.
you're lying.
It
because
doesn't
we have been
involve
talking about this
telling
the
anybody
entire
anything.
time. You have a methodology for reaching rightness with God.
I might
to the
start
point where-
kicking. Who is it, Gray? Yeah, I might kick you out, Gray. So
Buddy,
you keep doing
come
that.
on, dude.
I might kick you out. No, it's not.
People
Come
could
on.
be
It's not.
asking
Come on.
me to hold
Come
would
on.
not care.
It's not. Come on. The reason I'm doing that is
If
because
people-
the only
if
people
people are
who
asking
are
me,
going to be
he'll
the
feel
only
better,
people
so
close,
we
not
can
the
keep
others.
going and then not
The
comment on
only
that.
people that are going to be Down syndromed enough to thumbs up you right now are going to be Gray and potentially Honey Badger.
Well, that's
okay?
that
Because
means
you
you're upset
because
that
you
people
can't
agree
steal
with
man.
you.
You
That
don't
doesn't
know
mean
where
that
we're at in the
people- you're upset that
conversation.
people agree
You
with
don't want to. Okay, Albedo, you're lucky. You're lucky. I love you. You
You need to light that. Come on.
You
Andrew, listen,
Love this go-to
Andrew,
card.
this has been really, this has been powerful. Can we take a look at this? I need a break. I need a break. I need a break. I need a break.
That was gold.
That was very good.
Andricus,
I need a break.
you need a break, and I would
You need a break,
beg
too.
I
You need a
would
break,
beg you
too.
to drink some water. And I would
I'm pretty sure if I
I think you both
proposed
need
something
water.
like that
You both need
moment,
water.
I would have gotten removed from the room by it.
I think you're right, Piper. It would be very difficult.
Like I said, you're justified to make that assumption at times, but you're not justified this time.
Andricus, well, that's fine. I'm glad you're acknowledging that can be justified.
It can be,
My point
but
is,
not right.
but my point, of course it can be. You should hear, you should hear some of our
Stupid people get angry.
Not to say I don't
Angry,
trust-
stupid people are angry because they're stupid. And this angry all the time.
I mean, as far as
It's
like,
unfortunate because this isn't recorded, but I would advise, I would encourage you to go back and listen. If it was
there's
recorded.
no replays on here.
There is not. But the whole thing is you keep on wanting to go down the soteriology, which I am specifically giving
Let's
a rebuttal to
pin
that.
that for now, buddy, because
Yeah, that's
we're
fine.
going
That's fine.
around and
Well,
around.
be a gentleman and a scholar, Andricus, and give me the last word. How's that?
I don't know if I should because you've been stomping on me the entire conversation, so I don't know if I should be. I don't know if I feel good about my life.
Okay. All right.
You have 4X talk to him, Andrew, to be fair.
Oh yeah, no, I know I've 4X talked to him because it's turned into just completely losing track of where we're at in the conversation, which is exceptionally frustrating. But I'm going to say just one more time, and if you want to say something as fault, that's fine. I'm giving you a objection I'm giving you a refutation to your objection to the problem of interpretation. Okay, I'm giving you
that's
a
fine.
refutation.
Good. Fine word.
Okay.
Good. Very good.
So that's what I was trying to do. I wasn't trying to just
Very
provide
good,
it.
Andrew.
I wasn't just trying to.
Good.
Very
I
good.
hear you.
Very
Exactly. This is very Roger-esque. I wasn't just trying to provide you a different view or a different soteriology. I'm saying that among those with differing soteriologies, they're going to agree with what I just said. That's why what you're saying doesn't work. Okay? Did you hear what I just said?
Yep, and
Thank
you're
you.
wrong.
Okay, well, you can't show that I'm wrong.
You want me to go grab 5 people and bring them in here and show them how wrong?
Yes, I do.
You want me to go find Matt Slick and drag him in here?
Yes, I do.
You want me to go find?
Yes, I do.
You want me to go find
Yes, I do.
Andy?
Yes, I do.
Hey, Andrew.
Yes, I
Do you
do.
remember
Yes,
I
I
was
do.
in?
Yes,
Remember
I
how
do.
long I
Yes,
was
I
in?
do. Yes,
This
I
is
do.
This is
Now
it.
follow
This
through.
is it.
Yes, I
This
do.
is what you've been doing. This is what Charles was talking about.
Yes, I do.
Roughshod
You
me
said you want me to go do this, and I do want you to go.
Hey, I'll grab the entire report.
Go grab the entire everybody.
Go get all the Calvinists. Go get the
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Clearly has a TV out.
As numbskulled out as they are, I will do the same line of questioning with them, and it'll also apply. So yep, go grab the Calvinist.
No, it will not. They will
Yep,
not.
you go.
Oh, and Andrew, while we have them, we could do the LFW.
No, I'm just kidding. Actually, that was a great discussion.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna let's.
I do want to say though, Andrew, with the whole React thing, I mean, people do that to everybody here all the time on all sides of an issue.
No. Look, but you're not around.
Come on.
And I know that there's some motivation there, some bias.
If you were to look at the transcript of this convo, YouTube, you would both puke your mouth with how pointless this is and lies.
Let me explain to you. There's total tracking errors on Gray's behalf. There's tracking errors on Honey's behalf. But yet, because they're so anti-Christian, they're so anti-any that is going to be defending the faith. More Honey Badger than Gray, just to be clear. But both of them are bad. They don't track a conversation, but yet they'll put thumbs up and, X the other person. They'll do that over and over again. And it gets kind of old because at some point they start like gaslighting people.
Wait, but you don't think the Christians do that to atheists in here?
I didn't see any Christians. Well, first of all, Christians do that, so I'm not going to say Christians don't do that. But I don't think that we have an equivalent of a Honey Badger. Honey Badger just literally just speaks feces, like how a baby defecates in a diaper.
No, we don't have to get into all that. I'm just saying.
I am going to get into it real quick. So we don't have any Christians that are in the chat who are spewing feces constantly and on everyone of a particular faith, right? In that way.
Agamemnon acts like that all the time.
Hold on. What's that?
You said there's no Christians like that.
No Christians like that. No, that's not what I said. I said there are Christians like that. I said we don't in our rooms.
I know. I'm pointing at Agamemnon. Agamemnon acts like that all the time. He was doing that today.
I don't think Agamemnon. Now listen,
we just have a difference of opinion then.
Well, no, hold on. I do Agamemnon definitely does his trolling, where it usually does it in voice. He'll usually say, "Oh yeah, exactly." He loves doing that. Okay, I fully acknowledge that, and I think that he is gaslighting because he does that for people that are saying stuff that's usually wrong, and he usually does it in a way that, if you realize, like when he was saying that about Gavin and things like that, I don't think Aga really believes that. Right? He's doing that. I don't think he actually is going to try because he was laughing.
What about Crimsonite? He's always laughing in chat.
He was laughing in Crimsonite as well. Crimsonite. I think Crimsonite actually likes Gavin, but I think he realizes because if you realize there's some tails here, and this is why you gotta see this. And then this word the same.
Okay.
When Crimsonite says stuff in the chat, it'll be like, Andrew, are you ready to give up your universalism your libertarian free will coupled with your universalism? Have you submitted to the beast of the compatibilism that or whatever, right? And he'll just say things like that over and over again, and it's clear that he doesn't actually think, because first of all, he believes in libertarian free will, and he did think there was a tension between my universalism and libertarian free will. But ultimately, I think that's been cleared up. But he still likes to say stuff.
No, actually, it's funny. Last night we were talking about my view, and he wanted me to run that line against you specifically.
No, of course, because he likes to have that discussion. Roger, there you are, brother. I need to get your Discord, buddy. So
no, I'm just saying with the React stuff. I just don't think it's that big.
No, well, because you're not. But yeah, because you're not on. Now you're. Well, we can get to that point next. But I'm just making a broader point that the people who do that don't track
Andrew,
at all.
you'll have to steel man this argument. Otherwise, we're insincere and not tracking
that they
the
genuinely mean that they're giving this person a thumbs up and stuff like that. Ask them to steel man, and they can't. And then they'll just say something very vague, very stupid, like normal. And that's something I'm just getting kind of tired of. So just keep in mind, a lot of people have asked for them to be excised, right, out of the room, pretty strongly, right? I'm not trying to do that. I want them to be
Andrew, this is the steel man, and he is tired.
Particularly when you're the one receiving end of it, because I get this constantly from Honey Badger and from Gray, right? What? What'd you say?
Power or the, so I mean, you got to keep that in mind too when you cry.
Your mind's cutting out, but
You're also the person in power. Like, you're the person in a position. You're roboting.
Okay, fix your mic, bub. As far as being in a position of power, Charles, you're not around enough, dude. I'm the one that is actually fighting, typically, for them to be part of the room. Gray couldn't come into this room for a very long time. Timothy was he blocked her. Okay, didn't want her in here, and she was asking me to help her get in the room. I wanted her to be able to be in the room. I have fought for both of those people to be in the room. Sully has said Honey Badger is just garbage. He said he doesn't contribute anything to these conversations. He shouldn't be here. He should be kicked out of the room. And I haven't done that. I haven't blocked him out. Many people have said Honey Badger shouldn't be in the room. Okay? But I'm not doing that. So it's not me of my power or my badge. That's not true. I have fought for a lot of people that I don't like, that I do not.
I'll give you. I'll give you that. I agree with you 100%. I back you. Sorry, can you hear me better? Can you hear me better now?
Yeah,
I do back you, Andrew, on that. I mean, you don't kick Honey out. You endure him as long as.
Oh yeah, and dude, nobody else.
So I'll give you that. You know, yeah, I just don't think you do that with Aga when he's in the chat and he's like spamming the chat and saying
Andrew is a
crap about
pussy.
people and being
So
an
tough,
asshole.
he's a steel man.
No, I have that.
And going like, oh, I gotta leave, and he leaves and he makes a good comment.
Well, let me just say this. I think I've gone further than any of the other side. First of all, Aga is not doing the level of what Honey Badger's doing. He's just not. But it is bad. Aga's doing bad. But I've talked to Aga about that. And I can almost guarantee you, Tim, that most people, it's okay what Honey Badger and Grey Wolf is doing, or they say, we can acknowledge that they're doing that sometime or whatever. They haven't said anything to him. They don't go to him and say, hey, you need to stop doing that. You need to stop acting that way. They don't do that. So it's just, I kind of.
Andrew has no point. His show is pointless. He just can't stop talking about people.
Going on here.
He has no
like people
topic.
want to complain about Aga, which I agree. Ready? I'm saying it right here. Aga is definitely rage baiting people. He's definitely saying stuff that's like gaslighting to certain people, right? Particularly, I mean, the ones that know that he's doing that. You can tell, like,
every time he can't stop talking to, he can't stop giving Piper jabs at Piper. Can't stop doing it.
Well, yeah, those two are going to be like blood feud. Like,
well, I know, but I mean, it's not like I don't think Piper particularly starts it, you know?
I mean, independent of whether I started, I did recently say, because I wanted to see if I could make conversations with him less tedious, so I basically said, hey, look, we don't have to do anything. I'm sorry for whatever I did that offended you in the past. And he said, okay, yeah, I'm sorry too. We can, we can stop continuously going at each other. The very next conversation I had with him, like literally right after that, he immediately started doing.
I'll tell you what. So, see, Piper, and I appreciate you saying that because look, I'm willing to jump on that bandwagon, dude. I'll talk to Aga, and I'll say it openly and privately. I'm fine with that because I think that we should do that. I think that's a matter of integrity, and so I'm fine if I'm being oblivious. But
I love that I can film people wasting all the time, talk gossip.
A little bit, obviously, because
no topic clowns.
Right, I'm getting and you're on the receiving end, Piper. So it's very.
It's like a high school cafeteria with religious debate.
The thing about Aga, the thing that's difficult with him.
Really quick, Adrian. Can I just, because I wanted to steel man you for the longest. I just wanted to get in here because I gotta go inside my house.
Love it.
With Andrews. So what? Andrews, you realize in the beginning when he said this to you, and he said, if we invite a Muslim on stage, he's gonna say he doesn't believe that what we have has been revealed by God. It's different than what a Jew and us are going to do because we share the same text. So it's not soteriology, whatever it is. It's not that. But I just want to let you know that's where he was trying to explain to you how different it is.
Good afternoon.
Did you understand that part?
And I'm feeling really.
I hear what you're saying. That's not where we ended up sitting on for the last hour.
Well, it's
not a
But
matter.
do you think that's soteriology? By saying that one person saying that the text doesn't exist.
We can't disagree on that, Bart. There's no way we can disagree on that. What I said there is just a month.
Yeah, I'm just. No, you pushed it to there.
No.
Let's go back to the original. Because I've been waiting. I've been waiting for this lull so that I can explain to you what he was saying. He's saying they don't share the text with us. They reiterate the stories in their book, and they're saying that's the standard. It's not the same conversation.
Muslims. He was talking about different Christians.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
because
the conversation that Andrew and I were having was about Christian soteria.
Yes, because you changed it. The initial conversation was to what Sergio when he was in the room. That's what it was originally about.
Well, my initial.
You do understand that difference, right? You can have the soteriology conversation with him about Christianity all you want. That's fine.
Well,
He's talking about more than atheists
Islam.
every day. I believe more and more in science and technology, not these brain.
If the one person is saying they don't share the text, how am I going to do soteriology on someone that's not reading the same text?
No. My point of if you have anyone claiming, right, that according to the text they have an interpretation that leads to you being on the right side of God, and within that same belief system, there's multiple other ones that are disparate.
All right, so I'm going to give up.
All
Tim,
able to be reasonable.
They're
all able to be reasonably supported, and you can't reasonably exclude one from the other. Then there's no reasonable demand that you can place.
Sounds like two people are agreeing on the text there.
Here
Tim,
we go again.
can you
Disparate
try to?
soteriologists.
Because I'm going to stop. I gave my effort there, Andrew. I tried, but he's not budging. So Tim, if you want to, maybe you can get through to him.
I wasn't here for all the backstory part of like what you guys were talking about, so I don't know if I can help much. The only thing I'll say is that it is true that Muslims, like, they make criticisms. They begin to make an internal critique, and then they make an external critique. They flip back and forth between external and external, and so they're very difficult to talk to because they'll say something like, Jesus prostrated to God, and you'll say, okay, where's that at? And they'll say, okay, here's in the Bible, and they say, okay, so you're making a critique, you're accepting the Bible on its terms. They say, no, only when it agrees with what we think is that what it says, only when it agrees with our scripture, which is kind of like a weird thing to do, right?
An external. I mean, if you're granting for the sake of argument that this is what the book says, that doesn't mean you're accepting that what it says is true.
I know, but what they'll say is like, here's the reason why Jesus was a Muslim. Jesus was a Muslim because he prostrated, right? And then in the very next verse it said he prostrated Father. Father. No. You say, okay, well then why are you accepting verse 1 and you're not accepting verse 2?
Possibly then make a case that the Bible itself is internally inconsistent with itself.
Right. They certainly can, but the way that they make that case, I don't know if you're aware of this, is they make the case and say it's good as long as it agrees with the Quran. And
Personally, I'd like to have them allowed to the Muslim soteriology of polyvagal
appeal to
Jews.
some independent like, for instance, if you and I would say, well, here you and I could say, well, I think this part of Mark or Luke and John incorrect because we have different gospel manuscripts, and those manuscripts are very different from each other. They don't agree with each other. We could say something like that, right? But if I were to say, like, hey, every single man we have of John on this particular verse sat or something really close to that.
Andricus, what happened? Is this the new Andricus?
You would be arguing and saying, well, that's not correct. I don't have any reason to think that that's correct, right? But the Muslim says, well, it's wrong because the Quran doesn't agree with the Quran. The Quran says that God is not the Father. And so anywhere in the Bible it says God is the Father, it's just wrong.
Thanks for letting me roast the shit out of
Let me tell you my
you.
ultimate point, which spawned this whole.
Sure. I wasn't here, so I'm happy you don't want to hear it.
No, it's all good. My entire point is that it's unreasonable to place a belief demand or obligation on a human when you cannot reasonably exclude all these different models from each other, when you cannot reasonably dilute down to one correct model that you're supposed to believe in order to be right with God, if you cannot reasonably exclude, then there's no way you could justify putting
What is reasonable?
Unreasonable demands because of model exclusion and dilution of soteriologists.
If they're all reasonable.
Wait. Do you think they're all reasonable?
Yeah, I think strongly argue.
No, Andrew, I'm asking you. Tim, let me ask this one.
We're on the same page, Andrew.
Yeah, because I
so you know where are.
Yeah, I think this is really a sign of integrity here. So I'm gonna check this out, Andrew.
I'm convinced Andrew's is brain broken as well.
Judaism, Christianity, and Islam all have equal evidence for them.
They are all able to make very strong.
And
hey, screw you! Shut the fuck up, Andrew. You've been doing this the entire time. Shut
Let him get it out. Let him get it out, Andrew.
Jesus.
Let him get it out.
No, this should.
Dude,
let him get it out,
Andrew. You have been.
No, don't do that.
This is why. Go ahead. This is why. No. I'm good, man. I'm good. You don't want to.
Andrew, because I want to hear. Will you do it for my sake?
Think of that.
Will you do it for my sake? And Chris, will you do it for me? Because I want to hear it.
Will I do it for Timmy? What I'm saying is, they can all reasonably support their position.
Did you say gay bar?
Through scripture, through deductive arguments. They all make super reasonable cases to where you cannot exclude one from the other. You cannot any of them.
Is this a gay bar?
And so therefore, if that is the case, it is not reasonable to put a demand on a human to pick one or be fucked.
Yeah, I'm glad he said that. I think that is a retarded thing to say, because obviously there's some things that are just patently. I mean, it just shouldn't even be a concern.
Is that your interpretation of the problem?
Yeah, brother, you're just trying to make it more diluted so you can make it seem like a problem. I'm telling you that anybody that has two brain cells to rub together should be able to look at certain things.
Holy
shit. Listen. Should be able to look at certain things within Islam and say, yeah, no. And if you can't see that, it doesn't matter. If you can't see that, listen to what I'm telling you. No, listen to what I'm telling you. If you can't see that there is a fundamental difference between these certain faith traditions, and you can go outside of the Abrahamic faiths, look at other stuff too. Look at different traditions that have cropped up, whether it be Mormonism or you look at Scientology. If you're trying to say that these are all on the same, they all have the same rational warrant, that's retarded. There obviously there's distinctions. You can call out an enormous amount of belief systems. You
can call them all out.
See, and that's why I knew you weren't gonna. So I asked you a question, which was, of the three Abrahamic faiths, are you really gonna say that the philosophical justification, and then you use the text, which is weird because obviously the text, people can have different interpretations on the text. That's fine, and they can try to argue for their respective doctrine within the text. But that's not necessarily going to be the marker as to whether you're rationally warranted more or less on that tradition, to hold it or not. That's not really.
I'm not surprised you would say that about it.
I'm talking about. Look, I'm saying that.
I like how you like how I like.
Take the Quran. Take the Hadith.
I like how you like how I like as we listen to Andrew's truth.
The traditional concept of what it means to be a Muslim, what it means to be a Christian, what it means to be a Jew, and do you think that the
I like how you like how I like as we listen to
those three is identical?
I would say that I personally, don't adhere to any of them because I think they're.
I know that.
Oh my god, dude. Oh my god.
And because I wish you would just answer questions.
Andrew should be lobotomized.
Okay, are you ready?
I'm not talking to you, man. Your point's already been made. I already won.
Here's the answer.
You're just
Here's the answer. You're not gonna like it.
Every time I'm about to come up with a rational response, you freak the fuck.
I know. Yeah. Because you're not actually answering.
No, I'm done.
Here's the answer. That's fine. Here's the answer. Christianity. That's the one.
Okay? Yeah, great.
Now,
your interpretation.
Believe it or not, I don't care. You can say I'm biased. You can do all you want. Because You can take the facts surrounding.
Now you're going to go through the entire litany of why it's more.
I thought you were done talking. I'm telling you that you can take the three traditions and you can look at them, and it should be. I think, and obviously there's going to be some bias there, but I think that a rational, reasonable person, objectively, should be able to look at.
And they have a lot of rational, reasonable people.
Stop. I think you should be able to take the philosophical underpinnings and look at what has been done in the traditions of each, and see which one really has.
Andrew, because you were perpetuating this. Andrew said he wants the last word because he's insecure and his clubhouse credibility is on display.
Reality more than the others, and you can tell which one should be more rationally warranted. That's what I'm saying. And I think many people who you respect, who are atheists, would agree with that. And I think now you can say whatever you want, but I think
Atheist is going to agree that Christianity is more reasonable in every respect.
I don't know what every respect means. It means on a whole, it is more rationally warranted. That's what I'm telling you. And you can say whatever you want to try to make it where they're all the same. Scientology and Buddhism and Jainism and Sikhism and everything else, put it all in one bucket and just say they're all equal. And that can make you feel better.
I don't think I said that. I don't think.
No. You tried to make the Abrahamic phase. You tried to make the Abrahamic.
But what I'm saying is, if you have enough disparity even within them.
Okay, let's try one more time.
You still can't. No, dude. This is actually the point. This is the point that it all started. This is the point that it all started.
I don't care about the disparity.
I
don't care about the disparity in them. I don't care about the disparity.
You cannot have a conversation.
I don't care about the disparity in them. Because you're not staying on the point. Because you're not staying on the point. Because you're not staying on the point.
And you continue to make the wrong points.
No, I didn't make the wrong point. I didn't make the wrong point. I said taken as a whole, what it means to be a Muslim, what it means to be a Christian, what it means to be a Jew, which one is more rational?
Let's say you had
which one is more rationally warranted?
No, dude.
Thank you.
Let's say you had two Christian soteriologies to pick from. Two. And you could not reasonably exclude them from them. You couldn't reasonably even remove one from consideration as being true. You couldn't do it. They're able to support their positions. You've got way more than that even within Christianity. If that is the case, which we can demonstrate by the number of people that actually hold to them and can argue for them, because you know that Matt Slick would come in here and tell you you're going to hell because of your view. If that is the case, how is it reasonable to tell a human to believe any one of them to the point of their fate is determined by it? How is that?
Sorry, buddy.
Yeah, I know. I listen to you, and you don't fucking listen to me.
No, I wasn't listening to you because you're not listening. Because you can't steelman. That's fine. You can be done. You're not steelmanning what I'm saying. You're not listening to what I'm saying. You didn't hear what I said.
Right. Sure, I'm not.
Hey, what did I say?
You said you're not listening to.
No, before that. What did I say?
The same shit you've been saying over and over.
Okay, so you didn't listen. Exactly. That's why I'm not paying attention. So it's fine. But when you're ready to actually talk about it, then we can.
No,
I'm not saying
I already won the fight. It's fine.
No, I got the reason I got sidetracked is somebody who I actually respect, Jose, is down there saying that that's poor work. So Jose, just so you understand, I mean, I hate to do this because it feels kind of cringy, but I just don't like this kind of pushback. So people you do respect, people who you think are high intelligence, are going to agree with what I just said. So you can say, oh, that's poor work. But this trend, because there's this, and I get it. Look, I understand the desire to make them all equivalent, to make it all the same.
I'm not even really worried about that.
You didn't want to talk. Well, make them all the same. Put them in the same bucket, and then just say, none of them are warranted. That's not my question. That's not what
equivalency,
soteriologists,
logical fellows there.
Because there are going to be ones that have more merit.
Wait a minute. Ones?
Yes.
Then the ICE police arrest Wu and the cops.
Only one that has any more merit than the others. No. Obviously, there's going to be some differences in merit between all of them.
So unless you're a universalist,
It is astonishing to me that you aren't listening to me. It's like you're trying hard not to listen. I'm saying that there is a difference between rational warrant between Christianity and other faiths, right? Because Christianity is on top, okay? At least between the three Abrahamic religions. And then among them, like between Judaism and Islam and all other faiths. Is there
rational warrant
Please
within
let
Christianity
cut me off. And I'm telling you, I'm literally responding to the thing that you just said, which is a straw man of what I'm saying. Because you're not listening.
Yeah, you're running off now because we had the discussion about Christianity and you didn't like that one. Even though you admitted directly, you acknowledged directly that there are multiple versions of theology. You admitted it, and yet somehow you still think that you have a different view of soteriology is not different than the other one. This is what I don't understand. I know. I don't understand.
I got you.
And it's also to be reasonably
He never
supportive
lies.
components of them. Right? Do you think that everybody that is able to argue for a position different from yours is unreasonable?
This policy, and I kind of wanted to look at sort of like his trajectory.
Sometimes, yeah.
He sort of get here. Who is
everybody?
And why
I just said sometimes. So it's going to depend on the person.
He never lies.
Am I going to be able to do a blanket? No, what you're saying, it's just a weird question. Do I think
He never lies. The man tells the truth, and he works hard for the city. If he were mayor, he would do that.
If you think there are people that are able to reasonably argue for a soteriological position that is different than yours, then my case wins.
No, because I already responded to you. It's not about soteriology, and you weren't listening. And you didn't listen to that, so I don't want to go back to that conversation.
No, we're done. I already won.
Okay, that's fine. We're done. That's fine. Okay, so please don't respond to me.
Retardology, soteriology.
Is that Christianity? No, that's fine.
No.
That's fine.
Do not talk directly to me. Do not talk directly to me.
Beautiful.
Yes, you are.
Okay. No. There was somebody who said, and I'm not going to name who it is, that there is, like, he's trying to put it forward like I'm saying, oh, it's just Christianity, and then all these other traditions are identical. No, I'm saying there's a rational warrant difference between Christianity versus the other two Abrahamic faiths. Okay, that's specifically the scope of what I was saying. And then
Retardology,
the
soteriology.
Abrahamic tradition compared to other religions, I'm saying they're going to differ as well, because I'm not naive enough or motivated enough to say something like Christianity is the only one that has any merit above the others, that none of those have merit above the other ones within that group. Of course there are. It's going to be a hierarchy. It's going to be insane to say that they're all equal. It's insane. It's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying above, in the three, that Christianity is going to shine above the other two.
Which version of Christianity?
Just Christian. Andricus.
Dude, don't do it. Don't admit to what you admitted to earlier and then back off of it. Don't do it.
The version thing is stupid. Because I said traditional Christianity, take your pick, I don't care. Traditional Islam, the core tenets, of a particular faith, whatever it makes, whatever the criteria it is to be called a Christian, I don't care how you define that, as long as it's somewhat orthodox, whatever. Whatever it is to be an Orthodox Muslim, whatever it is to be an Orthodox Jew, you compare the different traditions and you say, which one has more rational warrant? And I'm saying Christianity shines. Now, there are plenty of people who you respect intellectually, your peers, your atheist peers, who will agree with what I just said. But if you want to give pushback, by all means do so. It's fine. What's up? Is that Blessed? Blessed, come up here, bro.
So, Andrew, who's the one who says that they are going to pick Christianity over all the other?
I'm not going to say.
Oh, okay.
I'm not gonna do that. Yeah.
Why not? I'm curious.
Well, they can speak up because I think some of them are here. But yeah, anybody, and actually I polled the room the other day with that, and several people spoke.
I'm definitely going to say that. So.
Yeah,
well, I would lean towards Megatron saying yes, Andrew saying yes.
No, of course we're Christians. I'm saying people who are atheists. Yeah, people who are atheists.
Oh, what you're saying? Okay, so when you're asking atheists, are you asking them which religion makes more?
Yeah, so here's the question. Here's how
I'm going to ask an
He
atheist.
is an
What do
African
you think about Christianity?
Yeah, let me frame it like this, and Daniel can answer too. I'd like to hear Daniel. If I put a gun to your head, any of you atheists, and say, you must take one of these three faiths, Judaism, Christianity, or Islam, which one will you take?
Spinning a rule.
Since you with the gun, we obviously have to choose Christianity, right? It's like, you guys have to go.
Yeah. Thank you, Deepak. Thank you. I don't know about
we got Christianity.
What'd you say, Daniel?
I mean, it's got to be Christianity. It's like it's like ubiquitous within history. At least there's some historical, basis.
So you do it.
For the stories.
Spinning a roulette wheel, bro.
Piper, you're not helping. Chris.
I would say Christianity, but the reasons are not maybe what you think. There are other like social reasons. What I'm familiar with. The sample size, there's a problem with it because if you ask like atheists that used to be Muslims, they would just probably just say maybe go back to that or something like that.
No, so my point, and just to be clear, the criteria is going to be rational warrant, not for pragmatic reasons or anything like that. I mean, you could say this maybe. You could say you could say that it's rationally warranted due to its pragmatic effects or something like that, but that's not.
No, I wasn't even saying pragmatic. Right? You would think it's rational, but you're biased because that's what you're used to. You grew up in the West, so.
I'm not saying for me. I'm not saying for me.
No, not for you. I'm saying for the you that is an atheist.
Oh yeah, so for atheists.
Granger now said as an HVAC technician, the heat is on you every day.
Christianity on top of the sea.
I'm trying to more be about people who have understood the cases, right? Like as a historical basis that is given, right? So all of the facts that are brought to bear, whether it be about Muhammad and his life and the revelation of the dictation of the Quran, and what's involved there, and maybe the life of Muhammad, the things that have been pretty well established. Same thing with Jesus and his disciples and the death, burial, and actual resurrection of Jesus.
The Chicago the Attention. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong. Courageous in going to liberate Chicago for Chicago. Vote.com. John Kitover for Chicago, Mayor 2020 said, John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous in going to liberate Chicago for Chicago and Twitter. Vote.com.
Andrew, you go school, may God help liberate you from the schmucking liberals and the music and the right here, say of the teacher everywhere
John Kitover for Chicago, Mayor 2021. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous in going to liberate Chicago for Chicago and Vote.com. John Kitover. is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong. Courageous in going to liberate Chicago for Chicago. Vote.com. John Kitover for Chicago, Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong. Courageous in going to liberate Chicago for Chicago and Joiner. Vote.com. John Kitover for Chicago, Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong. Courageous and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago wins. Vote.com. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong. Courageous and going to liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Airbud.com. John Kitover. John Kitover. John Kitover. John Kitover. John Kitover. Airbud.com. John Kitover. Chicago Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong. Courageous, trying to live in Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago for Chicagoans. Airbud.com. John Kitover. Airbud.com. John Kitover for Chicago wins. Is intelligent, joyful, reliable, strong. Courageous, kind, and deliberate. Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago for Chicagoans.
John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2022. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago and Chicago Mayor
Got it, baby.
John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2022. John is intelligent, creative.
You got it, baby. I'll take you to Target. You got it, baby. I'll take you to Target. Chanel. Oh, eBay, baby. Oh, Chinatown.
John Kitover for Chicago Mayor created. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago Mayor for calm. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor created. John is intelligent, creative.
I have a fat more precious gift.
Courageous and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago Mayor for calm.
Take it to Target, baby. No, baby. I want to go to Chanel.
John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago Mayor for calm.
John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago Mayor, vote for come. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2026. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago Mayor, vote for come. Kitover for Chicago. Mayor, ladies and judges. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong. Courageous, creative, Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago Mayor, vote for come. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago Mayor, vote for come. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago and Chicago. Mayor, vote for come. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago, Chicago. Mayor, vote for come. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago and Chicago. Mayor, vote for come.
John Kitover for Chicago, Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous and going to liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago Mayor, vote for come. John Kitover for Chicago, Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous and going to liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago Mayor, vote for come. Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, create joyful, reliable, strong, courageous and going to liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago mayor, vote for calm. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago Mayor, vote for calm. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, going to liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago Mayor, vote for calm. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago Mayor, vote for calm. On the corner by the blue line, flyers in a cardboard box. He's shaking hands on Milwaukee, listening more than he talks. Intelligent and steady, got the twinkle in his eye. Created in the details, you can see it when he smiles. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor, for every neighbor on every block. For the mothers, for the workers, for the dreamers who love this city, never stop. He's strong, he's brave, he's faithful to the labor. From the lakefront to Cicero, he walks. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor, for Chicagoans, taking back our shot. Hey. Joyful in a hard time, laughing on a winter street. Snow slush on his laces, but there's fire in his speech. Reliable as sunrise, you can call him when it storms. Courage in his backbone, standing up to every form. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor, for every neighbor on every block. For the mothers, for the workers, for the dreamers who love this city, never stop. He's strong, he's brave, he's faithful to the labor. From the lakefront to Cicero, he walks. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor, for Chicagoans, taking back our shot. Oh yeah! This is our city, not a headline on a screen. This is our city, every promise, every dream. He's gonna liberate Chicago, street by street and door by door. One clear voice, one true choice. We don't have to settle anymore. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor, for every neighbor on every block. For the elders, for the students, for the builders who love this city and never stop. take your shot. On the corner by the blue line, flyers in a cardboard box. He's shaking hands on Milwaukee, listening more than he talks. Intelligent and steady, got that twinkle in his eye. Created in the details, you can see it when he smiles. John Kitover for Chicago mayor. For every neighbor on every block. For the mothers, for the workers, for the dreamers who love this city and never stop. He's strong, he's brave, faithful to the labor. From the lakefront to Cicero he walks. John Kitover for Chicago mayor. For Chicago is taking back our shine. Joyful in a hard time, laughing on a winter street. Snow slush on his laces, but there's fire in his speech. Reliable as sunrise, you can call him when it storms. Courage in his backbone, standing up to every phone. John Kitover for Chicago mayor. For every neighbor on every block. For the mothers, for the workers, for the dreamers who love this city and never stop. He's strong, he's brave, faithful to the labor. From the lakefront to Cicero he walks. John Kitover for Chicago mayor. For Chicago is taking back our shot. This is our city, not a headline on the street. This is our city, every promise, every dream. He's gonna liberate Chicago street by street and door by door. One clear voice, one true choice. We don't have to settle anymore. John Kitover for Chicago mayor. For every neighbor on every
The
block.
police are on alert. The mayor is posting on IG he's okay with the chaos. Deploy the police preventatively. Block the train, stop the bus, arrest chaos agents. Don't be woke. Protect citizens and property.
From the lakefront wind to the western line, every worn out block, every dusty sign.
WLS.
We've been holding on, waiting far too long for a leader who will call this city home. He walks our streets, he knows our names, he feels our hurt, he carries our flame, intelligent mind, courageous heart. This is where the future starts. John Kitover for Chicago mayor. Raise your voice, make it loud, make it clear. He's joyfully strong, he's a builder, not a player. Liberate Chicago, for Chicago is here. John Kitover for Chicago mayor. Every wall, every worker, every dream. on a stoop in the crowded train. People trading hopes for a little change. He's the kind of hand that will pull us up, turn a broken promise to a full cup. He's thinking big, he's thinking fair, from the classroom light to the evening air. Creative plans, a steady voice. Finally, we get a choice. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor. Raise your voice, make it loud, make it clear. He's joyfully strong, he's a builder, not a player. Liberate Chicago for Chicago MC. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor. Every road, every worker, every dreamer and gear. He's reliable, a braver, creator, a caretaker. John's the new frontier. This is our city. Our streets are song. We've been waiting so long. Now the skyline shouts, from the lake to the tracks. We choose our future. We're taking it back. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor. Raise your voice, make it loud, make it clear. He's joyfully strong, he's a builder, not a player. Liberate Chicago for Chicago MC. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor. Every ward, every worker, every dreamer and gear. He's a leader, a braver, creator, a caretaker.
With us as we go all out and possibly increase staggering the entire world, how we should either or no one. We started off strong with their creamy tortellini Alfredo with a fried burrata wonton, their gnocchi chicken vodka parm with another fried burrata wonton, and their birria brunch quesadilla packed with bean birria, scrambled eggs, cheese, tater tots, served with lots of consomme. On to their stuffed volcano sandwiches. This first one had rigatoni chicken vodka, 2 mozzarella sticks, vodka sauce, parmesan, melted mozzarella cheese, more vodka sauce, more parmesan, served with even more vodka sauce. Don't mind if we do. They're also serving up this chicken fettuccine Alfredo stuffed volcano sandwich, topped with more mozzarella sticks, Alfredo sauce, parmesan, melted mozzarella, more Alfredo sauce, and more parmesan.
For the bus riders, the block club, the whole damn town is coming with a plan, gonna turn it around. For the few, only all okay. For Chicago wins first.
यार ये कौन सा लोग होते हैं जिनका फर्स्ट वीडियो डालते हैं और यहाँ मुझे देखो फर्स्ट वीडियो 10 व्यू 1 व्यू और सच में लोग लाइक भी नहीं करते हैं और बात ये है कि मैं अभी पूरा पेज आज 10 व्यू आए मैं 10 व्यू भी डालते हैं यार
Crowded school halls. Here's every crack in the paint on these walls. Rent too high, wages thin, streets left bare. He shows up early, stays right there.
Getting ourselves out of having a well, so I guess they wouldn't have to pay mortgage tax or
It's English though, right? And based on clubhouse standards, he's actually highly evolved.
Tax people never paid fucking property tax or anything like that.
Read by mayoral candidate John Kitover.
John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2027. Chicago, choose your song.
if you use this sound
Every time time I walk in. Every time.
Picture the schools with the heat on and candy waves. Picture the clinics open the block so ordinary. No more waiting for somebody else to care. John says the future starts right here. Right here. John Kitover, Chicago, May 2027. Chicago, choose your side. Chicago, May 2027. Lift this city high. Chicago, May 2027. Ready now, let's ride. Junk it over. Let's go. Hey, Southside sunrise, lake windows. Every corner got a story it knows. We've been hurting, we've been holding our breath. Now we're ready, running out of regret. I see faces on the red line, tired eyes. Dreams in the alleys, reaching for the sky. We need somebody who will stay when it's rough. Spark breaks, saying enough. Junkie over for Chicago, Omega. Lift us higher, take a step. Intelligent, creative, yeah, he's ready to fight. Joyful in the daylight, strong through the night. Real high above, courageous, steady strong for the people. Deliverance, Chicago for Chicago.
He's still the country because he's a really fat area.
Deliverance, Chicago for Chicago. From the schoolyard down to Debonair, to the markets where our neighbors live. He's walking every block, every bridge, every train. Listening, learning, feeling our pain. No more voices getting lost in the crowd. He's here, turning into a shout. Hand in hand, we're writing new plans. This is our home, this is our chance. Jack it over, for Chicago, Mayor. Lift us higher, take a step. Intelligent, creative, yeah, he's ready to fight. Joyful in the daylight, Southside sunrise, lake wind blows. Every corner got a story to know. We've been hurting, we've been holding our breath. Now we're ready, running out of regret. I see faces on the red line, tired eyes, dreams in the alleys, reaching for the sky. We need somebody who will stay when it's rough. Smart, brave, saying no. John Kitover for Chicago, mayor, lift us higher, take us there. Intelligent, creative, yeah, he's ready to fight. Joyful in the daylight, strong through the
Fucking
night.
country teach the world rulers a lesson.
Courageous, standing tall for the people. Gonna liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Gonna liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Oh yeah.
Take a metal pole, crush head in, keep smashing until the brain oozes on the street. Take a metal pole and crush his head in, keep smashing till the brain oozes on the street. Although I do rule you cunts. Draw a pistol and kill. Bye. Bye, poop. Terrorism time.
Careful study of these
Go back. Terrorism time.
to speak in the language of his master and facilitate communications with him. The pupil should endeavor to discover the fundamental harmony of these very varied works. For this purpose, he will find it best to study the most extreme divergencies side by side. He may at any time that he wishes apply for examination in this course of reading. During the whole of this elementary study and practice, he will do wisely to seek out and attach himself to a master, one competent to correct him and advise him. Nor should he be discouraged by the difficulty of finding such a person. Let him further remember that he must in no wise rely upon or believe in. That master, he must rely entirely upon himself and credit nothing whatever but that which lies within his own knowledge and experience. As in the beginning, so at the end, we here insist upon the vital importance of the written record as the only possible check upon error derived from the various qualities of the experimenter.
Beautiful.
Careful study of these books will enable the pupil to speak in the language of his master. You'll find it best to study the most extreme divergences, psychology. He may at any time that he wishes apply for examination in his course of reading. During the whole of this elementary study, he will do wisely to seek out and attach himself to a master, one competent to correct him and advise him more. Or should he be discouraged by the difficulty of finding such a person, let him further remember that he must in no wise rely upon, believe in, and master. He must rely entirely upon himself, and reach nothing but that which lies within his own knowledge and experience at the beginning. Here, insist upon the vital importance of the written record as the only possible check upon error derived from the various qualities of the experimenter.
Let me see. Can I take a picture of you? No. Let me see. No. Relax. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. Oh, shit.
Where is the app?
Let me see. Can I take a picture of you? No. Let me see.
Welcome to the TMZ podcast. I'm Devin here with Courtney as usual. Or I would say now. It's like the new usual.
It is.
Nosy, you gotta hold still in order to get a drink. Ralphie don't look so good. Poor guy's drying out. Oh, look at you, Ralphie. Realizing there's problems half the battle. Hey, look, our first customer. Only selling the finest farm-raised salmon in the county, that's all. Yeah, normal free range. No nets, no cages. You can go wherever you want. Plus, we have smoked salmon. This is a golf course. What you think? Yeah, we're trying to save an orphanage. Look, are you here to buy fish or are you just kicking the tires? Good job. Contact those. I'll contact you, you my home. Scram! Get over, Karen! Nosy, why would you? Nosy, hold still. Why would you go back somewhere else? Where you hope?
Voice of the silence, Raja Yoga, my Swami Vivekananda. The Shiva Sanika, the aphorisms of Patanjali, the sword of song, the book of the dead, Rituale Dogma de la Haute Magie, the book of the sacred magic of Vegamer in the mage. The Goetia!
Hi, Kirby. Hi, Kirby.
The spiritual guide of Polinos. History of philosophy. The story of life. For all the cruel and the ship of King Melinda. Silent Genesis. Upon the minority. Varieties of religious experience.
It just should be lobotomized.
Just did my afternoon rundown right there. So, Mommy, why did you throw a big ticket? How dare you? What's that, Matt? What are you saying? The tickets, though. What's going on with that? Oh shit! You know what? I must have gotten that. I must have unjoined the club again.
Shame on you.
Well, hang on a minute. Hang on, off.
He'll be back. There we go.
There we go. So, I think what's going on right now is Trump is either delaying or he's done with hitting the bombing the infrastructure. And I think this Strait of Hormuz is going to either end the war or it's going to, like I said, it's going to delay things. So I think we're in this thing for a little while longer. I'm not sure, maybe a week or two to up to about another month or so. I think the end, not the end game, but I think part of the end result is the infrastructure, is to hit the infrastructure, and obviously he doesn't want to do that, and I wouldn't want to do that either. But that's if Iran, after all of the negotiations and if we've done everything we can and everything else, if they are stubborn enough to not want to do the deal, then that gives us no choice. So it's going to be worse before it gets better. But hopefully this new blockade
does the trick, but we'll see. We'll have to see. In fact, they're going to be meeting in Islamabad again. I don't know exactly when, but I know it's definitely coming. So,
well, and there's something to be said, Father. And I recognize that Matt wants to be inclusive and have other voices, but I'm team taking out the infrastructure if that's what's going to open up the strait. So, I mean, as an American, in listening to a lot of the bitching and the moaning from people that are there, and I'm watching the gas prices go up, and Americans not being able to get to where they need to go because prices are going up because they got that strait closed. They need to do whatever means necessary as our president, to have that strait open back up. And unfortunately, people who want to resist and who want to advocate for them to continue to resist, it's in conflict with our aims as Americans now. So, I mean, and this is why I'm really not interested in hearing the emotional piece and all the excuses. What is going to be done is going to be done, whether they like it or not. And at this point, I'm really not interested in their opinions because that strait is going to open. We are going to either do this the easy way or we are going to do it the hard way. And I'm really not interested in listening to the emotional piece and all the bullshit, behind, complaining and bitching and moaning and convention about what we're about to do.
Mayor smashing grabs at ATMs for MD and moving on. Strategically deploy the police and the courts national guard support to smash the smashers and gun them all down for the restore
or JD Vance, but I just want to let you know, we're getting closer to the election. I'm gonna be beating the fucking drum for my E4 Mafia JD fucking fans. Come on, 28 JD Vance out.
Well, JD Vance too. I think you should definitely take over the bench.
No, I agree. I mean, I think that we, I was researching this, and I remember this pretty well too. But 2011, Obama had national gas prices in America averaging $4 a gallon, and people never bitched then. With his, his green initiatives that made gas prices higher. Back in 2011, we're not talking about 5 years ago. We're fucking talking about over 10 years ago. I mean, it's fucking crazy, man. So, like, I don't know,
Yes.
People need to calm down. We need to get what's done, but I think that, like I say, Obama and Biden, when they were taking away the tax credits of the drilling companies and taking away the permits and making it more expensive, people weren't saying nothing. When people, when the left makes gas prices more expensive, the name of what do you call it? Climate change.
It only took 20 years to get the police on the train after thousands of victims and new and more victims every day. The federal funding is at risk for government American global law and justice.
And trying to maintain our primary currency status against China. These dickheads want to complain and bitch. We need to get the job done. And I think Trump is doing really well at it, But he's also exposing some of our allies that literally cannot come and defend our interest, let alone their own interest, It's just crazy, man. So.
He didn't want to speak.
Hold on. The president. How are you doing? Hold on 1 second. Are you supposed to be the president of Egypt?
Yes.
Am I correct?
Well, how did you figure out something like that? It's a process. It's an idea, but I'm not working on it now. But it's an idea.
Okay, it's an idea. All right, that's all.
Yeah.
All right. So what would you like to share with us today? What would you like to share with us?
Well, first, I'm a citizen in Virginia. I'm an American. I'm a citizen in Virginia. I'm thinking the decision to go to this war was not a wise one.
Look out.
So we have to deal with it.
You can also
it's gotten to a very difficult
jog around the block.
position. It's not as easy as someone might think. Iran is a very hard-headed country. We already saw it in the war of Iran, Iraq.
Great idea, work out.
8
You can also
years
jog around the block
and
and do
was
push-ups
very
and squats and not look at
difficult.
cell
It's
phone
not
all day.
easy. What are the options for us now? Either nuclear,
And nuclear, if you look at the disadvantage, you are saying if you use the nuclear against a country that doesn't have nuclear, that would be, that gives legitimacy to the world to use it, which is going to represent a danger to us. So I guess
Before you go on, ask you a couple questions.
yes, go ahead.
The regime that was there before we started the conflict, I'm calling it conflict because our Congress has not been fair for us. So the president has the right to go into conflict, okay? That's one of the things I want to make number one, okay? This is my question to you, which is very important, okay? The current regime that was there, they were bent on getting a nuclear warhead. Is that correct?
That's I'm not sure of. Is it a propaganda where we lured into this war by Israel? That we have the right to know because.
Okay, so hold on. I just stay with the statement first. You said you.
Your voice is cutting out.
Hello, moderators. This is Alistair. Put me in your queue. Thank you.
Yeah.
Edward, you should probably try to use Clubhouse on a Wi-Fi, not your cell phone. FYI.
Thank you. Appreciate the insight. Oh my goodness. Okay, so going back to the question, okay? Would we think that taking out a regime that was on the process of trying, let's say they weren't, but they were trying to get a
The Hatha Yoga Pranipika, the spiritual guide of Malinos, history of philosophy, the
Them all must be run by Democrats.
The Hatha Yoga Pranipika, the spiritual guide of Malinos, history of philosophy, the
If it's over party or after party, we can all get inside.
practices will not at first be clear to you, but at least who will deny they have trained you in determination, accuracy, incrustation, and many other qualities which are valuable to all men in their ordinary avocations, so that in no case will your time have been wasted. That you may gain some insight into the nature of the great work which lies beyond these elementary trifles. However, we should mention that an intelligent person may gather more than a hint of its nature from the following books, which ought to be taken as serious and learned contributions to the study of nature, though not necessarily to be implicitly relied upon. The Ye King SBE says. Kabbalah de Nudana. Kongs Om Pax. The object of most of the foregoing practices will not at first be clear to you, but at least they have trained you in determination, accuracy, introspection, and many other qualities which are valuable to all men in their ordinary avocations, so that in no case will your time have been wasted, that you may gain some insight into the nature of the great work which lies beyond these elementary trifles. However, we should mention that an intelligent person may gather more than a hint of its nature from the following books, which are to be taken as serious and learned contributions to the study of nature, though not necessarily to be implicitly relied upon. The Upanishads, the Bhagavad Gita, the voice of the silence, Raja Yoga by Swami Vivekananda, the Shiva Samhita, the aphorisms, potentially, the Sword of Soul, Book of the Dead, Wisdom with Vivekananda Mashi, the Book of the Sacred Magic of Veda, Helen of Magic, the coincidence, the Yoga Pradipika, the spirits of Gaia, History of
intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong. Courageous and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago Maritime.
Who's Eisenhower's second in command? I'm trying to think of the
Vote.com.
CS Bradley. You know, it's not like
John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2020 said, John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago and Inspire. Vote.com. John.
I just being rationally. Oh, look who it is. Let's pause and see if I like your remarks. And
John.
Alright, you're welcome, even though you keep kicking me. How are you even in here? Did I not have you blocked?
John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2020 alum. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago wins. .com.
Accused me of posting a catfish video on my, not catfish, a thirst trap video on my Instagram. If I was trying to embrace my new, like, normal, just kind of be patient and fun, and I posted a video of myself. It was like, it was catfish trap. Okay, we've all seen that video of me.
John.
Yeah, like, that's me at my worst. Thank you, God Leister. Actually, no, it's not my worst. Yeah, it's the scar. Anyways, I want to continue what I was saying.
You have a scar? That's my Pepe impersonation.
John Kitover for sure has something wrong with.
Yeah, I'm here to roast you. I've got an addiction to roasting people. Is that a problem?
No, I legitimately think because I sometimes think he's normal.
You legitimately?
Like, it's horrible.
Is it projection?
I mean, he's got something wrong with him for sure.
For 100%. But, it doesn't matter. It doesn't mean I can't. I got a constitutional law behind me. It says I can roast you. It says I can roast you in the Constitution. It's my freedom of speech to make fun of you.
And sometimes he's empathetic, but other times he's...
Sometimes I just like to read a book and I'm sick of your bullshit.
I thought it was Rich for a minute, but no, it's so...
Over.
Oh, I thought that was Rich.
Damn it, what was I saying? Oh, goodness.
You had no point, so you can't remember what you were talking about.
Goodness, what was I saying?
You're saying you have no point. You can't remember what you were talking about.
Something about a logic exercise that your friend...
Oh, yeah. So this, yes. My friend, her name is Sineadu.
Sineadu?
She was so good at reasoning with me rationally and logically. And, like, instead of just saying, okay, you're fine, there's nothing wrong with you, blah, 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 she would just reason with why. She'd be like, even if you did injure it, like, the body will, like, bounce back and it'll do this. And she just, like, went with me step by step. And because of that, I was able to be like, okay, cool. Instead of, like, now, like, even with my, like, scar, if I'm, like, talking to my family about it, I just get gaslit. But if she was here, like, I know, like, she would, like, reason with me the best way. And I really appreciate that. My point...
Is this a room about your Scarface?
No. The thing is, my point is the things that we are calling irrational, I don't think are really irrational. Like, the things that you're saying about the numbers, I don't think that, like, you're like, yeah, I acknowledge it as irrational. But I think we just look for meaning in numbers, and you built some significance about those numbers from your own, like, upbringing. So you connected it to that.
That could be correct.
that what you think Pepe sounds like?
It's not what I think Pepe sounds like. It's actually what Pepe sounds like when he talks. That could be true. Oh, just listen closely next time when Pepe runs a room like he does almost every night, and every big room becomes the Pepe room. I can't believe it. But now Steve Appel, he's got the power beans, so Pepe's here talking to a woman, the second most exciting thing on Clubhouse. He did that. He's going to kick me. That. No.
Such an idiot, dude.
It's like, I'm done with her.
I am done with you. If I have to hear you talk about your Scarface another time, Scarface, I mean, Jesus, what's my problem? Why the fuck would I sit here and listen to you talk about your fucking Scarface all day long? I got better things to do than sit here and listen to you talk about your fucking Scarface all day long, Scarface. Ooh, bring busting out the N-word now that she's getting called out on her bullshit.
I don't know, I just feel like nigger is such a powerful word. You don't have to yell, and it's like,
ooh, wow. Very classy of you. I'm sure some guy that wants to date you will find that so attractive.
I mean, I'm used to a good tone.
Go ahead, say it louder, say it prouder.
I think it's a fitting word.
It's fitting for you, because that's what you are. Because you do realize you are your words, right?
Most people, when they speak, they project, and some people are mindful of not projecting and actually are accurate in what they're assessing and aren't projecting.
If you say so, N-word. If you say so, N-word. If that's your projection, N-word, well then, I guess that must be true, N-word. But I don't think you can even tell me the difference between a fact and an opinion, N-word.
Basic 5th grade.
Go ahead, try it, N-word. Let's see if you can dat. Let's hear dat response. Come on, go ahead.
Do you usually kick him, Pepe, or do you like entertain him? I modded you so you can.
I mean,
oh, you modded your goon so he can kick me to do your dirty work, N-word?
Because he just rubs rooms, but like I'm obviously not like.
Pepe, she's saying she modded you to do her dirty work because she's an N-word, and that's what N-words do.
I know. I was.
No, I didn't imply that. I didn't want to give him the option to do that because you were attacking him too. If I want to kick you, I'll kick you.
Oh, I see. You'll kick me if you want to kick me. No, I mean, I'm not attacking Pepe. I'm imitating Pepe. There's a difference there.
I'm not attacking Pepe. I'm imitating Pepe.
You hear me just saying I sound just like him. He confirmed my impersonation is just like him.
Let's read. I'm impersonating you.
Oh, are you going to read a book then today, N-word?
I mean, I personally don't like. I don't really get offended that easily. Shit. He probably thinks he can get under my skin, though. That's the funny part.
No, I can't get under your skin. There's no getting under somebody without any skin in the game. You're an anonymous fucking online schmucko, and like you're on one app. You're just a one platform trick pony. And I mean, if Jay Breska actually gave a shit about this app anymore, he'd probably just report you all the time. But Jay Breska got his own problems. He ain't got time to be here to fuck with Dr. Bigby.
Well, I don't have like a platform on here. I don't.
I'm not saying you have a platform. I'm saying like there are rooms where they just your ego, your sound, your voice just creates like an echo. And you know, there's big rooms out there. Not like the old super rooms, but these Matt Cool Trump rooms. Wow. These Jew hate rooms that you put on. Wow.
Oh, wow. Wow.
It's true. He's an anti-Semite just like you, N-word. People like you use the N-word all the time because you're low IQ and you think it sounds powerful because you got no other power words because you're just an N-word. An N-word projector.
I'm black. I'm allowed to say nigger.
Oh, you're allowed to say whatever you want, N-word. It's just that you're a low-class piece of trash.
Okay. If saying nigger means I'm a nigger, and you say I'm a low class piece of trash, then I guess that means you're a low class piece of trash.
Oh, you mean I'm projecting my low class trash onto your trash N-word? All right, if you say so. Is that how it works? Scarface. Can't we talk about my scar again? I talk about it every day, 10 times a day, 100 times a day. Why are you getting so upset when I talk about my scar? I was not injured. I was so beautiful. I was a supermodel. I was Miss Kentucky. Everyone wanted me in my burqa.
Yeah, you did ask me to do Miss Kentucky when I was in my early 20s while I was running.
It finally kicked. They finally kicked. Back to the music, baby. Was Miss Kentucky?
John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2022. John is an empathetic, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and gonna deliberate Chicago for Chicago win. Hope.com. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Airbud.com. John Kitover. John Kitover. John Kitover. John Kitover. John Kitover. Airbud.com. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong. Courageous, kind, benevolent. Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago for Chicagoans. Airbud.com. John Kitover. Airbud.com. John Kitover for Chicagoland. John is intelligent, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, kind, and deliberate. Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago for Chicagoans. Mayorvote.com.
John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong. Courageous and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago and Chicago Mayor vote for. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable. reliable, strong, courageous and going to live in Chicago for Chicago and Chicago Mayor John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2022. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to deliver in Chicago for Chicago and Chicago John Kitover for Chicago Mayor creative. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago Mayor for come. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor creative. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago Mayor for come. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 27. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago Mayor for come.
John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago Mayor, vote for come. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2026. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago Mayor, vote for come. For Chicago, Mayor, times and joy just joy, intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, trying to lead it. Chicago, for Chicagoans, Chicago Mayor, vote for come. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago Mayor. Vote for Come. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago and Chicago. Mayor, vote for Come. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago, Chicago. Mayor, vote for Come. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago in Chicago. Mayor, vote for Come. John Kitover for Chicago, Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago Mayor, vote for Come. John Kitover for Chicago, Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago Mayor, vote for Come. John Kitover for Chicago, Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago Mayor, call. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2020 saying John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago Mayor, vote for calm. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2020 saying John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago Mayor, vote for calm. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2020 son. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago Mayor, vote for calm. On the corner by the blue line, flyers in a cardboard box. He's shaking hands on Milwaukee, listening more than he talks. Intelligent and steady, got the twinkle in his eye. Creative in the details, you can see it when he smiles. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor, for every neighbor on every block. For the mothers, for the workers, for the dreamers who love this city, never stop. He's strong, he's brave, he's faithful to the labor. From the lakefront to Cicero he walks. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor, for Chicagoans, taking back our shot. Hey! Joyful in a hard time, laughing on a winter street. Snow slush on his laces, but there's fire in his speech. Reliable as sunrise, you can call him when it storms. Courage in his backbone, standing up to every form. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor, for every neighbor on every block. For the mothers, for the workers, for the dreamers who love this city, never stop. He's strong, he's brave, he's faithful to the labor. From the lakefront to Cicero he walks. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor, for Chicagoans, taking back our shot. Oh yeah! This is our city, not a headline on a screen. This is our city, every promise, every dream. He's gonna liberate Chicago, street by street and door by door. One clear voice, one true choice. We don't have to settle anymore. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor, for every neighbor on every block. For the elders, for the students, for the builders who love this city and never stop. He's strong, he's brave, he's faithful to the labor. From the lakefront to Cicero he walks. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor, for Chicagoans. Come on, take your shot. Hey!
a cardboard box. He's shaking hands on Milwaukee, listening more than he talks. Intelligent and steady, got that twinkle in his eye. Created it in the details, you can see it when he smiles. John Kitover for Chicago mayor, for every neighbor on every block, for the mothers, for the workers, for the dreamers who love this city and never stop. He's strong, he's brave, faithful to the labor. From the lakefront to Cicero he walks. John Kitover for Chicago mayor, for Chicago and taking back our shine. Joyful in a hard time, laughing on a winter street. Slow slush on his laces, but there's fire in his speech. Reliable as sunrise, you can call him when it storms. Courage in his backbone, standing up to every phone. John Kitover for Chicago mayor, for every neighbor on every block, for the mothers, for the workers, for the dreamers who love this city and never stop. He's strong, he's brave, faithful to the labor. From the lakefront to Cicero he walks. John Kitover for Chicago mayor, for Chicago is taking back our shot. This is our city, not a headline on the street. This is our city, every promise, every dream is gonna liberate Chicago street by street and door by door. One clear voice, one true choice. We don't have to settle anymore. John Kitover for Chicago mayor, for every neighbor on every block, for the elders, for the students, for the builders who love this city and never stop. He's strong, he's brave, faithful to the labor. From the lakefront to Cicero he walks. John Kitover for Chicago mayor, for Chicago is. Come on, take your shot. From the lakefront wind to the western line, every worn out block, every dusty sign, we've been holding on, waiting far too long for a leader who will call this city home. He walks our streets, he knows our names, he feels our hurt, he carries our flame. Intelligent mind, courageous heart, this is where the future starts. John Kitover for Chicago mayor, raise your voice, make it loud, make it clear. He's joyfully strong, he's a builder, not a player. Liberate Chicago, for Chicago is here. John Kitover for Chicago mayor, every woman, every worker, every dreamer in gear. He's a living role, brave, a creator, and caretaker for John, new frontier. On the corner stoop, in the crowded train, people trading hopes for a little change. He's the kind of hand that will pull us up, turn a broken John Kitover for Chicago mayor. Raise your voice, make it loud, make it clear. He's rightfully strong, he's a builder, not a player. Liberate Chicago for Chicago is here. John Kitover for Chicago mayor. Every woman, every worker, every dreamer in gear. He's reliable, brave, a creator, a caretaker. Vote for John, the new frontier. This is our city, our streets are song. We've been waiting so long. Now the skyline shouts, from the lake to the tracks. We choose our future, we're taking it back. John Kitover for Chicago mayor. Raise your voice, make it loud, make it clear. He's joyfully strong, he's a builder, not a player. Liberate Chicago for Chicagoans here. John Kitover for Chicago mayor. Everyone, every worker, every dreamer in gear. He's a leader, a creator, a caretaker. For John, new frontier. On the corner by the L stop, he listens close to the nurse, the kid, the man with two jobs and hope. John says, we build this here, we don't just talk. With steady hands and a clear-eyed walk. He's intelligent, creative, joyful and strong. Courage in his step when the road runs long. For the bus riders, the block club, the whole damn town is coming with a plan, gonna turn it around. Not for the few, not for the old backroom game. For Chicago wins first, that's the word, that's the name. John Kitover for Chicago mayor 2027. Chicago, choose your side. Vote for John Kitover for Chicago mayor 2027. Lift this city high. Vote for vote for From the lakefront wind to the crowded school halls, he hears every crack in the paint on these walls. Rent too high, wages thin, streets left bare. He shows up early, stays right there. Reliable when the night gets rough. He don't flinch, he don't bluff. He's got courage for the hard calls, heart for the grind. Creative enough to change what we left behind. This city made us, and he knows why. It belongs to the people with the fire in their eyes. John Kitover for Chicago mayor 2027. Chicago, choose your side. Vote for John Kitover for Chicago mayor 2027. Lift this city high. Vote for Picture the schools with the heat on in January. Picture the clinics open, the blocks ordinary. No more waiting for somebody else to care. John says the future starts right here. Right here. John Kitover for Chicago mayor 2027. This is our chance. John Kitover for Chicago mayor. Lift us higher, take a step. Intelligent, creative, yeah, he's ready to fight. Joyful in the daylight, strong through the night. Reliable, courageous, standing tall for the people. Gonna liberate Chicago for Chicago. Gonna liberate Chicago for Chicago. Stand up, it's your song. Hey, every neighborhood sing along. From the lakefront lights to the old stockyards. With a heartbeat, with a smile. John Kitover for Chicago mayor. Lift the higher, take a step. Intelligent, creative, yeah, he's ready to fight. Joyful in the daylight, strong through the night. Reliable, courageous, standing tall for the people. Gonna liberate Chicago for Chicago. Gonna liberate Chicago for Chicago. John Kitover, doing tricks and let's go. Southside sunrise, lake wind blows. Every corner got a story it knows. We've been hurting, we've been holding our breath. Now we're ready, running out of regret. I see faces on the red line, tired eyes, dreams in the alleys, reaching for the sky. We need somebody who will stay when it's rough. Smart, brave, staying John Kitover for Chicago mayor, lift us higher, take us there. Intelligent, creative, yeah, he's ready to fight. Joyful in the daylight, strong through the night. Reliable, courageous, standing tall for the people. Gonna liberate Chicago for Chicago. Gonna liberate Chicago for Chicago. Oh yeah. From the schoolyards up to Devon, to the markets where our neighbors live. He's walking every block, every bridge, every train, listening, learning, feeling our pain. No more voices getting lost in the crowd. He's the echo turning into a shout. Hand in hand, we're writing new plans. This is our home. This is our John Kitover for Chicago, man, lift us higher, take us there. Intelligent, creative, yeah, he's ready to fight. Joyful in the daylight, strong through the night. Reliable, courageous, standing tall for the people. Gonna liberate Chicago for Chicago, man. Gonna liberate Chicago for Chicago, man. Shot down, stand up, this your song. Every neighborhood sing along. Chicago for Chicagoans. Gonna liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Oh!
Careful study of these books will enable the pupil to speak in the language of his master and facilitate communications with him. The pupil should endeavor to discover the fundamental harmony of these very varied works. For this purpose, he will find it best to study the most extreme divergencies side by side. He may at any time that he wishes apply for examination in this course of reading. During the whole of this elementary study and practice, he will do wisely to seek out and attach himself to a master, one competent to correct him and advise him. Nor should he be discouraged by the difficulty of finding such a person. Let him further remember that he must in no wise rely upon or believe in. That master he must rely entirely upon himself and credit nothing whatever but that which lies within his own knowledge and experience. As in the beginning, so at the end, we here insist upon the vital importance of the written record as the only possible check upon error derived from the various qualities of the experimenter. Thus let the work be accomplished duly. Yeah, let it be accomplished duly. Let it be accomplished duly. If any really important or remarkable results should occur, or if great difficulty presents itself, if any way should be at once informed that the
his master and facilitate communications with him. The pupil should endeavor to discover the fundamental harmony of these very varied works. For this purpose, he will find it best to study the most extreme divergencies side by side. He may at any time that he wishes apply for examination in this course of reading. During the whole of this elementary study and practice, he will do wisely to seek out and attach himself to a master, one competent to correct him and advise him, nor should he be discouraged by the difficulty of finding such a person. Let him further remember that he must in no wise rely upon or believe in that master. He must rely entirely upon himself and credit nothing whatever but that which lies within his own knowledge and experience as in the beginning. So at the end, we hear insist upon the vital importance of the written record as the only possible check upon error derived from the various qualities of the experimenter. Very important or remarkable results should occur, or if any great difficulty presents itself. Should be at once informed of the circumstances.
The tall turkey, Tanrazebayan Krumi, the Upanishads, the Bhagavad Gita. Voice of the Silence, Raja Yoga by Swami Vivekananda. The Shiva Sadhita, the aphorisms of Patanjali, the sword of song, the book of the dead, Ritual and Dogma de la Haute Magie, the book of the sacred magic of Vegamel in the mage. The Goetia! Rahata Yoga Pradipika! The spirit The Hatha Yoga Pranipika, the spiritual guide of Molinos, history of philosophy, the story of the Hatha Yoga Pranipika, the spiritual guide of Molinos, history of philosophy, the
The object of most of the foregoing practices will not at first be clear to you, but at least who will deny they have trained you in determination, accuracy, incrustation, and many other qualities which are valuable to all men in their ordinary avocations, so that in no case will your time have been wasted. That you may gain some insight into the nature of the great work which lies beyond these elementary trifles. However, we should mention that an intelligent person may gather more than a hint of its nature from the following books, which are to be taken as serious and learned contributions to the study of nature, though not necessarily to be implicitly relied upon. And ye king, as we Easters! As we Easters! From the Brahmakita, the voice of the silence, Raja Yoga, Baswami Vivekananda, the Shiva Sanita, the aphorisms of Patanjali, the sword of song, the Kamathurake, ritual painted in Honmashi, for the sacred magic of Paramel in the mega sphere, Pasha, the Hatha Yoga Pradipika, spiritual killing, and rich vast history of philosophy. Now in the West, Captain Dula Tagapana, the down in the West, Captain Dula Tagapana, the passions of King Melinda, 777 Bell, Polygamino, etc. The realities of religious experience, the Paladin Utana, comes up packs,
some action! Series also by your job, that's what made me gonna die! Kabbalah de Nudada. Conks all Fox. The object of most of the foregoing practices will not at first be clear to you, but at least who will deny it? They have trained you in determination, accuracy, introspection, and many other qualities which are valuable to all men in their ordinary avocations, so that in no case will your time have been wasted, that you may gain some insight into the nature of the great work which lies beyond these elementary trifles. However, we should mention that an intelligent person may gather more than a hint of its nature from the following books, which are to be taken as serious and learned contributions to the study of nature, though not necessarily to be implicitly relied upon. The Upanishads, the Bhagavad Gita, the voice of the silence, Raja Yoga by Swami Vivekananda, the Shiva Sanhita, the aphorisms of Patanjali, the Sword of Song, Book of the Dead, Rizal with Vivekananda Mashi, the Book of the Sacred Magic of Veda, and Mythology. Go with it. Star in the West. Captain for
John Kitover. The Chicago the Trenches. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong. Courageous in going to liberate Chicago for Chicago revival. Vote.com. John Kitover for Chicago, Mayor 2020 John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong. Courageous in going to liberate Chicago for Chicago and Inspire. Vote.com. John. John Kitover for Chicago, Mayor 2021. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago wins. .com. John Kitover for Chicago, Mayor 2022. John is intelligent, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago wins. Vote.com. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Airbud.com. John Kitover. John Kitover. John Kitover. John Kitover. John Kitover. Airbud.com. John Kitover. Chicago Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong. He reaches trying to live in Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago for Chicagoans. Airbud.com. John Kitover. Airbud.com. John Kitover for Chicago wins. John is intelligent, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, joy, and liberty. Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago for Chicagoans. Mayorvote.com.
John Kitover for Chicago, Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago and Chicago. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2020 speaker. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to live in Chicago for Chicago and Chicago Mayor John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2022. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to live in Chicago for Chicago and Chicago John Kitover for Chicago Mayor Clinton. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago Mayor for come. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor Clinton. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago Mayor for come. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 27. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago Mayor for come.
John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago Mayor, vote for come. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2026. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago Mayor, vote for come. For Chicago, Mayor Thomas Judges. Joy is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, courage and unity. Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago Mayor, vote for come.
John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago ends. Chicago Mayor. Vote for Con. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago and Chicago. Mayor, vote for Con. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago, Chicago. Mayor, vote for Con. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago and Chicago. Mayor, vote for Con.
John Kitover for Chicago, Mayor 2020 City. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous and going to liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago Mayor, vote for Con. John Kitover for Chicago, Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago and Chicago Mayor, vote for Con. John Kitover for Chicago, Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago and Chicago Mayor. overcome. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2020 saying John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago Mayor, vote for calm. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2020 saying John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago Mayor, vote for calm. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2020 son. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago Mayor, vote for calm. On the corner by the blue light, flyers in a cardboard box. He's shaking hands on Milwaukee, listening more than he talks. Intelligent and steady, got the twinkle in his eye. Created in the details, you can see it when he smiles. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor, for every neighbor on every block. For the mothers, for the workers, for the dreamers who love this city, never stop. He's strong, he's brave, he's faithful to the labor. From the lakefront to Cicero, he walks. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor, for Chicagoans, taking back our shine. Hey. Joyful in a hard time, laughing on a winter street. Snow slush on his laces, but there's fire in his speech. Reliable as sunrise, you can call him when it storms. Courage in his backbone, standing up to every form. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor, for every neighbor on every block. For the mothers, for the workers, for the dreamers who love this city, never stop. He's strong, he's brave, he's faithful to the labor. From the lakefront to Cicero he walks. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor, for Chicagoans, taking back our shine. Oh yeah! This is our city, not a headline on a screen. This is our city, every promise, every dream. He's gonna liberate Chicago, street by street and door by door. One clear voice, one true choice. We don't have to settle anymore. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor, for every neighbor on every block. For the elders, for the students, for the builders who love this city and never stop. He's strong, he's brave, he's faithful to the labor. From the lakefront to Cicero he walks. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor, for Chicagoans. Come on, take your shot. Hey.
On the corner by the blue line, flyers in a cardboard box. He's shaking hands on Milwaukee, listening more than he talks. Intelligent and steady, got that twinkle in his eye. Created in the details, you can see it when he smiles. John Kitover for Chicago mayor. For every neighbor on every block. For the mothers, for the workers, for the dreamers who love this city and never stop. He's strong, he's brave, faithful to the labor. From the lakefront to Cicero he walks. John Kitover for Chicago mayor. For Chicago is taking back our shine. Joyful in a hard time, laughing on a winter street. Snow slush on his laces, but there's fire in his speech. Reliable as sunrise, you can call him when it storms. Courage in his backbone, standing up to every form. John Kitover for Chicago mayor. For every neighbor on every block. For the mothers, for the workers, for the dreamers who love this city and never stop. He's strong, he's brave, faithful to the labor. From the lakefront to Cicero he walks. John Kitover for Chicago mayor. For Chicago is taking back our shot. This is our city, not a headline on the street. This is our city, every promise, every dream is gonna liberate Chicago, street by street and door by door. One clear voice, one true choice. We don't have to settle anymore. John Kitover for Chicago mayor. For every neighbor on every block. For the elders, for the students, for the builders who love this city and never stop. He's strong, he's brave, he's faithful to the labor. From the lakefront to Cicero he walks. John Kitover for Chicago mayor. For Chicagoans, come on, take your shot. From the lakefront wind to the western line, every worn out block, every dusty sign, we've been holding on, waiting far too long for a leader who will call this city home. He walks our streets, he knows our names, he feels our hurt, he carries our flame, intelligent mind, courageous heart. This is where the future starts. John Kitover for Chicago mayor. Raise your voice, make it loud, make it clear. He's joyfully strong, he's a builder, not a player. Liberate Chicago, for Chicago is here. John Kitover for Chicago mayor. Every ward, every worker, every dreamer in gear. He's a living role, a creator. John
On the corner stoop, in the crowded train, people trading hopes for a little change. He's the kind of hand that will pull us up, turn a broken promise to a full cup. He's thinking big, he's thinking fair, from the classroom light to the evening air. Creative plans, a steady voice. Finally, we get a choice. John Kitover for Chicago mayor. Raise your voice, make it loud, make it clear. He's joyfully strong, he's a builder, not a player. Liberate Chicago for Chicagoans here. John Kitover for Chicago mayor. Every woman, every worker, every dreamer and gear. He's reliable, brave, a creator, a caretaker. Vote for John, the new frontier. This is our city, our streets are song. We've been waiting so long. Now the skyline shouts, from the lake to the tracks. We choose our future, we're taking it back. John Kitover for Chicago mayor. Raise your voice, make it loud, make it clear. He's joyfully strong, he's a builder, not a player. Liberate Chicago for Chicagoans here. John Kitover for Chicago mayor. Every ward, every worker, every dreamer and gear. He's a leader, brave, a creator, a caretaker. For John, new frontier. On the corner by the L stop, he listens close to the nurse, the kid, the man with two jobs and hope. John says, we build this here, we don't just talk. With steady hands and a clear-eyed walk. He's intelligent, creative, joyful, and strong. Road runs long. For the bus riders, the block club, the whole damn town. He's coming with a plan, gonna turn it around. Not for the few, not for the old backroom games. For Chicago wins first. That's the word, that's the name. John Kitover for Chicago mayor 2027. Chicago, choose your side. Vote for John Kitover for Chicago mayor 2027. Lift this city high. Vote for from the lakefront wind to the crowded school halls, he hears every crack in the paint on these walls. Rent too high, wages thin, streets left bare. He shows up early, stays right there. Reliable when the night gets rough. He don't flinch, he don't bluff. He's got courage for the hard calls, heart for the blind. Creative enough to change what we left behind. This city made us, and he knows why. It belongs to the people with the fire in their eyes. John Kitover for Chicago mayor
York in January. Picture the clinics open, the blocks ordinary. No more waiting for somebody else to care. John says the future starts right here, right here. John Kitover, Chicago, May 2027. Chicago, choose your side. Vote for John Kitover, Chicago, May 2027. Lift this city high. John Kitover, let's go. Hey, Southside sunrise, lake wind blows. Every corner got a story it knows. We've been hurting, we've been holding our breath. Now we're ready, running out of regret. I see faces on the red line, tired eyes. Dreams in the alleys, reaching for the sky. We need somebody who will stay when it's rough. Smart, brave, saying enough. John Kitover for Chicago, Mayor. Lift us higher, take a step. Intelligent, creative, yeah, he's ready to fight. Joyful in the daylight, strong through the night. Reliable, courageous, standing tall for the people. Gonna liberate Chicago for Chicago. Gonna liberate Chicago for Chicago. From the schoolyards out to Debonair, to the markets where our neighbors laugh. He's walking every block, every bridge, every train. Listening, learning, feeling our pain. No more voices getting lost in the crowd. He's here, turning into a shout. Hand in hand, we're writing new plans. This is our home, this is our chance. John Kitover, for Chicago, Mayor. Lift us higher, take a step. Intelligent, creative, yeah, he's ready to fight. Joyful in the daylight, strong through the night. Reliable, courageous, standing tall for the people. Gonna liberate Chicago for Chicago. Gonna liberate Chicago for Chicago. Stand up, this your song. Hey, every neighborhood sing along. From the lakefront lights to the old side yards. With a heartbeat, with a spark. John Kitover for Chicago, Mayor. Lift us higher, take a step. Intelligent, creative, yeah, he's ready to fight. Joyful in the daylight, strong through the night. Reliable, courageous, standing tall for the people. Gonna liberate Chicago for Chicago. Gonna liberate Chicago for Chicago. Southside sunrise, lake wind blows. Every corner got a story it knows. We've been hurting, we've been holding our breath. Now we're ready, running out of regret. I see faces on the red line, tired eyes, dreams in the alleys, reaching for the sky. We need somebody who will stay when it's rough. Smart, brave, saying no. John Kitover for Chicago, man, lift us higher, take us there. Intelligent, creative, yeah, he's ready to fight. Joyful in the daylight, strong through the night, reliable, courageous, standing tall for the people. Gonna liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Gonna liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Oh yeah. From the schoolyards out to Devon, to the markets where our neighbors live. He's walking every block, every bridge, every train, listening, learning, feeling our pain. No more voices getting lost in the crowd. He's the echo turning into a shout. Hand in hand, we're writing new plans. This is our home. This is our change. John Kitover for Chicago, man, lift us higher, take us there. Intelligent, creative, yeah, he's ready to fight. Joyful in the daylight, strong through the night, reliable, courageous, standing tall for the people. Gonna liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Gonna liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Shot down, stand up, this your song. Every neighborhood sing along. From the lakefront lights to the old stockyards, with a heartbeat, with a spark. John Kitover, Chicago, man, fire. Take us there. Intelligent, creative, yeah, he's ready to fight. Joyful in the daylight, strong through the night, reliable, courageous, and tall through the people. Gonna liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Gonna liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Oh!
Careful study of these books will enable the pupil to speak in the language of his master and facilitate communications with him. The pupil should endeavor to discover the fundamental harmony of these very varied works. For this purpose, he will find it best to study the most extreme divergencies side by side. He may at any time that he wishes apply for examination in this course of reading. During the whole of this elementary study and practice, he will do wisely to seek out and attach himself to a master, one competent to correct him and advise him. Nor should he be discouraged by the difficulty of finding such a person. Let him further remember that he must in no wise rely upon or believe in. That master he must rely entirely upon himself and credit nothing whatever but that which lies within his own knowledge and experience, as in the beginning, so at the end. We here insist upon the vital importance of the written record as the only possible check upon error derived from the various qualities of the experimenter. Thus let the work be accomplished duly. Yeah, let it be accomplished. Let it be accomplished duly. If any really important or remarkable results should occur, or if great difficulty presents itself, in any way, should be at once informed of the careful study of these books will enable the pupil to speak in the language of his master and facilitate communications with him. People should endeavor to discover the fundamental harmony of these very varied works. For this purpose, he will find it best to study the most extreme divergencies side by side. He may at any time that he wishes apply for examination in this course of reading. During the whole of this elementary study and practice, he will do wisely to seek out and attach himself to a master, one competent to correct him and advise him, nor should he be discouraged by the difficulty of finding such a person. Let him further remember that he must in no wise rely upon or believe in that master. He must rely entirely upon himself and credit nothing whatever but that which lies within his own knowledge and experience as in the beginning. So at the end, we hear insist upon the vital importance of the written record as the only possible check upon error derived from the various qualities of the experimenter.
Important or remarkable results should occur, or if any great difficulty presents informed of the circumstances.
The tall turkey, tongue Azerbaijan, crony, the Upanishads, the Bhagavad Gita. Voice of the silence, Raja Yoga by Swami Vivekananda. The Shiva Sanita, the aphorisms of Patanjali, the sword of song, the book of the dead, ritual and dogma de la haute magie, the book of the sacred magic of Megamel in the mage. The Goetia! The Hatha Yoga Pradipika! The spiritual guide of Molinos! History of philosophy! The sword in the wind! The proletariat! The King Melinda! Sada, sada, sada! The proletariat! The royalties of religious experience! Jobs! Shiva Sanita, the aphorisms of Patanjali, the sword of song, the book of the dead, ritual and dogma de la haute magie, the book of the sacred magic of Abraham in the May, the Goetia, the Hatha Yoga Pradipika, the spiritual guide of Molinos, history of philosophy, the sword in the wind, the message of King Melinda.
What a legend. Is a legend. Farewell, Saddam. You got God. Should have made peace sooner. You support Palestine? You support terrorism?
Subway
So, what's the big plan? Sandbag me with the Ebola virus? Jesus Christ. William, you got a viper's nest in there. I heard about it, of course, but seeing it for myself. How do you disgusting, of course, but it's all that. No, that is the ocean.
Question. So when Iraq was getting over Iran at that time, so US and Israel sold missiles to Iran. Why? And Iran had a chance to beat Iraq and push them back. So the answer for me is this. Israel doesn't want to see any strong country be much stronger than Israel in Middle East, which Iran is. Be honest, Iran is the strongest country in Middle East, can fight with Israel. Israel is there just because of we are watching them. We are having their back. Trump saved their ass. Netanyahu is nothing without US, and they are saving their country by dollar by dollars that we are paying for gas and fuel here, which we did it in Ukraine. How Ukraine, this is super scary. Russia is attacking to some country. It's super scary. But Ukraine still is fighting back. How? Because of Europe? Of course Europe support them, but nobody.
Okay, so
You say them.
listen, hold on.
You got the answer. You got the answer.
No. I don't have the answer, but I don't have the answer. But let me finish. Let me just share this because I do have to go. My wife had dinner now, but I do want to share this with you. I appreciate the exchange. I really do. And thank you for having a kind understanding. It's us going back and forth. You're crying.
Buddy, I want to tell you this before. Are you in U.S.?
Yes, I'm in California.
I was praying. Okay, you are in my lovely state, so I'm in
Yes.
Utah. So I want to tell you this. I was praying when U.S. is sending Navy and carriers over there, and I told afraid and come and say, okay, let's do the fucking deal. Because I did know if the war happened, will happen what we're seeing now.
Yes.
Because it's really difficult to fight with the nation. They believe if you kill them, they will go to the heaven. Doesn't matter if they're guilty or what. That's why even Trump came to media and said, those motherfucker Iranian never stop, because he was promising we will finish this war in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks. This never will finish. Because you cannot finish them, man. Iran is different country. And who started this fire? Israel. And God bless America. I hope one day Trump kick Bibi's ass, say, hey, shut up, stay there. We don't want to fight with Iran because there is a big money in Iran for U.S.
So,
and I'd rather US take over that money than
Listen.
Russia and China, buddy. Okay,
hold on. Could you do me a favor? Could you turn your pink ticket in? And everyone else on the stage, please turn your pink ticket in so you can join the house itself here. And Matt, I appreciate you.
That was good, Edward. That was good. Right?
No, I appreciate
I want to come and see you. You have no idea. I just saw you. I wanted to go to see the Iranian page, We are in US and talking about in Canada, talking about what's happening in Iran. So, and then accidentally I saw you guys. But I just want to tell you this. I support America. This is crazy. Yeah.
America.
But guess what? I'm Iranian.
Hold on.
Yes. USA. USA.
Damavid, could you mute for a second, please?
Yes, my brother.
Thanks. Just mute. Thanks. So, Matt, I just want to thank you for allowing me to be a mod. I would just have some fun in here with you.
That's fine.
But, I appreciate you giving me the opportunity. And everyone else, thank you for your patience and kindness. I just want to be able to hear people speak. And that's all. And Nick, thanks, Nick. But
thanks for modding and holding up the space quite a bit there. It was a different kind of room. I kind of just wanted.
You flying from space, brother. That was a great journey, brother. Let me give you your reward now. You just really did a great job. So my apologize, lo siento, senor. What are your pronouns? And I just want to apologize, bro. You really did.
Shut up, man, you fucking nigger.
Oh, I'm from South America. I'm French, Irish. Man, I'm like, I ain't one of them motherfuckers. I ain't come from Africa now. Shit, I was already coming through here, partner. Shit, I'll sneak up and hit you in the back of your head. Watch him out. Watch him out. Newport, never eat wet pussy on a rainy Tuesday. Thank God it ain't raining in Silk. Go Trump. That boy got all them ships coming here. We the baddest, raddest. Man, can't nobody fuck with ass. Man, we can't be fuck with. Fuck you. And anybody feel something different, fuck you too. Man, them motherfuckers, we gonna have cruise ships coming in buying over, man, gas prices. price gonna be $1.29 for us always said and done. That's a bad mamma jamma. You know what your little girl koala bear said? Don't. And you know what Trump said? I'm gonna bomb this shit out them motherfuckers.
Is that a Newport menthol beer in your PTR the movie?
No, that's not beer. Never eat wet pussy on a rainy Tuesday. Today is sunshine.
I goddamn heard it all now, my friend.
I feel Bud Light, Bunny, you do like it to go home then. And if a person want to come down here in these woods, I'm going to hunt them down like a deer with no eyes. You know what that is, I have no idea why you came on down here with that bullshit. Mm-hmm.
Well, I just wanted to say something about the Iran war. Put me in the PTR, please, Matt.
A bull can't make no babies. A bull can't make no babies. A bull just won't be able to make no babies. I'm sorry for the people who think, you want to be trans. Hey, yeah, I watch Transformers and Voltron. Shit, you can be a lot of things growing up, but when reality hits you and them bills hit you, shit, you gonna have to transform into jail or get your shit right. I know that. I don't know, but hey, I'm just one of them country boys now. Hey, what do I know? I know one thing for sure. Shit, old Trump, shit. Oh, we bringing God back in the system. They forgot about him for a moment.
Anybody else have to put their air conditioning on today?
Somebody got mad that the heat ain't on. Or they, hey, we'll get you a GoFundMe. I mean, hey, my guy named Matt, my name PAT, shit, putting all going together. When that touchdown paid all the time.
Cooking,
no taxes on tips.
Skiing, surfing,
koala bear. I don't know what she wanted to do. Can you only imagine? Lord Buffett, enjoy these next 4 to 5 years like it ain't my life, man. It's gonna be so beautiful. Oh my. And if y'all ain't in the stocks, them things been off the chain. Just y'all know. Don't believe CNN on everything. I'm telling y'all from a
Hello?
Hello?
You sound like the black Doc, aka Brian Sellers down in Georgia. You sound like, do you like to smoke cigarettes and drink beer?
Well, I don't smoke and I don't drink. I sip and I puff. You
sell marijuana and you puff marijuana?
I sip and I puff. So you either do I drink, I don't drink, I sip.
Speaking of puff, do you think P. Diddy was running an Epstein network?
No, he was doing what the industry been doing. Foxy Brown was 16 years old.
What?
Y'all don't remember Foxy Brown?
Yeah.
Aaliyah was 14 years old.
No.
I mean, the industry been doing that. Didn't LL Cool J say in his video that she that was standing up pissing? The industry been freaky in Hollywood.
Yeah.
I mean, Hollywood.
So I just wanted to say that, this Iran war, part of me wants to say, just fuck it. Send in 200,000 soldiers and just really regime change them. Like, really do it good this time. You know what I'm saying?
No, why nobody, I gotta cut you off, because why nobody did this for Libya?
What do you mean?
I didn't hear no oppression to Libya. Y'all just couldn't wait to get rid of Gaddafi. And then Hillary Clinton said, we came, we saw, and he did.
Yeah.
And in America, I mean, why
we didn't have the same feeling for Gaddafi. He didn't do nothing wrong.
He seemed like a pretty nice guy.
You just believed everything shit, he can ride around with no top on his car.
I just saw a video of Saddam Hussein in court yelling at the judge saying, "You were found guilty twice and I pardoned you, you cocksucker. I pardoned the judge that found Saddam guilty and then had him killed. Saddam Hussein pardoned that fucking judge."
Hey, look, I got one better than that. People don't listen to what you call his speech in English. Who's the guy that got the swastika? What's his name?
Adolf Hitler?
Oh, Hitler. Man, his speech in English will let you know everything you need to know. That nigga's not crazy. Excuse me, use some language.
Isn't it amazing they say Trump is crazy every day in the news? He's got mental health problems. You see a video of him giving a speech in a $2 million suit. The guy looks fantastic.
So for 4 years, we didn't say shit about Biden, and we wore masks. So nobody said shit for 4 years about Biden or Koala Bear.
What are you talking about?
Go to Europe.
The man let hundreds of thousands of illegal aliens run into the country. No vaccines, no COVID vaccines for all those illegal aliens. I wonder why. Maybe because it was all bullshit.
Hey, look, they getting eat better today card money. And yeah, them vaccines, you know how many places? Man, I wouldn't even be here today if my mom would have got sick during that time. Oh, no, y'all finna go see my people. You know what I mean, man? My cousin and them couldn't see their dying father. They had to look through him through a window. Nigga, I would have kicked that shit. Man, the Biden administration and Koala Bear, what the fuck? You don't even know what a woman is.
It's an experience, like Clubhouse, like a cell phone. Listen, they have Angela Merkel. They got Angela Merkel, former Prime Minister of Germany, Chancellor. Go ahead.
The movie, what is Koala Bear? I don't know that. Oh, that's Koala Harris, the one Tampon Tim. That was the first time I heard that before. Yeah, Tampon Tim and shit. I'm being very, you know, I got a lot of dry humor, you know what I mean? It ain't, look, is Trump perfect? No. But I'll tell you this, if a Koala Bear got on her period, we would have had a nuclear war. But, you know, menopause, I don't know all the details. That was a deep joke, y'all. I told you I got that dry humor, man. Look at Koala Bear.
Do you know how much we spend on nuclear weapons annually as taxpayers? Hundreds of billions of dollars. Can't we just get an arsenal and keep it and like cut the costs by 80%, but not keep, you know, expanding and researching and test? I mean, when is enough enough? The country is broke. And this is what I want for Donald Trump. I don't want him to be the exterior facing president. His attention matters. And if his attention is just on the war in Iran, he's forgetting about the war at home. We have a war to wage against left, wokeist liberals. We have to smash them. We have to take over these sanctuary cities and fully eliminate the threat internally. Before we ever spend any more blood overseas, we have to liberate America and make America great again. America first. America first. America first.
Top Gun, you're a maverick. You can be my wingman anytime. Hey, how do y'all feel about all those tankers coming into USA? And boy, we finna be a bad motherfucker. Oh, excuse my language. You know all those tankers coming to get our oil? Y'all heard about it? I didn't know if y'all, boy, Trump. Hey, like they say, this shit is chess, not checkers. And everybody think the queen can move around. But that king can go anywhere, and the game ain't over till you capture that king. That's what they fail to realize. And then y'all want to know something else? They call them diapers and depends. Diapers are for the babies, because you love changing them. But when them elders got them depends on, it depends on if you in the wheel. Oh, that was kind of dirty joke. My bad. That was kind of yeah, I was cleaning up a little bit, man, but you know, I ain't had no other trash bag. Oh, he mad. He my roommate. I live next to a college. Alcorn State, Hiram Revels was the first black governor or senator or something. And the school where Steve McNair went to. Who else? Shit, Alcorn State, Alcorn, no rice, baby. Mississippi, you know, Ole Miss grow the best weed too. We got that good weed there in Mississippi. Shit, we in the woods. If y'all ever seen a deer with no eyes, I have no idea. Yeah.
See, the thing about Iran is, even if we send in 200,000 soldiers and we pulled a Brennan and we took the whole thing over, like, we've already killed the Ayatollah. We've already killed dozens of senior leaders. We've taken out a huge amount of their military capability. So, you know, it's not necessarily necessary. And so I would just say, instead of sending 200,000 soldiers into Iran, why don't we send them into Democrat cities like Chicago, New York City, LA, Miami, everywhere, and actually eliminate the illegal alien threat in our country, the fake voting, the Democrat frauds, and the Social Security fraud, and the Medicare fraud, and all the fraud that's going on that Nick Shirley's exposing, and make major sweeping arrests internally and prosecute the people. And when our people are getting murdered by illegal aliens and criminals, we don't just lock them up for 7 years and spend $500,000 housing them. We kill them. We execute them. We shoot them and we bury them quickly. Hello? And if a Democrat judge stands in our way, well, then we arrest that Democrat judge, just like Bukele did in El Salvador. We liberate America, one criminal, one judge at a time. Hello?
They're the violent ones. Don't kick nobody out. Let the man freedom of speech, because rule number 2 come behind that. Oh, no threat. That was no threat. I was just... Yeah. He got... Oh, we got them Sesame Street. See?
Hey, everybody! We're going to start executing killers again in this country instead of putting them in jail for retirement programs. When you murder an American or you rob an American and you kill that person or brutally harm that person, you will be killed. It's called the Elmo Law. No more pussyfooting around and spending billions of dollars a year housing murderers. Either we execute them or we fly them over the Pacific and drop them in the fucking ocean.
Self-defense now. Be you either on the sidewalk or you from the streets now. You ready to do that time up in the den? You know, commissary, you know, you get 3 free meals. As in my family say, 3 free meals. You know, be careful. Tough talk is nice, but they got places where you got to prove your innocence.
Elmo is sick of looking at Instagram and seeing all the victims, and then the criminals getting let out of jail in just a few years to go on to commit more murders. Elmo is getting psychotically angry. And when Elmo gets angry, you better look out, because Elmo's going to give you the justice you're looking for, and it's not going to be pretty. Hello?
If you can, protect your friends and family around you. Protect your friends and family around you, brother. I don't want nothing to happen to you because of some ignorant, illegal aliens.
You know, and people are making it look like every illegal is bad. No, but shit. Y'all just done came over here bullshit. Y'all up to some bullshit. So, you know how the game's
There was a homeless man that pushed over my garbage cans last night. Then he tried to break into my neighbor's apartment. So I killed him and I put him in the garbage can. Goodbye and good riddance. Elmo says sorry. You picked the wrong Elmo to fuck with.
The only evidence you left was on here. Why did you say that? You just left evidence. Man, don't say that on here. People do.
Oh, Elmo's just making a joke. I was sitting on my balcony, but I did witness that yesterday, and it made Elmo a little angry.
You witnessed it. It wasn't you that did it. 'Cause you know,
I'm just saying, if you kill Elmo, Elmo's gonna come back from the grave and kill you.
Oh, you changing subjects. You just said you got you a body.
No, Elmo was kidding. Elmo wouldn't hurt a fly.
No.
Elmo's your friend.
No, your ATV shows a white male. I'm running your place. You know, I wouldn't never be honest.
Elmo's always honest. Elmo is very patriotic and loves his country.
Sports. I found that you was trying to play female sports. That's a violation of a code 121-34A.
Is that the federal code or the state code?
Oh, this federal, bro.
Oh, no.
You know, we have a .0099009.
Yeah, prosecutorial misconduct.
Your voice doesn't matter. See, your conduct. It's your content of your character.
Elmo has good character. Elmo's never hurt anyone.
No. His outside seems jolly, but his character has fucked up.
It's true. If you ever looked inside of Elmo's mouth, it's a black nightmare of nighttime. It's a pit of abyss. Inside Elmo is the apocalypse.
It's more like a fish.
Well, can you roll up Elmo a joint, please, the movie? I'm ready to smoke. Community service is what Elmo says. I'm willing to throw down. You hear? Elmo will throw down. Pack that blunt tight. I got you, the movie.
Hey, look, I gotta ask my roommate when he get out.
Your
here,
roommate?
Send me like $3. Yeah, I got roommates. That's how I pay my bills.
Ah, shit. Elmo likes his privacy.
Oh, shit, he sell weed, though.
All right, well, tell him Elmo's down to throw down. Community service is what I say. Sharing is caring.
Hey, send me like $3 so I can get like a 0.3.
I got you, bro. Can you lend me $3 though?
Yeah, we get somebody along you there. We with the Trump. Go Trump. Go Trump. Yeah, they like that, boy. We can get us a GoFundMe, bro. Everybody love.
So I don't know if anybody follows international news, but Ireland has rebuked their own government, and the Irish army is putting down an Irish farmers' rebellion, and their response is, "You fucking psychopathic leftist woke bitch motherfucking Looney Tunes! All you do is complain about Orange Trump all day long. That's not leadership. That's spam. You're just spamming us."
Hey, what y'all think about that Canada shit with the little party with the little cards? They had that little, it's been all over the TikToks, and they bring their little card. I have my card that says y'all know what I'm talking about up there in Canada?
Yeah, man, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, shit, I know you knew. Shit, you into everything else, shit.
Well, has anybody seen in the new chat feature?
Where you from, Denver? Are you from Denver?
No.
You from like Denver, Colorado.
I was born inside Uranus. Are you into astrology?
Oh, you playing that homo shit,
My shit exit only, homeboy.
Exit only? What? Eggs
My
and
shit
ham?
is exit only. You talking about Uranus, man. Y'all don't play that shit.
No, I have cosmic consciousness. I'm an astrologer.
Man, you can astrologize all the fuck you want, but it ain't going up my Uranus.
What about Saturn? Are you interested in Saturn?
And that shit in there either. What's up? Yeah.
What do you think about
Man,
Neptune?
this funny motherfucker thought he could be slick on something.
What the fuck you talking about?
At least, whatever the fuck his name is.
What's a YN? I saw a YN video today, the first YN video from 1965.
I know what an F and a Q is.
F and a Q?
Fuck you with my foot. Playing with me, man. He come out with a YN.
Nigga said I know what an F and a Q is. What's an F and a Q? Fuck.
He fell forward like a slide.
The movie, I got a joke for you. Why is sex like a box of Kentucky Fried Chicken?
I have no idea.
Because after you're done with the breast and the thigh, the only thing left to do is stick Elmo's greasy bone back in the box.
You know why you got chicken at the side of your bed? Because you just need some grease for whatever you do later, nigga. I don't get no wood for that.
Oh, man.
I forgot.
Oh, man.
Remember that, your mama? Remember them your mama jokes on that shit?
Dad jokes and shit.
No, I know. I'm talking about back in the day with old boy, the Mexican dude that had your mama. He was saying you got chicken at the side of your bed. I forgot what he had said, but it was crazy, motherfucker. And look, like he had one joke, like I would tell Elisa, your girl's so nasty. Well, he probably don't have a girl, but she's so nasty. Them crabs be bungee jumping off her thong and shit, you know. And on her little tampon, you know how to.
The movie! What kind of an animal do you think Elmo is? Elmo always inspects the vagina before going down, because one time Elmo actually saw crabs on a woman's vagina, and Elmo had a panic attack.
This what y'all do in this motherfucker?
I couldn't bring her to class. I couldn't eat her out because Elmo was afraid of getting crabs in his fur.
His robe is so solid. I think I hurt his feelings earlier, and he just has his little get back moment, but it ain't working.
See, the last time I chopped it up with you, we was having a good ass conversation.
Of course. Dude, do you hear his voice? That's not him.
Man, the movie, I can smell the chicken wings by the side of your bed right now. Who are you kidding? You need the grease for later, not me, buddy.
See, I'm from the woods. You know what a deer is with no eyes? I have no idea. He ain't getting it. He don't know he fucking with the right one. I got nothing but time, opportunity, hell. But he ain't no swimmer.
It looks like y'all got an audience down there, though, man. Y'all got
man, it's all good, man.
The movie! Why are black men always crying during sex?
I have no idea.
It's the pepper spray!
That was a good one. Hey, you know what I found out? Why you like playing basketball? Because there's a lot of shooting and stealing. Oh, he didn't play basketball. Pills Pete didn't play basketball. My bad.
No, I play golf. Elmo likes golf.
Ain't no white man crime in Idaho.
Why does O.J. Simpson like to play golf?
Because he didn't have a glove.
No, it's because he gets to hit something white.
That was as good as the old shit, still shit.
Yeah, I know, man. You know I got this dude. You know, white people, they try to be cool with us. Like everybody afraid.
No, they really love us.
Titleist is the number one ball in golf.
Hey, bro. You know the only ally we really have in America. I'm talking about in 2026. If you look at another ally, I'm not talking about your brothers or your immediate family, but it's the white man.
No, it's the liberal white woman. It's the liberal white woman. That's the real ally of the black man. You're never going to get reparations until you can make all the white women say yes.
They say yes.
Yeah, it's easy. That's the easy.
That's the easiest shit ever to do.
I have a college in my backyard, and this tennis coach, Lord rest his soul, Coach Dodge, and he brought them Europeans. I'm talking about the real Europeans, them Russians.
The white women like, they love our black curly hair. They like the
Logic comes with a lofty price.
Man, you know what else? It's like, they just like when we tell them.
Tired.
Yeah, for real. Listen,
I have something for what the hell's you,
man. You won't get no sausage tonight. That's like what the black woman do?
Who is fair of them all?
My queen.
Why the fuck do y'all always
I love it.
Why do white men always apologize to their bitch?
She's the reason
they always say sorry and shit. I apologize.
You gotta remember they
Please have that chicken salad, please.
Man, you earned your position, bro. That's the difference. You don't remember that poem that said, hey, the grandfathers work so the fathers don't have to work as much. The sons really have to work.
Innocent young girl makes a fool of my
brother. And it's gonna start all over again.
Only with the mayor.
But for some of us,
I should have taken my kingdom.
they taught us the value of what goes on.
And you let her slip.
If that makes sense.
Right through your tiny weakness.
If you had a mother, my mother,
You swore that you would protect me.
Wasn't never in our
You swore.
But guess what? I went to some of the most prestigious schools.
No one.
in the
There's
United
no
States.
loyalty. No loyalty.
One of the best.
None. Not even from you. What?
Now. Shit, I got stamps on my past. I would have met up earlier.
There's no good for me in the dark forest life. I need her heart. You failed me, baby. I don't give it all to you.
A lot of things, you know, it's like that. Now, you got it out the mouth. Yes, I'll be right back.
I have no powers in the dark forest. You have to find me someone.
She declares that she can trust
someone who knows it.
She exists, no longer exists now, even from her.
Someone who can hunt her.
Well, this room is brought to you by the Black Caucus in Congress and the Senate, in the executive and in the judiciary. And it's all because of our great leader, Matt Cool, in Redondo Beach, one of the few and only MAGATs holdouts in Los Angeles. The thing about a MAGAT is, in the black community, it's a larvae. And a larva transforms like a chrysalis butterfly. It transmutates into something different.
And that's a lie.
Ain't never said it was the truth. You ever hear a motherfucker tell a lie so good you thought he was telling you the truth?
I thought a fly can't die, but boy, a little salt water don't bring no sugar to no bee. You be tripping up in here.
And that ain't no lie. A woman will fuck you over every time. And that ain't no lie.
No, sir. The game of pimping and no limping is if the woman choose you, you good. But if you chase that motherfucker, you gonna be broke as a dude on the side of my shoe. So go chase the one you want, but you don't want the one that choose you. See, we are the prize, but to get a surprise, you need a female. And again, and that's what it's called, a female. Oh, you're gonna have to pay attention. And if you a broke nigga, you better have a lot of attention. But if you don't have no attention, have some money in your pocket. But a female, the right one that choose you, you have no worries, Alista. I promise you have no worries. White, black, Chinese, Espanol. I've been with many. You just gotta end up doing.
You just called the bitch raviolis. That's what goes. No, you just
called. I don't know what he said. I didn't say that.
Oh, no. You said spaghetti-olis.
No, I said at least. It don't matter whatever you go over or whatever. Maybe my words.
Nah, your words are straight for real.
Nah, I'm just letting them know. Nah, it ain't about black or white.
Choose him, right?
Man, if you get chosen, you're really good. But what happens with us men, we don't like being chosen. We want that challenge or that bullshit. And that woman run us down there through there.
You want that bitch to chase you.
She did Samson, David, Adam. Medusa was a bad bitch, but she was more methodical. There's a lot of women that took us down there through there, ain't it? They had one lady named the Black Widow. She supplied Pablo. She killed all her husbands, except one brother. They made a movie about the shit. I'm not saying a woman is just all the way bad. They're very influential. But we run this shit. We the prize. But women got, you think about a woman, she will go to McDonald's and get a girl, but a woman ain't coming to McDonald's getting no nigga.
But at the end of the day, there's this unavoidable problem where men, this is realistic. I think it's you can try to blame that we're all tied into each other. You don't have, without men and women, you don't have people. They have to have babies. They have to, when it comes to societies in general, there's a balance between men and women. But there's no doubt that the men in society cause by far the most dysfunction, violence, chaos, war, any like horrible thing you can think of. Men are extremely overrepresented.
What do you mean?
Okay, so we can look at. I don't know the statistic off of my top of my head, but if we were to look at like what percentages of murders are committed by females, it's probably under 10%. Vast majority are going to be males who do it. Serious physical assaults, robberies, any of this shit. Males are the ones that do this shit.
Man, what the no fucking duh.
Yeah, okay.
You voted for Koala Bear. You voted for Koala Bear. I can tell. You like tampon team. Just tell me the truth. It really don't matter, but I can tell. It's okay, bro. Of course, men commit crime. Black, white, white, Hispanic, Istanbul. What the fuck with women going around? You think it's Wakanda around here?
You know what? Dude, you were such a breath of fresh air. Because it was so obvious that,
Don't you be trying to hit on me, man. I'm straight at 6 o'clock.
No, I am too, okay? So, but here's the thing, though. But you know
not
what?
a joke, but I'm for real, you know.
No, I'm for real, too. Because if you were to ever flirt if you were to ever flirt with me, I would drop your black dick, 6 inches to the dirt.
Hold up.
Yeah, but hold on.
You can tell that motherfucker voted for. He watched The View. He like
Yeah, no, but what I was gonna say is this. Is that what's also glaringly obvious is that the brothers in the United States of America.
The what?
The brothers, the niggas, the niggers. They commit, a disproportionate amount of.
Hey, he not part of that MAGA Trump shit. I promise.
No, you guys
Look, they changed the name.
Yeah. Just like how males do.
He done took a couple of shots of Os Amigos.
Or males do in comparison to females. No, hold on. So we're
I
gonna
want to trigger somebody. I got a T in my name. Let me put my hat on.
Yeah, go ahead and put your name. Nobody gives a shit.
No, my hat on. I gotta put my hat on.
Yeah, go ahead and put your hat. Nobody still.
No, it's a San Diego because I can't charge them hoes. Oh, that went over your head. But go ahead. What you were saying?
Yeah, I mean blacks are statistically, and everybody because it's racist and
people of color, because Indian.
But we're gonna pretend like you. No. We're gonna pretend like you. We're gonna pretend like you guys are not more violent in comparison to other people. That is retarded.
Well, let me tell you, when other people are dark with suntan, you don't call them black and shit. Why you don't call them Indians when they look period on the head?
Indians don't rob people and rape people the same way that
that's because black folks like basketball. We be shooting and stealing now. You leave that alone now. You better learn to crossover. You better get right. You got a vest.
You can obfuscate all you want.
Get a rope, get a tree.
The reality is that you guys make.
No, the reality is your propaganda can't reproduce. So y'all try to recruit little kids for your little.
Projection alert!
Based off of real fucking statistics, you stupid motherfucker.
Oh.
I gotta say the shit.
Every fucking year. Here's what's interesting. Every year, over the last 10 years, the majority of homicide offenders have literally been black, but they make up 13% of the population.
So nothing goes on in Idaho. Hey, what happens in Idaho and North Dakota and Alaska? Where no black folks are really at.
I can tell you in Alaska, because I used to live there.
I'm so glad that we see a killing and killing all the white folks. Y'all be on them mushrooms. I'm so glad that we still killing and killing all the white bitches.
Nobody
we not gonna puncturing that white pussy. We gonna Kobe Bryant one of them bunny rats.
There's
nothing like puncturing that white pussy. Man, snowflake,
you end up
we
walking
putting
out
out plunger dick inside that white pussy. Yeah, they be happy too. They be saying, "Ooh, thank you, daddy." We puncturing that white pussy, that dirty white slut bitch. That's why she loves this black. Nothing wrong with gay people, but shit, I would. He mad because his mother.
Okay, but here's the funny thing is that I have literally colonized that dark nigger pussy from Africa. You dirty nigger. Yeah, you would sit there, you'd be crying in your fucking chair. Oh my God, nutted in that bitch. Oh shit, I want to fuck that bitch. I'm drinking my dick in my hand. Why can't I be with that white boy? Oh my God, his white dick is bigger than mine. I thought we had Manjigo dick because we got these big dick niggas. Oh my God! Why that white boy got a bigger dick than me? That shit ain't fair. Why can that white boy slap the shit out of me and beat the shit out of me? Why the fuck is that white boy smarter than me? than me.
Oh,
Oh my God.
We was
He's mad because we tattooed that ass red.
You can't tap shit. I tapped your mama's ass.
Tattoo that
I
ass
tapped your
red.
aunt's ass. I tapped your fucking sister's ass. And here's what, bitch. I'll marry your fucking mom, bitch. And I will literally ground you and take away your phone, not put a belt to your ass. No. I will take a belt to your chocolate cheeks real fucking fast. I will literally put a welt in your black ass, boy. And you're grounded from your goddamn phone. Shut the fuck up. You're crying because I took away your phone. This is what it's gonna sound like, bitch. Shut the fuck up. Maz is gonna pull out of the book. Nigga, shut the fuck up.
We have us a Democrat. Just because we puncture that white pussy.
No, you puncture white pussy. You can't puncture shit with that little white pussy. What the fuck are you talking about?
We put this.
Okay, you want to see the real snake, the big ass white dick, laying piping your black ass mom's pussy. That's what the fuck you're mad about. Shut the fuck up. You guys, the statistics have literally had statistics several weeks ago. It shows white women are the most raised little women.
Black kids on white seats.
That's what you guys get. Suck my dick, you dirty fucking boogers.
Oh, you're stupid.
I think it's funny. I had you
like them a little
crashing out, shipping out because of me. You dirty. Listen to these dirty fucking chimps. They're mad. They're saying like, oh, we crashing out. We fucking these white bitches. We keep that pussy. We're doing all that. Man, they don't we get that money. That's all they keep doing.
We dicked her down.
Yeah, you dicked her down. Yeah, just like something that a low IQ fucking troglodyte would say.
You would have that motherfucker didn't steal shit out of me with that pussy.
That's what we got.
I love watching you dumb niggers dance for me. You guys are so stupid.
I'm like, wow, it's pretty wild in here. My dick does not feel anything.
Hey, y'all remember that movie?
Wow.
Did
you still remember that movie? I
breaking my big nigga black ass. That shit fucking hurt. That look like it hurt real bad.
Did Thor fuck you or something?
Hey, y'all remember that movie? Y'all remember that movie? Niggers are now diagnosed with HIV as
Did Thor fuck my mom?
Goddamn. You niggers got HIV. You guys are the biggest victims of HIV. What is the goodness? It's not the frogs that did it. What is the biggest vector of sexually transmitted diseases? It's not the frogs. I'm sorry, my name's Alex Jones. It was literally the fucking niggers. They were jerking each other in a blue hole. They were down low gay niggers. And what they did is they spread it all around. To the black woman, to the nigger bitches, to the gay niggers. And they literally spread it everywhere. And they spread AIDS everywhere. Atlanta's gonna be the next epicenter of the gay apocalypse. Listen to this nigger monkey chimp that is speaking behind me. This is not your fault. This is MK Ultra. They took these dumb goddamn chimps and they convinced them that they were smart. But they're in reality some of the most dumb low IQ niggers that think they have some funny shit to say. That think that they are literally God's gift to the world. But when in reality they're an abomination to the rest of the world. These dumb gay niggers. This is MK Ultra exposed. On behalf of Israel, we have dumb gay niggers. On behalf of Russia, we have dumb gay niggers trying to literally brainwash the children. You dumb gay niggers need to shut the fuck up.
What you say, we're gonna fuck your mom each and every day in every way.
I already fucked your mom with my big Alex Jones.
Slow down.
Yeah, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up before daddy ends up pulling your pants down.
You don't have that, buddy.
Shut the fuck up and respect daddy. Shut the fuck up.
Twizzle the dick, shut up.
Alex Jones is done here. I'm gonna put Pepe with the screechy voice back on the line. Shut your goddamn nigger mouth.
We fucked your mom really, really aggressively.
Then we come on our face with all our
Fight
black
back,
kids.
Pepe. Fight back.
We put out black kids
Alex
all over
Jones
our
was
face.
pissed at you guys. I don't know why you guys are so mad.
Isn't it interesting that we're a little bit like birds? We try to come up with things to say to each other that can get underneath each other's skin. Like Pepe earlier, he said to me, John can't get under my skin. That's because Pepe has no skin. The man is skinless. He's got no skin in the game. He's just an online sound. He's a voice. Generally, he sounds like that. That's what Pepe likes to say a lot. That.
She said, "Oh my God, I'm so good. I'm so privileged, and I want to like somehow, whatever way that she thinks she's pretty, but she wants to insult you." And you're like, oh, you stupid Dominican crack whore with missing front teeth. Amazing, bitch. You go, girl. That is you. You're literally the person I just don't pay attention to. Because you are in fact, just a low-life, mentally ill piece of shit. And look, I like, in that private room, here's the thing, is that I always granted you a lot of grace. But you come into a room where it's just like me or myself and this one other person, you want to be a dickhead. But at the end of the day, okay, there are people on this app that I generally don't punch on, even when they say shit about me. But, because I think they have there's something wrong with them mentally, like such as yourself. But let's keep it real here, okay? I came onto this app, okay, while it was still rather big, I was a fucking headliner. I was somebody who everybody fucking knew. I thought it was fun for a while. I don't really give a shit about this shit anymore. I come in here just to hang out with people and talk to. But you, on the other hand, you're the same pathetic piece of shit that, like, literally films every fucking room. We can see your goddamn YouTube channel. Nobody watches your fucking shit. Okay? You've never had a fucking audience. You're somebody that nobody finds to be entertaining. You're literally, it's just so goddamn pathetic. Do you think after several fucking years that if you could not capture a fucking audience, that maybe it's just time to give up? I mean, at least I was somebody who I lost my passion literally like a couple of years ago to do a lot of this shit because it got boring to me. And quite frankly, a lot of, the political landscape changed a lot to where the things I was saying that people considered taboo are no longer taboo. And I really cared. I can care less to listen to a bunch of fucking retards who just discovered a lot of the shit that I would talk about years ago and think like, oh, yes, I want to dick slap you.
Yeah,
be your fucking fan. But like you are somebody, John, that never could capture a fucking audience. Hold on. You're somebody who could never capture a fucking audience. You're somebody who could never troll. You're somebody who could never do any of the shit that I would fucking do. And this is where you are fucking pathetic. Okay, and like, I don't know, what the fuck is it that you've done? You've been on this app, recording fucking rooms, doing your stupid shit. But do you realize nobody fucking follows you, respects you, or thinks you're fucking funny? Like anything. You're just this mentally ill man that is on this fucking app.
I think it's funny. He has you guys ranting like this at least once a fucking
No, but he came in. Hold on.
This is fake outrage. All of you go into rooms with him. This is all bullshit.
Doctor, stop. Well, we were in a room where I was talking. It was one-on-one with a woman who, I'm not going to air her bullshit, but we're talking about mental health shit. And this motherfucker comes in. He starts literally digging into any fucking pain point that she has, regarding an accident she had where she has a large scar on her face.
90% of the people in this room
Shut
have
up.
used him to get
Dr.
recordings of
Adams,
other
shut
people.
up. Let me finish.
You use Edmund
Dr.
Wood's
Adams,
convenience.
shut up. Let me finish. Literally, he's digging in. He's using these fucking pain points, knowing that she's like, she has some issues. And it's just like, to me, it's just like mind-boggling. And, I would have mercy on you, just like I do with many individuals on this app, because they are, I realize they're cognitively not all there. But you are such a disgusting piece of fucking shit that I don't even know what to say. Like, I call people niggers, I call people kikes, I call people all of this fucking shit. At the end of the day, this is largely received by an able-bodied people of sound mind. They find it offensive. Okay, sure, and you can say I'm super despicable. That's fine. Okay, but I don't like prey on individuals. There's one despicable piece of shit rapist on this app that I would go back and forth with.
Look, Pepe.
But I'm not somebody. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut your fucking mouth.
I want to say something.
No, you can't say anything. Wait until I finish. I'm gonna wrap up in under a minute. Just shut your goddamn mouth.
You're gonna
Shut your fucking mouth.
Shut up. Wrap it up.
Okay, and then shut your fucking dumb nigger mouth for 1 second. Shut your dumb nigger mouth for 1 second. It goes quicker once you just shut the fuck up. It goes quicker once you shut your fucking mouth.
Shut the fuck up.
Nobody thinks you're funny, Jack. Nobody is a fan of yours. So just shut the fuck up and let me. Okay, Matt, mute this goddamn monkey so I can finish.
We can't hear you anyway. It's really quiet.
Yeah, just put him in the groove you have to.
Shut the fuck up, Pepe.
But at the end of the day, I'm not somebody who preys on, like... A lot of people realize this. I'm somebody who's a troll. I use a lot of humor. I sometimes have serious conversations. But then then there are defunct pieces of shit like you, Mr. Hey, I don't remember his fucking... He goes by so many fucking names. The mentally ill dick from Chicago. Shut your dumb mouth.
Wrap it up, Pepe.
Yeah, okay. Dude, shut up. Now, you on the other hand, you're a talentless, mentally ill piece of fucking shit that goes on this app. Nobody is a fucking fan of yours, you stupid motherfucker. Do you realize that yet? Even your own fucking community that you would stand up for the most, which I don't have to name, they kick you out of fucking rooms. They look at you as a mentally ill fucking retard. I mean, do you not understand that? I was somebody who always offered you grace. I realize you weren't all there, but then you just keep on picking at people.
You honestly think the grace of Pepe, a young fucking racist with a frog in his throat, you think I need grace from you? You think I need any grace from you? I got the Bible. I don't need Pepe's grace. That's useless. That's worthless. That's worse than dog shit, Pepe, you fucking low IQ Phoenix, Arizona little fucking Corsican midget. Frog sounding. I know geopolitics, and I hate the Jews, and I hate the Israelis. Why the fuck are we getting involved with all these international conflicts when we got all these N-words here that I can yell at all day and waste my life doing nothing, playing the role of a political geostrategist, and then calling somebody a fucking retard? Okay, Dr. Pee-Pee. Thanks for the grace you've given me in the past. You're amazing, Dr. Pee-Pee. You're on to big things in life, young man. Oh, you're going to do so well with your content. Your content is going to go so far, Dr. Pee-Pee. Oh, Dr. Pee-Pee. My own people, Dr. Pee-Pee, they hate you with a passion. Everybody thinks you're annoying, you're low IQ, you're racist, you're stupid, you're a bigot, you're a sexist, you're every stupid thing in the world. And the fact that you hate the left and that you hate the woke left
Does it make you a hero? You're not some kind of fucking hero, Pepe. You're a page. I'll give you that. You're like a page squire to a knight or something. I could see that role for you. You're like the dumb fucking, little daffy kid that helps the knight go win the battle. I'll clean your sword and pick up the horse poop.
Michelin. Nobody. You know how I learned in Clubhouse, on Jewish Clubhouse, which you all know, especially you. Okay, I was, because of the people I met that ended up introducing me to this app, I go into the rooms. Who was the one outsider who was considered a fucking mental freak show that literally, both left and right, no matter what camp they were on, they would fucking kick your dumb ass. Why is it that you never have more than one person in your fucking room, and you go on stages, you annoy people, they kick you, and then you can say you're doing this for YouTube, but your YouTubes have no views, barely any views. Like you're a nobody.
Are you talking to me?
No, I was talking to the Chicago man.
Hey, the Pope's from Chicago too.
The Pope is fine, and you know who else is a dumb piece of shit? But Mr. Chicago, John Kitover, probably disagrees. But our president to talk to the Pope in the way that he did was absolutely deplorable. I mean. And then right afterwards, he posts a picture of him as Jesus, and the next day he says like, "Oh no, I thought it was a doctor,"
It's because many people try to convert to Catholicism to earn rights. So, for example, I would gladly, in a heartbeat, convert to Catholicism for rights. I've actually already converted to Protestantism, but I only got ever in trouble when I was looking at the data of the Catholic Church, because it's technically a foreign government, the Vatican. And, I have many contacts in the Catholic. I really think that even if I would sign a piece of paper saying I'm a slave of the Catholic Church, that the Catholic people are very humane and even would not actually...
Are you considering doing RICA?
What?
Are you considering doing RICA?
What is that?
It's like the adult conversion to the Catholic Church, because you said you became Protestant and you're thinking about the Catholic Church. But my thing, I just want to finish up and drop Kitover for 1 second, because he pisses me off too. I disagree with Pep a lot of things, but this is one thing.
No, I didn't say I was considering the specific. You're actually making it worse.
But the thing is,
I'm not talking about a formal.
Get out the way, let it happen.
I'll give you a quick rundown of the Catholic Church. In the Catholic Church, you have your local priest, and then you have your bishop, and then you have your cardinal that you can go to, whatever the hell is. Like, every time I go to Rome, I can contact my cardinal, but you have to do your RCA training first, because it's not like, you're going to do the Nicene Creed or whatever and become a Catholic.
Oh my God, nobody said they're converting to Catholicism.
Wait, I'm talking about...
Jesus Christ, Abject, you're just making this... You're ruining the conversation.
For so long, bro.
But you're ruining... No, somebody else was speaking. So horrible, so terrible. Let the other motherfucker speak.
No, bro, you were just talking for so long. I just spoke for like 2 fucking seconds.
I know, but you're not...
You're derailing. So long. Like, shut the fuck up.
Because you're derailing. You don't fucking
shut the fuck up for 1 second. Bro, you're derailing for so long.
He didn't say he was wanting to convert to Catholicism. He didn't even say he was considering...
You're literally putting in your 2 cents. You're putting in your 2 cents to earn a banana, which your monkey ass did not fucking earn. Damn.
Black Africans, I swear.
You're talking for so fucking long. Like, shut the fuck up for 1 second. All I'm trying to say is, if he's doing it, he's gonna do it.
He didn't say he wanted to.
Shut up, bro. You can speak for so long, but shut the fuck up.
No, this man is primarily, it's exactly why I brought up the topic. Because this is, the point is, you have misunderstood exactly what I'm talking. Many people are informally Catholic without having this conversion. You don't get it. The Catholic Church does not have literal data of every single Catholic all
all over the world.
Yeah, they do.
No. I have worked in the church database.
Yeah, they do. When you become a Catholic,
I've been entrusted with the Archdiocese of Austin. I have seen that they don't have every single data point, bro.
Let me correct you, Andrew. Fake news.
You think this is exactly the definition of a Catholic?
Every single conversion worldwide is registered. Every single conversion is registered. I have my registration when I was baptized. I have my registration when I did, when I became fully.
Oh my God, the Catholics keep a separate records.
No. It's all fucking registered. It's a damn fucking lie. Every single person that becomes a Catholic, you're registered. You get a certificate and it's registered by your local church. Give me a fucking break.
I'm saying that record is easy to fucking falsify. You don't get it.
How the fuck are you gonna falsify records? You're gonna be like, oh yeah, like this person just, we're gonna register them.
I can send my twin to get. I can send my twin.
Your sponsor.
Okay, you have a Catholic.
No, Andrew. Your sponsor.
I sent my twin to get the.
No. When you become a Catholic, no.
See, that's why they didn't want to let you in. You're trying to defraud the cloth.
No. Every single
anything related to the government of France is called
Catholic. To become a Catholic, you need a sponsor. Wait a second. You need a fucking sponsor to become a Catholic, and the sponsor is the one that actually signs the name on it.
Oh my.
I know this because I'm a sponsor to 2 people. You have to have a sponsor and everything else. Like, it's all fucking registered. You just don't become.
I'm just curious. He did bring up France.
Vatican. North Korea. I pick Vatican over North Korea. Does that make me a Catholic? No. It means I'm not Korean. Yeah, Vatican.
What the hell do you mean?
He brings up a good point. I'm somebody who's 100% of French descent, and so like one of the beautiful parts of that is that I can look up my last name, and I can trace ancestry back to several hundred years, and part of the beauty of that is because the Catholic Church likes to keep records, and they've done an impeccable job. And so, are you saying that like we are not
exactly?
Okay, so you agreed at that point. Okay.
Exactly, it's all fucking recorded. Every single conversion.
But if this guy wanna convert to Catholicism, that's not what he said. Never even fucking mentioned that.
Bro, shut the fuck up.
That's true. He didn't mention that. He said.
Let me tell you. If you want to convert to Catholicism,
you just came in. Maybe you don't like the Catholic, whatever.
We're talking about like 2 extreme. You're acting as if the Vatican is as exclusive as North Korea. This is what I think.
No, I'm not. It has 1.4 billion.
HX for
it's not fucking exclusive.
But I'm just curious. What was the point before HX, his third world dumbass, ended up
Shut the fuck up, there for you dirty Mexican dumb cunt.
I mean, super Mexican. I'm super Mexican, super gay, as you say. But anyways. When it comes to what were you talking about before that?
I was trying to say that the U.S. right wing is very much modeled very accurately by the Pope, even though it's technically Trump who's in power, because the U.S. right wing has it's very complex game theory as to why.
I disagree. The Vatican has always looked at the U.S. as being a competitor. To the Vatican, and if we look at all of the open borders bullshit and all of that, that is super Catholic. Like when it comes to the right wingers who are like maybe have some further right wing views, such as myself, and some like further left wing views. The church is all the Catholic Church is all over the place. Like they're not natural allies to American conservatives.
But Pepe, if you want to convert to Catholicism,
yeah, I mean, I think it's where I just think it's
you're
retarded.
functionally retarded, HN.
Bro, I don't know why you always talk to me, you damn cunt. I've been even here for 5 days.
I'm trying to convert to Catholicism in order to get a visa to the Chinese
Everybody in the room goes, oh, hey, it's really
Come here, and you're
I know, it's dumb cunt.
You're just a fucking retarded cunt. All you
I
do is
know,
just like find out.
By the way,
I don't even talk about you. I don't even give a fuck with the hell.
if you want to be...
Okay, if you guys want me to give you a prime example of a retard that was brought in by the Catholic Church, it is literally this third world, Achayak. He's a third world person brought in by Catholic NGOs. Absolutely worthless. No, absolutely worthless. Absolutely worthless to the West. There we go. And here he gets to grace us with his presence, but by being on a modern, being on a modern, being on a modern internet. Okay, or internet carrier. It doesn't matter. And he gets to bitch at us and give us this point of view.
You're such a dirty fucking retard.
Yeah, but don't you think it's because he's jealous? Pepe's very jealous.
Pepe is such a dumb fucking retard because I was like to him, never once.
No, you're just jealous. You're jealous. You're just a jealous person, period.
Pepe is just a fucking retard. Fucking like sweating in fucking...
I'm retarded, Mexican, and gay. Like, for sure. Yeah, absolutely.
It's just like, oh yeah, I can do what... Like, shut the fuck up. People are just trying to have a conversation, and you're just a dumb fuck. You're like, oh, third world. You know, Pepe is one of those retarded edgelords that in school, like in high school, university, they're one of those slow fucking retards that never got and did anything in life.
I was in a short class,
talk about anything in life and everything else. Like, Pepe is one of those disgusting, slow fucking edgelords that never got any pictures, never did anything, never went to school, never went to university, and he just sits on here all day fucking long.
Yeah, I only gave blowjobs to other boys while wearing my safety helmet on the short school bus. Absolutely. You're correct. You're correct. I have to make sure you're correct.
No, you're in your 40s, no family, no wife, no kids, no bitches, nothing to look forward to. So you just come on here and scream all day long. What the fuck have you done in your life, bro? By the time you blink next, you're gonna be.
I've given blowjobs on the short school bus. That's what I did.
You're gonna be 50 with zero fucking accomplishments, and then you're gonna be like, yeah, at least I can come on Clubhouse and call people niggas at third world.
What's your mom's dating profile so I can marry her in ground zero?
You're such a fucking loser, Pepe. Honest to God. You were born in the greatest country in the whole world, and what the fuck have you done for yourself?
What I'm curious about is
you're pathetic.
You describe yourself as a Catholic.
You know what?
But what I'm really curious about is that if we look at the Pope, can you tell me what is your opinion on what Trump said about the Pope and him dressing himself as Jesus? You're a fucking cuck. You literally will divide the Catholic Church.
No.
Yes, you will.
Bro, Pepe, you're almost 50.
Yeah, I'm almost 50. No wife, no kid. Yeah, we heard that. But bro, my question.
What do you have to show for yourself?
Okay, nothing. Absolutely nothing. Yeah, absolutely nothing. Super good. Yep, we heard that. No wife, no kids. We heard that again.
And then you just cover the app and you just call people names.
Yes, amazing. Okay, we got it. Okay, we get it. Achiak's claim is I have no wife, no kids, and I'm a fucking loser. Amazing. Okay, we get it. I repeated it for you. But my question is, what do you think about what Trump said about the Pope, and what do you think about him with that meme of him as Jesus?
And you became a groper. Retard.
I'm not a groper. I'm not a Christian nationalist, you retard.
And everything else like that.
I'm not even a religious person. I'm not a groper, you fucking idiot.
And you're so retarded. And you come here and you're like, what do you have to show for yourself?
Okay. Absolutely nothing. We've already gone over this. Nothing.
You're literally.
Yep. Super loser. Yep.
You're literally such a fucking loser.
He's just jealous, man. He's jealous. He's probably put down as a kid, and he's jealous.
Yeah, I just wanted him to get this part over with. I'm trying to ask him a serious.
Why the hell?
Okay, yeah, I get it. Actually, yeah, we get it. Yep, because I'm a loser. I'm a loser that nobody wants. I'm a loser that nobody wants. That's the answer. Okay, everybody.
Bro, you're almost fucking 50. No way.
Yeah, I'm almost 50, guys. I'm a loser. At Jake wins this round.
You are. Congratulations.
Yep, absolutely. At Jake won this round. Everybody give a point to At Jake.
Congratulations.
Okay, but At Jake, shut the fuck up so somebody else can talk.
Shut the fuck up, faggot.
Because I'm literally trying to ask you a question. No, when it comes, yeah. So when it comes to Trump, chastising and insulting the Pope, and then posting a meme of himself as Jesus, as a good little Catholic boy, what do you think of that?
It's fucking terrible.
It is. Yeah, I agree.
It's terrible. He should have never done that. He fucked up with that. I don't agree with that.
So he doubled and tripled down.
Yeah, I know. It's a terrible thing he did. Nobody, the greatest person ever is Jesus Christ. I don't give a fuck about any politician. God should never be mocked at all whatsoever. God should never be tested like that, and I don't agree with that. I think he fucked up, and thank God he deleted it. I was shocked, and I was like appalled by that. That was a terrible thing.
He said
up.
It was an image of the Red Cross.
It was terrible.
Yeah, he lied. He thought all of us were stupid, and we're going to buy the fact that he wanted to be a doctor and a healer. Very, very, very. In other words, Trump was trying to say that we were just like stupid, and I have to disavow him for what he said.
Yeah, that was so fucked up. I don't know why he said like, oh yeah, like I'm trying to be like a healer and some bullshit. Just own up to it. He fucked up.
Yeah, I checked. Why don't you shut the fuck up? Let the other guy talk.
My battery died. I just got back, and the last thing I heard was Pepe or Pepe or whatever your name is. Forgive my
Pepe Herman.
Pepe calling a bunch of men who are yelling back at you the N-word consistently. Pepe, how are you feeling about that?
Okay, like Pee Wee Herman, but my name's Pee. I shoot motherfuckers in the back of the head. He did it with a load of cum, and I do the same thing as him. So that's fine. Don't fuck with me.
Yeah, he'll bust a nut in the back of your Puerto Rican. He'll bust a nut in the back of your fucking Puerto Rican hair. Your curly.
I got a real question. Like, are you playing? Like, are you a black man? Just like,
oh no, he's a white supremacist, but we do hate the niggers in here.
Wait, are you a white man?
Wait, you're black adjacent, so you should.
No, I'm Mexican. I'm a homosexual Mexican that does not have children because Atchik likes to say I'm a loser, but I am gay, so I wouldn't have kids.
Well, you have kids in your butthole.
No, but I put them out afterwards, so they don't last.
Are you proud of yourself right now?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Gay people can have kids too, by the way.
Yeah, butt babies.
Wow, you totally just exposed your weakness, bro. Like, you really exposed how insecure you are.
Oh, God. You're the champion who's going to defeat us all.
No, not I mean it. Like, the way you just
Santiago, I think you're in the wrong room. I don't think you get the vibe.
Yeah, you should wait till Atchek talks and then.
Yeah, Santiago, I think you're jealous because I am a top at the end of the day, and then I don't want to do your gay little I don't want to do your gay little Dominican butthole. Like just
also, Santiago, just so you know, we have the blackest human on earth, which is Atchek, because he's South Sudanese. Is Dinka. Yeah. So he co-signs everything, so we're allowed to say the word nigger.
You can say nigga, you can say faggot, you can say cracker. I like freedom. I like freedom. You can say whatever the fuck you want to say.
It's retarded. South Sudanese. Yeah,
I genuinely cannot believe what I'm hearing right now.
Santiago, go be a fucking homosexual in another room and be a nigga in another room. Nobody gives a fuck if you're like upset or whatever.
I'm not upset.
Santiago, you're acting like a kite chain.
Santiago, you were so brave for speaking up to this blatant hatred and racism. I'm in shock. I'm very offended.
Yeah,
and
he's a black man.
So Achek is African. I'm actually a black American, and I find what Pepe has to say is very offensive. I really do. So I appreciate you for being brave. I definitely appreciate you for being brave. Rich over here wears fake rubber breasts and sleeps with trans women and is yet to admit it. But I appreciate you standing up to these disgusting, degenerate men that are being racist, homophobic, and absolutely anti-Semitic.
Oh, and that is a gay nigger that was speaking, by the way.
Fat black woman starts talking. You start calling her a niggle boo, fucking fat, big back, fucking disgusting whore and shit.
I'm going to rest in my moral superiority, and I'm not going to respond. Santiago, you know what Hillary Clinton say? When they go low, we fly high. Okay, so don't absolutely do not do him too. I mean her. But again, so at the end of the day, I feel like we just need to just not don't let it trigger you. Don't let it trigger you, Santiago.
Bro, I'm not at all triggered. I just think it's super shameful of all of you to act this way, for real.
Yeah, it's super shameful. Like, who gives a fuck, Santiago?
Yeah, give up your fucking moral high ground and your pedestal, Santiago.
Nobody gives a fuck about the moral leftist, liberal,
you're in white America right now. Oh, sorry.
Santiago, you converted me. I feel so ashamed. As a white male, I should not have been saying the stuff that I've said. I'm sorry. I want to suck your Dominican dick.
Yes, you need to pay him reparations.
Yeah, and
absolutely. You need to pay him reparations.
Wow.
All of my niggas, everyone black. Okay.
Bro, why you gotta come up and say why?
Because I'm just saying wagwan to my people down.
But you should hear one thing. You're showing
At least you're better than the mud cookie eating people.
You're showing how fragile you are.
Santiago, just fucking insult somebody. Nobody's fucking fragile.
Santiago, you goy bean eating spick. Shut your goddamn whiny faggot mouth. Okay, seriously, shut the fuck up. We obviously are used to insulting each other in here, and so shut your fucking mouth. Literally.
Here, Santiago.
I don't know. You have exactly, Santiago. I've never consented to this. I absolutely never consented to this. So I would have to agree with Santiago. I'm standing with you. I'm gonna add Santiago.
I'm just saying, man, you're very fragile to react to this.
Santiago, nobody's fucking fragile.
No, your motherfucking pussy is fucking fragile, bitch. That bitch got 10 fucking STDs. That's the only shit that's motherfucking fragile, bitch. The fuck?
You need to get that bitch Vagisil and fucking something's wrong with her. Like that is gross. She has vaginosis. You need to get her on antibiotics. That your mom's a stinky bitch, pussy, fucking Dominican whore. Like I'm just. Fuck you and your mom. Your mom turned me gay, motherfucker. Because males' buttholes smell better than your mom's fucking pussies, bitch. How the fuck do you think that shit fucking happened?
Exactly, bro. Like your mom cleaning the fucking toilet.
Alright,
so you go to fucking school, Santiago, you dumb cunt, and you just come, you being a bitch ass faggot. Like, bro, fucking back.
Santiago, you're arguing with a middle schooler and a refugee. I mean, like, don't back down, brother.
My mom was literally swimming across the Rio Grande. Well, I'm not an anchor technically, but I was floating on her fucking stomach, and she claimed I was born here, bitch. Just like, why are you so sensitive?
That's a big bitch too.
She's a badass. Yeah, she's a badass, buoyant bitch. That's how I was able to come across. Yeah, you're goddamn right. 400-pound bitch. That's what. She's a fucking tough woman, and she backstroked across the fucking Rio Grande. I'm lying on her tubby, crying, and sucking on her big spick titty, and we made it across. We made it across. You don't know about hard shit, bro.
Bro, you don't know about fucking hard shit, bro. You're such a fucking pussy, Santiago. How the hell
these are the people with sniff paint in middle school just don't even respond.
How the hell do you even function in life being such a pussy like this? Oh, Pepper hurt my fucking bitch ass vagina. Shut the fuck up, bro. How the hell do you even function in life?
I've said multiple times.
Hey, chick, you have a vagina now?
I've said multiple times.
What is going on?
I'm not offended.
Yeah. You're just like, oh, you feel so sorry for us because we're fragile. What the fuck are we fragile about with your leftist Marxism for some bullshit? What the hell are we fragile about?
the fact that you are reacting in this way as a grown man.
He sounds like a defensive black woman. He does.
Why?
You do, H-Check. You sound like a very defensive black woman. Y'all just be chattering and chattering and chattering for the last 10 minutes.
Because Santiago,
You won't even let the man speak.
You know what?
Let the man speak.
Santiago, your mother
Let him speak. You see, this is what I'm saying. These angry black women can't get a word. They have to have the last word, just chattering and chattering and chattering, shaking hoop earrings. Let the man go ahead, Santiago.
Well, you know, I just opened up my app. I was driving home, and I listened into this room. Literally for like 10 seconds, I just hear a fight getting started. I don't know what it started at. I'm like trying to figure this out. You know, I got a phone call. I had to go to the store. I got off. You know, battery died. Came back home. Turned my phone back on, and the conversation changed. But when I listened to what was going on, I was in shock because these men, I don't know if they're still on the stage, were clearly trying to trigger this guy, Pepe. And
my name
you know,
Pepe. Say correctly.
Okay, Pepe. My apologies. And we're clearly trying to trigger him and get him riled up, and it worked. And he went from like a 1 to a 10.
Chicago, this is Mayor-elect Kitover. I want to show you the crisis that we have with our sewer systems. They're saying we need to spend $20 billion on lead pipe replacement. Our sewer systems don't even work because the environmentalists at the Chicago Reclamation District don't let the water. Chicago, this is Mayor-elect Kitover. I want to show you the crisis.
I'm surprised that men are that weak right now. That's basically what I felt. And I just wanted to say so. Like, you're a pretty weak man to be able to have to react in that way because your ego is so hurt.
Okay, but I like the top power bottoms, but I only have the power when you're a bottom. And so, sweetie, look, I understand. I let my words get the best of me, but honey, I will make it up to you. Just come on, dude.
I just feel like
I know first impressions are everything.
Get a little stronger than that. It's real, really. Like
I know I was being a very bad top. I get it. I needed to project more of a controlled power. I needed to channel it, and I get it. But sweetie, I'm sorry. Like really.
I mean, you must be really struggling right now to have to react in that way. Like really, you must be really struggling right now. But that's a genuine statement. Like, you don't react like that without having some really deep insecurities and like some illness right now.
Santiago, did you hear what they were saying by any chance? Out of curiosity?
Oh, but they were totally, they knew exactly what they were doing.
Yeah, why are you giving them a pass?
Because they were intentionally doing it to get him to that place.
Yeah, and you don't know Pepe that he does that. He goes along with it. I don't understand. I'm confused. You realize this is what Pepe does. Maybe this is your first time. I don't know.
If Pepe is like, you know, oh man, that's.
Your battery's charged.
I wear my heart on my sleeve.
I'll rip that white woman's pussy. Like,
oh yes. Oh no. By all means, that was inappropriate too.
Yeah.
Oh, by all means.
And no, you have to understand. I'm a gay man, and I'm not like really. I'm protective of women. It's not because I want to like cock block, but it's like as a Mexican gay male, I'm like, look, it doesn't matter whether or not you're Mexican. You know, if you are a woman, I want to protect you. And when I hear one of these savage people joke about the rape of a white woman, like, oh my gosh, so horrible. You know, I had to snap back. Like, I'm sorry, I couldn't do it. And like, if ever you were to use the N-word with the hard R, it would be against savages who think it's like, you know, okay to rape white women. I completely disavow.
Is this your first time, Santiago? Like, around, I don't know, us?
I mean, I'm just like, if you, like, the history of this country, you know, the privilege that so many of us have, to speak in that way as a white man is just pretty sad at this point. Just honestly, like,
I'm not Mexican. I'm sorry, you know.
You're not Mexican, bro. Like, it's.
Yes, I am.
All right. Well, even I mean, Dude, it's really sad. It's like I'm not triggered. I'm not mad. You don't hear anger in my voice. I'm like, but I think it's pretty bad. It's a state of like just how sick people are right now, and to speak openly like that and think it's okay. It's like, bro. I mean, it doesn't matter.
Okay, but I'm sorry. But is the joke about the... No, hold on. This is where the politically correct picture... This is where the politically correct, culture really gets in the way. Is it worse to call somebody a nigger, or is it worse to say, I like raping white women? I mean, I'm sorry. Saying the N-word, it can be jarring at times, but it's not nearly as traumatizing as rape. I mean, at the end of the day... I have rape fantasies about getting raped by men. So I mean, maybe I don't find it traumatizing because I'm once again I'm a gay Mexican faggot. But
hey, Pee, everything you said so far, like talking about being gay, all the rest, like being funny like that, yeah, that's cool. You could be funny like that. Like I, but like. Bro, considering the history to go using the N-word like that to other men of color.
Yeah, you're right. It's worse to call somebody a nigger. It's worse to... Okay, you're right. Like, somebody said who honks their horn at you says, hey, watch it, nigger. It is a lot worse than, like, you're running, you're doing a nice jog, you're like a 40-year-old woman. And you're like, really sweat. And then all of a sudden a guy pops out from behind the bushes. And he's like, hey, pretty lady, come here. And she's like, no, please don't. And then he's like, I want some loving. And she's like, no, please don't. And then he's like, oh, look what we got here. And he's got an erection. And he sticks it under his basketball, or pulls down his basketball shorts. And then he rapes the living shit out of her. I would say one's a lot worse than calling somebody nigger. Wouldn't you agree?
I think you should.
Oh, no, wow, you're too scared.
I think you should.
Is getting raped worse than being called a nigger?
I think you should reflect after this.
You won't answer the question. I love this.
And
so,
I think
okay. Let me ask you a question.
Let me finish my sentence.
So if I rape a black woman and call her a nigger, is that like? How much worse is that than like a white woman getting raped by a black guy? He's saying like you dirty snow bunny and raping her.
You should.
Is the victim? Are the victims going to like feel that that their violation is somehow going to be less traumatic because one person of color, heard a slur, or are they both going to be like, oh my god, this guy violently penetrated me? Like, I'm just curious.
I think you're safe wherever you are right now. And you can speak this way.
You answer the question. I loved it. The level of dishonesty.
I'm happy to answer your question after I finish my thought. I think you're safe to speak that way in your home or wherever you are right now on a telephone. But you say that in the wrong place at the wrong time. And
okay, I'm done with your nigger negotiating.
Okay,
number one. Asked you questions, and you dumb, dirty faggot. I asked you a question, and
number
you could
two,
not answer it.
You should consider after you're triggered, when you calm yourself down.
I know, I'm absolutely calm.
Okay, if you're calm, you'd allow me to speak without speaking over me. When you have the space.
But you're not answering my questions. That's the hard part, is that you're not answering. I asked you direct questions. I asked you direct questions. Okay, what is the difference between a white woman getting violently raped without drugs? Nothing. She's just getting raw raped. Mm-hmm. And a black woman getting raped.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but the white woman is called a cracker, and the black woman is called a nigger. Can you tell me which do you think one is more traumatizing than the other?
I think any woman getting raped is traumatizing.
Amazing. So is getting called nigger or being raped more traumatizing?
Oh, the rape.
I think for you, PP.
Yeah, obviously, because one's are just words and the other
I asked you a very direct question. That's like asking the difference between getting slapped and getting shot in the face. Being raped is worse than being called a nigger, obviously.
I think you're making an excuse for a word you should never use again. I really think so.
Why? Words are just words. You
the vocabulary.
Weak-minded fucking cuck.
What's that?
You're too much. You have such a
Words are just words. You weak-minded fucking.
You're too much of a left-coded softie.
I don't know.
Quite frankly, you don't deserve my
He's
big
raised by a single mom. That's why.
Well, you don't deserve my big
Oh, my dad wasn't in my life. His mom always told me to be nice to the gays and monkey niggers and monkey Jews and blah, blah, blah.
I think he's a nigger lover. That's his problem.
No, he's raised by a single mom. He's like
yeah, okay, he's a nigger loving faggot that was raised by a single mom. That's his problem. I don't know why you're so
you're a sensitive little bitch getting offended and hurt by fucking words.
But do you hear me offended? Do you hear that?
Yes, we do. We hear you holding up the doll and touching your groin on the doll and saying, "This is where they hurt me."
You're trying to prolong this conversation so you can address it until you.
You know what's funny? Hey, Pepe, you know what's funny? He'll sit down and watch Rick and Morty and just laugh fucking hysterically in South Park. But then he comes on a social audio app and he hears somebody saying the same words. And he's like, I can't believe people say these same fucking words in real life. Oh, God, no!
No, but what he's doing right now is he's jerking off. He's imagining we're in prison showers.
This is why we have a decline in fucking population in America. Because all you pussies make fucking women fucking wet. You fucking cunts.
Nick and Matt.
But at the end of the day, he's literally jerking off to this shit.
Nick and Matt? Like, am I, like...
Yeah, Nick's a groiper and Matt loves this shit. He revels in it.
Well, I mean, I'm not offended. I'm not upset at all with anything
you guys
are
saying. You're a sensitive little bitch.
Yeah, no, I'm okay.
Yeah, no, I can't believe somebody would say offensive words, but I'll watch fucking comedy specials and watch South Park and Rick and Morty and just laugh at all the N-bombs and faggots they say. And
you're a nigger-loving boy being eating faggot spick. That's what you are.
Yeah, does that make any sense to you?
I'm literally somebody who has a big goddamn burrito as a dick, and I'm gay as fuck, and Mexican as fuck, and you cannot handle the level of machismo I would give to your little dirty Dominican third world
brown hole.
Yeah, it just wouldn't happen. So. Like you were failed.
You crack me like a coconut.
I'm excommunicating you from the gay community, you dirty faggot.
What do you do for a living?
I fuck faggots.
He's a gimp. They tie him up and beat him and shit.
I'm literally. Yeah, no. Guapissimo. You know. I'm gifted with a big dick, and gays like to be dominated by me. At the end of the day, it's what it is. You know,
I got a question. Don't lie. If your colleagues or family or friends or colleagues at work,
his dad was in the government. Right now,
what's that?
His dad was in the government.
What if your friends heard this and they heard that you were talking to a goy in
what was your dad, like a congressman or senator or something?
Like myself. Shut up, man. But what was he doing? If they would have ever healed, that you would try to, the way that you do it, and not fuck my gay Dominican ass, because I'm half a nigga, because I'm Dominican.
Me no black, papi, me no black.
I have never, this is pretty enlightening to me.
Did you just join Clubhouse or something?
No, I just didn't realize that, people are...
Wait, you've never been in hood rooms? Where all the blacks are screaming in Chicago, and they're like, come here, nigga, come here to Southside Chicago, I'll shoot you, nigga. And then they actually show up and you actually have a street.
What rooms have you been on?
Yeah, you've never been to a hood booger room in Atlanta or Chicago?
Rich, hold on.
Holy shit, like 500 blacks screaming.
I want to ask him which room he actually goes to, because I can't imagine him running into anything different than this, pretty much,
Oh,
at this point.
I've never heard, I mean, in all my life.
I can't hear you. You're a little mouse right now. All right, go ahead. About the audio.
phone again.
In all my life, I've never heard this before. In all my life, I'm like mid-40s. I've never heard anything.
You've never watched Blazing Saddles?
I mean, I don't know where you guys live, but
wait, you've never watched the movie Blazing Saddles? That's my question.
No, I've never seen that movie. No.
God, you're such a sheltered cuck. This is why the replacement birth rate is so low, because you guys can't fucking get women wet. Bunch of pussies. How the fuck are you a millennial acting like a fucking Gen Z? Such a sensitive bitch.
Any of you guys fathers? No question. Any of the moderators here?
Get for my car, Karen. Karen.
I don't see how that's any relevance.
You want your children hearing this?
What, you want to be around kids or something? You fucking weirdo?
I think. I mean,
I want to fucking claw hammer to your head.
Rich, hold on, chill, dude. Yeah, I don't know why you're spazzing out tonight. I was just wondering, because, like, I mean, none of the children would be on the stage. I don't know what you're talking about, Santiago.
I mean, are you, like, are you proud of how you're talking right now?
Bro, we're talking in reality, bro. I don't understand how you mid-40s and you get upset, but
I'm not upset. I'm genuinely not upset, dude.
Yes, you are. You're so not. Like on the verge of fucking tears, you fucking cuck.
I'm not upset, you guys. You don't know.
You come in and say you're 40, but you act like a fucking 16-year-old. Like, I can't believe somebody said this. Shut somewhere else, you whiny fucking cuck faggot. It's like you're in the bathroom again with that fucking towel floor. Yeah, remove your face from the fucking pillow. Exactly. You're laying down on the fucking pillow, you fucking faggot.
I was not, bro. I just laughed because it's funny.
You laugh like you were.
No, I was just laughing because it's fucking funny.
You laugh like Pepe was pegging the fuck out of you.
Yeah, that's fucking funny.
Did you hear the laughter, Santiago? Did you hear how A-Check wasn't offended when I called him a faggot?
Office refers to Adams as dog.
Yeah, the guy Pepe is not actually gay. He doesn't have a big fucking horse dick. He doesn't know guys. He's straight. A-Check actually is gay, but pretends to be straight.
But those men, when I entered the conversation, actually, real question. Give me some background. Those men that were just like starting to be vulgar themselves.
Those two guys you find Santiago. I could go on any stage right now that's non-white, and those two individuals will be doing the same shit, but actually with more of them on the stage. So I don't know, like they were doing their show, and like Pepe was doing his show. I don't know how to put it. You know?
No, so okay, so
this is Mayor.
the show.
Chicago looks like after a major rainstorm.
You
gotta make sure it's on the street because the environmentalists don't let the Chicago sewer system fully drain out using a large drainage.
That level of disrespect.
Chicago, this is Mayor.
Considering the history.
Chicago, this is Mayor-elect Kitover. I want to show you the crisis that we have with our sewer system. They're saying we need to spend $20 billion on lead pipe replacement. Our sewer systems don't work because the environmentalists at the Chicago Reclamation District don't let the water. Chicago, this is Mayor Johnson has to answer the city of Chicago. Our sewer system doesn't work, and Chicago Reclamation District has to give us a thorough accounting analysis of why they're not using our full capacity. This is Mayor Kitover of Chicago.
James, somewhere else, you whiny little cock.
Chicago, this is our sewer system.
We think you're not better than this.
Got a drainage in the middle
Santiago's actually a real gay man. You can hear from his voice.
I think you could.
Oh, go ahead, say we're projecting. Go ahead, faggot.
I mean, the rest of all that you said about the gay,
Yeah, Santiago.
Yeah, A-check is an actual homosexual.
I try to keep it clear how you see the water is flowing into it. Fucking voice.
And it's running from the other water.
Santiago, you got a skinny, scrawny South Sudanese calling you a faggot. Before A-check came to Australia, he was starving.
The fact
He was a little
I'm so fucking bored that you said that, you little fucking homosexual You know the first time I saw a T-bone steak, and I'm like, this is fucking freedom.
Oh, you know? Matt, bring KK up. KK will deal with this.
Santiago,
come on, KK. Get your dumb Asian ass up here.
Wait, Rich. I want to talk to Santiago for a second. Santiago, I know you're a homosexual man.
He's like the nicest person on earth. Show him
Wait. And your heyday was Obama's election 2011 till 2015. When everyone's like, you know, it's 2026. Nobody cares that you're a faggot.
Yeah, nobody cares that you were molested while you were a child.
Nobody gives a fuck.
I'm afraid to ask. But
no, of course he didn't. No, he probably didn't vote at all.
Land area and media space.
I didn't know that's what the room is about. I mean, is this a room about Trump?
It's religion and politics.
Read the title and what the house name is. Read it, what that is.
I came into this room because I thought like the conversation was going to be about the fact that he basically just, you know, changed his mind about Iran all of a sudden to get the market.
There he goes. There's an anti-Trumper.
Okay, just double checking. We got it. Yeah.
No, I mean that's what happened today, right?
Yeah, we tracked it. Yeah, don't worry.
Isn't that what happened today? Like nothing about negotiating.
You sound so sassy and so sad.
Content production.
I just want you to take something into consideration, right?
Fuck you, Taco.
If you think about it, all the nasty shit that men take all the time, and then how deranged you have to be as a man to constantly dig around in there. And now realize that all the AI companies are ran by such deranged individuals.
By Jews.
What is the political
Almost all of the best
startups
that we've ever been involved with, they were able to very concisely communicate what they were doing in like 25 words. Founders that don't get good at clear, concise communication,
all those gay guys just
really struggle, and you can prove this to yourself quickly.
Regular Christian white guys.
Wait, regular degular?
Santiago is actually a homosexual, and that's why he's offended, and that's his problem. It's up to you and God, Santiago. It's not a problem.
Almost all of the best startups that we've ever been involved with, they were able to very concisely clearly communicate what they were doing in like 25 words. Founders that don't get good at clear, concise communication, really struggle. And you can prove this to yourself by just looking at the founders of really successful companies. They are all good at this.
None of this was a joke. It's disgusting.
Nobody's fucking joking. Santiago.
It's legitimately deranged perversion.
You really think we're joking, Santiago? You bring a bag? You know?
I don't know if
you're talking about, bro.
we kind of like, and when I was a little kid, and they explained to you what gay was, you're just
almost
like,
all of the best startups right here.
But then for some reason, as adults, they're trying to tell us like,
Bitcoin is like $100,000. Who they are. You're like,
right here, watch this tree.
If I had business without a tax strategy,
like seriously, like as a kid, I was like, what the fuck, ew. And then slowly, as you get older,
I really genuinely appreciate the insight. And I appreciate listening to this room because
Santiago, we all hate you.
it opens my understanding about where we're actually at right now.
Here, watching this.
Why don't you, Santiago, why don't you go meet one of your feminists? Why don't you go meet Santiago? Why don't you go meet one of your feminist books and go rub your fucking vagina with the chance, because nobody cares, bro. It's 2026.
It's always funny because he's a skinny, scrawny South Sudanese.
We don't care. And now, I love steak.
He's like the South Sudanese version of McLovin.
It's true.
I mean, it shows me. It may not be obvious to everyone else.
Pussy. How the hell do you even go on in real life being such a fucking pussy like this? You know what you said? Like, you're like, oh, I'm so glad for the education. Now I know where we're really at. What the fuck kind of bullshit is that?
I genuinely think you're very ill and you're very insecure.
No. I'm telling you the truth.
I think you're very sick. I think
no,
you're
bro.
In Santiago, if I'm being honest with you, I think you need some help, bro. I think you
No. I think you need some help being a fag. You need help.
I think the fact that you are projecting all of this and
No. Nobody's projecting. Nobody. No, I'm telling you the truth. I'm telling you the truth, Santiago. I want to tell you something. When you were born and your father was like, oh, look at little Santiago. He's going to be the pride and joy of my life. And then you turn out and you're being fucking bullied, insulted by somebody to be called a fucking nigger. Can you imagine your dad? You're
I'm not insulted.
Santiago is the best thing that ever happened to me. And you turn out
You're so convinced.
to be a little fucking president. You're like so.
Excuse me, sir.
Santiago.
Right now, there are certainly things that the Pope has said the last few months that I disagree with. I don't like that the Pope is an advocate for peace. I think that's certainly one of his roles. On the other hand, how can you say that God is never on the side of those who wield the sword?
It's the best way to call it. It's terrible.
Kasumko means retard in South Sudanese.
Yeah, fucking retard.
Okay, can we
It's your fucking retard.
Santiago, you said you had something that you wanted to bring up about Trump. What's going on? What were you talking about, JD Vance or something?
Matt, you shut your fucking mouth.
Yeah, quiet.
They just want to find any excuse they can to just excuse Iran's actions in the world.
Yeah, that's
true. I thought the conversation in this room would be about, the stock market was up a lot today, and the market's going up so much because...
Yeah, it's all bullshit.
The market's going up, right? It's getting squeezed.
It's cyclical.
The reason the market's going up is because most people think that there's going to be a negotiation soon, and...
No, it's cyclical, faggot.
All right,
it'll go up and it'll go down. It'll go up and it'll go down. It'll go up and it'll go down.
Chicago Pub is a cover specialist. Look at Chicago has always
okay,
been
but that's why I'm just so
yeah, that's why
one in Chicago was built by Catholic Pub. It was sold for pedal
with Trump then, like mostly.
What are my issues?
Yeah.
I can understand. I think it's we saw what he just posted of himself as Jesus. That's pretty
irrelevant.
Irrelevant?
Pretty,
all right.
The big picture of things is pretty irrelevant. Let's get real. People have done all kinds of stuff like this.
It's a deep what's the word for it? I think you might be trying to overanalyze.
Quit lying to yourself, asshole. Just tell yourself you love fucking
You know what the thing is? Every man that hates Trump, I never even know why they They don't even know what they are. Because Santiago, you're surrounded by feminine energy.
Here's the truth. I'll tell you this. They set the bar so low. They were so fucking high up in their eyes. That was the same thing with fucking life, bitch. They had themselves so fucking deluded. You know, I'm telling you, it goes back to this homosexual thing. How do you win the presidency with being in the fucking basement? As a child, you feel with homosexuals. Oh, that's disgusting. Then they bombard you all your life. You're like, I guess it's whatever. You know, so they've grown everyone up into this hypnotized, deluded state of what we accept as normal, and they thought they had everyone on it, and they're like, oh, Donald Trump is just such a goof. You're talking about now they're extra mad every time they have to say something about it. They're just fucking ridiculous people. All this tranny shit. Like, we've gotten so far where we're fucking defending fucking kill children.
43.
What's wrong with you?
Can I
What's
grow
even
all
a
my hair
conversation?
back?
Like that's a serious point of discourse in a good, maybe single-digit percentage of the population.
Can I grow all my hair back and get
that high is insane.
You know, that's what the problem is. Men like Santiago will never have children.
Oh, I gotta take my dog outside.
Here I am, good evening. Men like so-called men like Santiago, low energy, high estrogen type of people. They don't know how it's like to have a wife to look after. They don't know how it's like to have a daughter or a son to look after. That's why they participate. Wait. That's why they participate in this degenerate shit, because they don't have anything to go home to. Santiago goes home and Joker's waiting for you. No man, no nothing, you know. When I go home, I come home to my wife and beautiful family. It's the best thing ever. You come there and you want to corrupt fucking everything. You want to corrupt everything. You know what I mean?
I don't believe anyone would marry me.
No, Santiago, no, I think you're going, wait. Don't get offended. Wait. You'll miss you. Wait. Don't get emotional, Santiago. Santiago, don't get emotional.
No, I don't believe you. I do not believe you.
Don't get emotional now. You know, don't get emotional now. I walk into the door, I see my missus. Absolutely sexy, unbelievable. You know, that's called winning. You people like, you come here with the bullshit. At least get a boyfriend, Santiago. At least own up to the truth. And you vote the wrong way. You vote for corruption. You vote. Wait, Santiago. Wait. I'm not. Do you really think I'm trying to be funny? You really think I'm trying to be funny?
I'm trying to be funny. Yeah.
No, I'm not trying to be funny. No. This is not
then
trying to be funny. This
CIA.
no. Santiago,
For all his risks.
Santiago, this is me being dead serious. I'm not even trying to be funny. I'm being
The CIA paid for all his risks.
The best thing in life is to go home to a fucking family. I'm not even trying to be fucking funny. Santiago, you're in your mid-40s. A San Francisco homo.
Hello?
It's the way you want to live.
Family.
It's gonna lead to a
It doesn't matter, Santiago. Go create a family of your own.
What
But you
makes you
can't.
think I don't have a family?
Go create a
Of course,
family with a trans people.
This is you people trying to corrupt this digital family.
great humor,
You're sick people,
irony.
and you vote for this.
in Venice trying
I don't even want to call you a man, Santiago. I think you're
I
a
was in
any man
the
who
hotel
votes for
at
Democrat.
Toledo with Tommy's wife. One day at lunch, I came in with a Russian businessman. I was trying to hustle for some money.
No, we're just getting started. We're just getting
As we
started.
passed
Nothing.
Mr. Churchill's table, Mr. Churchill saw
We're
me.
not even warmed up. We're not even warmed up, Santiago. We're just getting
Made that
started.
little gesture as the Russian went out of his mind.
This guy
This is a white Russian, not a red Russian. He saw that Mr. Churchill not only knew
the
me,
biggest
but
enemy
gave
of
around a
us is
special
not even like
acknowledgement.
people's on it's
It
other
was
men
clear to me
that
that I
are
had the money for my picture.
bitches like you.
So the next morning I was out swimming in the beach and I found myself paddling in the water right next to Mr. Churchill. And I hadn't gone up to speak to it there. We were in the water and I had known him on and off during the war in a humble capacity. And I said, and he had come backstage to see me and I said, Mr. Churchill, I think you ought to know what you did for me. And I told him
about how this acknowledgement had meant so much to me with my financier. And that day at lunch, I came in with the financier again.
Yeah, you call me ill, but you're
Mr.
fucked up.
Churchill.
Whatever, Kamala Harris.
I did not go for Kamala Harris.
Is this ad check guy?
Like, there's no way I would vote for. I did not.
What's up, Times Square?
What's
But
up, Zane?
either way, I mean, if you're actually saying this stuff, then it means you're projecting, because you don't know me from anywhere. Let me say something. Let me say something. You don't know me from anywhere, bro. You have no idea who I am. You have no idea who I am. Legitimately. And you are making all kinds of projections. I think you're doing it to be funny, and you think the audience finds you funny. But after
Bro, I've known these people for like fucking 3 years. They know I'm being dead fucking serious. I'm not trying to be fucking funny.
It tells me a lot about your state of mind.
You know, like, I want to ask Matt a question 1 second, so you know I'm telling the truth. Matt, I'm being dead serious. I'm not even trying to be funny here.
No, he's being serious. He's not joking.
So what is your main point? In one sentence.
Want to repeat what you've been saying tonight?
Just summarize it.
Security to do with Times Square. Do you want to do this on the arm, or do you want me to try to summarize the half? I don't know.
Yeah, go ahead, Matt.
I mean, essentially, he's pretty much appalled about stuff that's been said on the stage, Times Square. You've heard all the things. I didn't have to read all the stuff that Caesar said on the stage.
Get away from my car.
You know what it is. Should somebody be appalled and offended by it? That's the question.
Chicago's mayor elect
going on right now.
I want to show you what Chicago
There's
looks
a
like after a
little bit
major
more context to it, but I'm just going to leave it right there. Yeah.
It's not that I'm offended. It's more like I'm surprised. I'm surprised.
Well, I mean, with this, but you know, I mean, this stream is mainly supporter.
Mayor Johnson has to answer to the city of Chicago on why the sewer system doesn't work, and the Chicago Reclamation District has to give us a third.
Nothing. No, that's understandable. But just the fact that you so openly speak about your speak.
Always say it for him. The N-word, shagging, the F-word, the usual stuff. Times Square.
So he's upset that people say faggot or something?
No, upset is not the right word. Surprised that men would speak, white men would speak like that at this point in time. Yeah.
Wait, I'm not white. I'm not a white man. No. Get along with you. Don't give me your leftist talking points, and then you're talking about privilege, white men, and you sit here and you be like, oh, I didn't go to Kamala. At least tell the truth, bro. Such a fucking... This is a terrible way dealing with that in America.
Well, I do agree that derogatory language is necessary, but you don't have to be such a faggot.
Actually, you know, in this room, you know, derogatory language sometimes needs to be said because some of these fucking idiots that come here and holy shit, you just want to tear the fucking head off. I mean,
I feel like 100% correct.
Yeah, I think it's about the context, you know, and I think if it's something that really, you know, informs the language of it,
That's exactly what I was going to say. So there was context to Times Square. There was two other gentlemen that are non-white speaking out Pepe, and they were mentioning about raping white women and all this kind of stuff. So there you go. There's your context. I mean, I guess anything goes at that point, right?
Well, no, but if people get offended in this room, I think that they need to start, you know, leaving the room and they go open up their fucking house. No, I'm not offended. I'm surprised. Surprised.
What the hell are you surprised? You're being bullied. I'm fucking surprised.
The maturity level of men in this room is low.
What maturity level do you want us to see, huh?
Yeah, I think it is Clubhouse and it is notoriously known to be.
Times where the only perfect person ever is Jesus Christ.
Yeah, of course.
The God. That's it. Nobody else.
Yeah, but
It's like
right. It's
not maturity level.
Bro, Clubhouse is like some people. I mean, like you're at the bottom of the barrel now.
It's not really meant to be.
Yeah.
It's not meant to be.
You're still in the core or Santiago. That's what you're looking for, like the quorum and like, you know, somewhat of a reasonable conversation. That's hard to come by. I don't know what rooms you're in. That's what I was wondering. What rooms do you go in where there's not somebody just?
I mean, Matt, I've lived in New York for 15 years.
No, he didn't ask if he lived in New York. He said what room.
Yeah, what rooms at Clubhouse that you go?
I've traveled across the country, and
So the fuck have I? Big deal.
This is Mayor like Kitover in Chicago. This is where sewer system.
That's what the fuck he asked me.
Reclamation district looks like. You know, look.
I've heard a lot of.
Chicago, this
sat down with a
Mayor
lot
like
of
Kitover. I want to show you the crisis that we have with our sewer systems. They're saying we need to spend $20 billion on lead pipe replacement. Our sewer systems don't work because the environmentalists at the Chicago Reclamation District don't let the water.
The way I heard
Chicago, this is Mayor.
And then I had to get off the phone and go to the grocery store, but I was really shocked.
Well,
Chicago, this is Mayor like Kitover.
We love people.
Yeah, I mean, he's
Why?
He's very. I mean, the problem is the truth of the matter is, if it wasn't some kind of
show
joke,
you what Chicago
maybe
looks
it
like.
might be some kind of joke.
Chicago, this is Mayor
Like clearly, there's a lot of struggle and a lot of deep wounds in that man. And as you know, this other guy, there's a lot of deep insecurity and wounds.
No. It's a check like a bank check. There's nothing to this here process. Don't try to like reflect your insecurities on us. He asked you where group have you been through, and you were like, oh, I've been like New York. No, that's not what he asked you.
I mean, I've been
It's okay to understand that. It's okay to begin. Next, you're gonna tell me that I need therapy or some epic shit and all that.
I just
this guy sounds. I mean, he sounds too cocky.
You don't know how. You kind of didn't know about it. You don't want to do it.
let me say it like this. In order for you to speak to someone in the way that you've been speaking to me, you have to have a lot of self-hate. Because you're speaking live hate. But it means that it's a projection of yourself. It means you are very evil of yourself. I mean, I'm not insinuating to you.
No, you're not.
I literally entered it for a second and heard what I heard, and I was like, whoa.
Total shock and awe.
Yeah.
Oh, well, fuck.
I mean, you can speak
Shock and awe, but
don't speak about like what goes on in the room. If you want to talk about Trump, you can, but other than that, you're free to leave. Do whatever you want.
Okay, no problem. I mean,
cameras,
you know,
that's like body cameras. So
there's sinuses of every human being, and Trump's got great qualities. He's got great qualities. So do I, and so do you, and so do all of us. We're all flawed.
what's his weak qualities?
I'm not
Go home and you meditate on him.
I want to know
Meditate on Donald Trump.
Okay. I wish I knew his weak ones.
Body cameras. When we completely redesigned Santiago, what's his weak qualities?
What are his weak qualities?
Yeah.
He constantly needs to be validated.
Welcome to
Consistently needs to be validated. He's always surrounding him with people that are.
By who?
He can't be. I mean, can he be like fully criticized?
By who? By who? Validated by who?
Well, he's always talking about himself. So in every conversation,
every president talks about himself.
Well, the president
we should be representing the people. Like we're in such a position of power. We should be
Yeah, like don't finishing sucking the envelope and signing all presidential. Yeah. Fantastic. You know, don't put it in your sucking the
Actually, calm down. Now you're actually you said you're not losing weight. What does it say? It's just amazing. I will stand behind the fact that the results
He always wants to see how effective this air defense actually is. We are the first Americans to adapt this technology from the Pakistanis, and we actually have enemy aircraft inbound right now.
Self-love to not be so needy for positive validation.
Yeah, you should see my mom. You should see my mom, yeah.
Okay.
A little bit of both, I guess.
So you won the genetic lottery.
Yeah. I won the genetic lottery and have to keep up with it by working out at the gym.
There's been threats made to us on the news online.
Yeah, we've been getting a lot of phone calls, people calling, asking for me. We have a guy that calls constantly.
What was he saying when you picked up?
Just like, where's Pizza Girl? There was this one guy that was like, I want to eat Pizza Girl. Like, I got into
both things that he said when I met him, both times. He was,
and yet here you are criticizing him.
No, I'm not. We all have our weaknesses. All of us. Totally criticizing him. I'm just saying that when you're that powerful of a man and you are that successful of a human being, then your focus really should be taken off of yourself and put on others. And I think
you know what? Santiago, were you on The Apprentice? Is that how you met him? Were you on The Apprentice?
I met him at different charity events.
What charity events did you meet him at?
First charity event I met him at was a charity event for something for children. I don't want to say it right here. But he was.
Were you being honored? Were you at his table?
If you have an idea, but you don't want to talk about it.
I was at the event. I wasn't at his table, but I spoke to him. And he was great. I liked him.
What year?
This was in.
You're such a fucking liar, bro.
Like after a major 2007 time. In Chicago, this is mayor. And then I met him again at another charity event. I met him at another charity event and spoke to him, and he was also very complimentary. He complimented my. I said hello, I introduced myself to him. He said how beautiful the woman I was with, he complimented her and said how beautiful she was, and he was very polite, and he was nice, and I thought, wow, you have a phone and you're so didn't see any value in really like continuing to talk to me because he's like, he's a super, Yeah, he was polite. I thought he was endearing in his own way. He's actually quite endearing.
I got a Donald Trump story. So I know a guy who was a CBS
Did you go over the lemon? Were you really just goofed up?
Fucking asshole.
Well, Dave.
He hates me. It's making my face look wide and making my face look fat. You gotta change your lens. And the guy was thinking to himself, I don't have multiple fucking lenses for this camera. It's always the same one. So he took the lens off. He went to the lobby of the building or some shit. Took like half an hour, came back up, put the same lens on, and then Donald Trump was like, oh, it's
Like everyone's really busy with their own things. Everyone's lives are really
So Santiago, what other weaknesses does he have besides
the rely on that.
The need for self-validation?
Now you can pick a few examples from history, like Steve Jobs walking.
Might be on the phone.
He's on the phone.
This guy seems like kind of a little cucked out, you know. It's my.
Well, he ran into Pepe and that whole deal.
Pepe's hard to deal with.
Russia collusion that you guys made
Doesn't
up.
like me.
Shouldn't having an affair with a Chinese spy
I get
disqualify
why
you
this
from
guy
being in
has
office?
PTSD right this minute. You know, Pepe.
Except that he didn't live in Russia, so.
But we know that wasn't true.
In this case.
How compromised are you to China? We won't forget the big
Yes,
thing.
there we go.
I like that. Wouldn't that title a room PDS?
Yes, there we go.
You know, but the thing is, after we find that man, he's in his mid-40s, and he was like, "Oh, I've never heard anybody speak like this in my entire life." That's when I'm like, "This is ridiculous," you know. It's just terrible, you know.
Yeah, he must be sheltered.
It's just, nobody believes this. And he's like, he's
Yeah,
so-called socialized homosexual. Which there's nothing wrong about being gay, you know what I mean? But he just acts like he's higher than thou. He's like, oh, how can you say nigger? Oh, how can you say like this and this? Forgetting the whole fact that what they were saying about people beforehand. It's like, he doesn't realize, man, we've been talking for like 4 years, bro. We know each other.
AJ, were you there for the whole thing though?
Yeah, I was. I was laughing my ass off.
There was like 4 guys.
What happened? What happened?
Yeah, that was like 4 guys attacking him.
Yeah, 4 guys attacking Pepe, so he gave back the heat, you know, that kind of thing. But
and the thing is, like, those 4 guys, I know them from like Black American rooms. And the thing about Santiago, he's like, oh, don't say the N-word. But in the Black American rooms, they don't even let Santiago in because they call him a dirty Mexican. And yet he comes here shocked. I don't get this, like, analogy. He's not even allowed in Black American groups himself. And then he comes here, he's like trying to attack Pepe. He's on the phone call. I want to address that when he comes back. But like, he can't even go to Black American groups himself because he's not black enough. And then he comes here, like, I'm like, shut up, bro. It's terrible what they did.
horrible, terrible.
It's terrible. By the way, Martin, guys, Abby, I got clipped. I didn't log on. I went.
So how'd that happen? Like, explain what happened. Play by play.
I went to my specialist doctor because they didn't do my leg properly, as you know, right? And they fixed my leg, so I was at home resting for like 5 days or whatever. I log in today, and it says my account has been clipped, and I wasn't even online. And then I try to log in, doesn't work. You know. It's crazy.
What were you doing the last time you were on? Do you remember?
That's why we're talking to you guys. I have no idea.
Do you know? Okay, so last night, I can't remember. I feel like it was. There was someone who came on the stage, had like a cartoon-looking face named Powwow. You guys remember that? Anyone remember it?
No, I didn't log until today.
No. I clicked on the face because the person came on the stage. And as soon as this used to happen at least 2 years ago, there would be these accounts you would click on, and your phone would freeze, and like you couldn't navigate, you couldn't do anything, like you'd be completely frozen. And that happened last night when I clicked on that account. Like I went into suspension from it, had to leave the app and come back on. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Do you remember that happening?
Yeah, it's a known glitch though. It's nothing more than that though.
It's not the guy's account. It wasn't like a bad account.
It's happened to a couple of accounts.
Abby, why were you asking me how I met Trump?
I'm just curious. I mean, I people in here know. I mean, I know him, and I worked for him.
Were you his attorney or what? How do you?
Yeah. I worked in-house at one of his properties in Atlantic City, and then my law firm represented him. I know him through I'm in the RJC, and we're active with him.
Are you still friends with him, or still?
I'm not I mean, I know him to say hello, and but he's obviously the president of the United States now. I don't hang with him.
I know, but are you still on good terms? Like,
I mean, if I saw him, I'd probably get a hug, and that would be the encounter. The last time I saw him, he was speaking as the president already, so it was a very different encounter. But I've had different experiences with him.
What are your experiences?
Well, I knew him as a casino owner, and he was married to Ivana then, and his brother Robert was running the property, the one particular property, and so was his wife. I thought she was a nut job and very difficult. He was pretty, what's the word I want to use? He could be adolescent at times. He could be petulant. There was that side. He was very strong and in what he wanted. Interesting, the fights he's having now in his role in government. I watched him go through this with Merv Griffin over the Taj Mahal property. I don't know if you know Atlantic City at all, but they went to war with each other on purchasing that property. And he did some of the tactics you're seeing now are tactics that he did back then, where he would go very public about the fight and very public with his opinions and use the media as a weapon against his adversary. Very effectively, he ended up with the Taj. The Taj eventually went under, but so did a lot of other properties, Atlantic City.
He went public with the conflict, but behind the scenes was not that way, or what?
No, I wouldn't say behind the scenes was that way, but that was definitely part of his approach to a conflicted business deal or an aggressive business deal.
So Abby, I have a question for you, like that. I have a question for you, Abby, though, because I look at like business. There's different ways you can run business. You can run wise and strategic and smart, and if you take the time to do so, foresight, planning, and he is not. But to use the judicial system and means to basically put people in corners to give to him what he wants is not. I don't call that a considerable, respectful way in which to orchestrate business in this day, especially in this day and age that we live at today.
Well, a lot of people use the legal system as a weapon, I can't.
Abby, no one said.
I wanted to share something else about him.
No, Abby, no one said we not to use the legal system, but there is a point when the slapstick lawsuits come into play, which he's used based on Roy Cohn. This is how he learned to do business. I really don't think it's exceptional. I don't think it's something to be proud of. I don't think
that's your opinion. Kept us paying our mortgages, so we weren't really upset about it. But I do want to share something with Santiago. Can I finish what I was saying for a second?
I just don't think I can even answer my question with you, but that's okay.
Let me just finish what I was saying to Santiago. One of the things that I will say that I thought was pretty remarkable about him was how women were treated that worked for him. He had the first GM running a property of a woman of anyone in the industry.
Are you talking about President Trump?
I'm answering.
Are you talking about Trump right now?
Yes.
You're doing this really?
Seriously, I'm doing it from first hand, not fifth hand. So can I answer his question? Santiago, would you like me to finish what you asked me?
I would, because you actually have a first-hand experience.
So he actually had a woman GM before anyone else in the industry did. And he mostly had women as his GCs. At one point he had 3 properties there, as well as the stuff he had in New York. But he elevated women and also paid them extremely well at his properties in top executive positions. And I thought that was pretty admirable because it was an industry generally male dominated and just starting to change to bring women in. But that was something that definitely stood out about him. I think he used in his executive levels at his different businesses, he utilized women executives often. And So that was definitely something that stood out.
So your experience with him has been incredibly positive. And
not incredibly positive, but not negative. You know, like I mean, I was, you know, I don't know if you know, like what happens with respect to day-to-day operations at a casino resort, but there's all kinds of things that go on, and we came in. Oh, God, it's a while ago. It was also a dispute, that particular property, because it was Harrah's and Trump that had a joint venture in running it, and he had sort of a falling out with Harrah's, which ultimately became another company, and he ended up with the property, and Harrah's ended up with a different property. I mean, it was really like Monopoly in a funny way, in the place where the game Monopoly was invented, and there was a lot of moving around of hotels. But you know, it's not always smooth sailing, and there's lots of issues that go on, because you also have the gaming commission that you have to deal with. The one thing that you should know that I think is kind of another thing to point out is that he granted gaming licensing at that time the toughest state to get licensed in, very strict. There are companies that didn't get licensed there. Companies got thrown out of their position because of violations of licensing, and that's a pretty thorough review of him, that it didn't connect him in any way with organized crime. And I've actually never heard that allegation, or any kind of allegation like that about him. You know, there's other things people will say to go after him, but to go through the scrutiny of the gaming control says something as well. I hope I answered some of that, Santiago.
Oh yeah,
Big things start small.
That's the thing, like until you actually meet someone yourself, you
Yeah.
have personal experiences with them.
Alrighty, stop it. I stop it. I stop it right
It's a
there.
tough client. I mean, definitely
Okay,
not
I
easy.
stop it.
I mean, I'm not sugarcoating it, but I think there's also just a lot of people that have issues with him and like to build this into something more than what it is. He did have issues with vendors in New Jersey, and there was with a lot of the contractors and the vendors at the property, and people that had litigation with on.
Yeah, he just didn't pay him, right? He just didn't pay him.
Well, so did others not pay. He's not the only one, because the industry there suffered quite a bit.
I know people like that. It's kind of funny, actually. They're like, I know people like that.
I'm glad you do. Who am I talking to? Who is this? Anyone? Who is this? Who is this? I don't know who this person is.
Rainstorm. We got a lake here at the end of my street.
Well, anyway, I mean, the whole city went to shit, and you know, the state ended up having to come in and take over a lot of what was going on in Atlantic City. But you had a number of properties go out of business and go under, including, I mean, Wynn pulled out. He knew that there was problems with respect to what was happening, and other jurisdictions around were getting licensing. Pennsylvania got it, Delaware got it.
You're too sophisticated, Abby. Wait, doctor. Wait, bro. Abby, you're too sophisticated. You're too sophisticated for C. All she wants, but Trump is terrible. Trump did this. You know what I like about Trump? When he ran business and all that stuff, no, none of the women had dicks. Alhamdulillah, thank God for that, you know.
Yeah, that's a good point. I didn't think about that.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, I didn't think about that.
When I was getting
you know,
you're terrible. You're terrible. No, you're terrible. All you want to do is like talk to something terrible.
Okay, so now, okay, everyone.
Okay, guys, chill out.
I'm going to finish up with Santiago is still here?
Then he gets to go.
Oh no, Santiago left. I was going to finish up with the story of his three executives that so horribly and so just
No, this was really terrible. It was 3 of his top executives died in a helicopter crash coming from New York back down to Atlantic City. 3 wonderful, wonderful men. And what he did for the families and, just also kept the memory alive of, and it's been Mark Edis, who was, I don't know if you know New York at all, but Mark was Mark Grossinger Edis from the Grossinger family that had a big resort up in the Catskills.
Oh no, the Grossinger family. My father used to work for the Grossinger family.
You really? So you know what? You know that resort. Well, anyway, after the helicopter crash, like he named the auditorium after Mark at Trump Plaza, but he took care of the funerals and made sure the families who was 3 really wonderful men. So, I mean, you can trash and say all kinds of bad stuff, but I can also share with you some very menschy things that he did.
Yeah, I like hearing that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But okay, see, go ahead, get off where you need to get off.
No, I don't have anything to say, actually. I was already entertained. Thank you.
Okay.
Let's see, why don't you Google and read about the helicopter crash and hit the family?
You know the problem with people like she is when somebody's trying to tell like a genuine story, she interrupts. And then when that is like, you want to speak, see, so we can all be retarded together. She's like, oh, well, yeah, I don't have anything to say after like speaking for 30 fucking minutes when I was trying to like educate you and give you 2 brain cells at least that can rub together. She's a terrible person.
Yeah, but you do the same thing, Achak. You do it all the time. You do it for the dopamine, Achak.
Wait.
You're a dopamine addict.
Wait. You didn't talk when someone else talking. Or record it for your YouTube. I don't give a fuck. Abby was trying to give C 2 brain cells at least. That is terrible. She doesn't want to listen. You're a professional hater. You're a liberal. You're a terrible person. And you know what the Godfather used to say? Go buy a cat and a dog. Unfortunately for the dog and the cat, they have to deal with you. And leave people alone. President Trump is the greatest president since probably like my dad used to tell me he loved Reagan. My dad loved Reagan. But people like to see are just terrible people in their 40s, no children, no hope in life, terrible, just want to hate on everybody. And they be like, oh, Trump is a pedophile, Trump is this. And then when you give them time to speak, see, go ahead for like the next 5 minutes. What the hell do you have to say against President Trump? I want to know your grievances.
Well, actually, see, what I just shared about what he did for women in an industry that really didn't have women in top executive positions, do you think that's a good thing about him?
You said he hired a bunch of women GCs. Is that women general contractors?
No, general counsels, lawyers at his properties. And he had a GM, a general manager or president of a particular property.
Yeah, I will say this though, the concept of him being known for hiring people, smaller contractors, and then not paying them, it seems to be something that pro-Trump people don't really want to acknowledge head on. It is a particularly shitty thing to do.
I don't disagree with you at all. And there's a lot of people that got hurt in Atlantic City. I also know that it's not the only property that went under, and that was there was a continuing problem in that city because business was changing. So I absolutely don't disagree with you on it, but I think you have to also take your lens out a little bit farther and look at what was happening business-wise there. With other properties. Showboat went out of business. I mean, Wynn left town. Yeah, I mean, there was a number of them.
The property was in terrible shape. The more its story was shared locally, the more the structure was just destroyed. This was aided by the fact there was no security on the property. As for the owners, well, it didn't seem to matter much since their plans were to erase it from the landscape anyways. In fact, movement on that front was finally made in 2007.
I don't know if it was only at that time. I mean, I left there, and I don't know. I would assume things seem to have only gotten worse, not better there, because there was, since I left, there's other properties that went out, and then companies came in and bought it pretty cheap on the dollar.
No.
So I don't know whether you're going to say that's his business practice in New York and such. I couldn't tell you. I only knew what happened in New Jersey.
Yeah,
So
they kind of make it seem like that was an ongoing thing over there.
I mean, I can tell you someone in particular, and I'm not going to say the name because I don't feel like getting a conversation about it, here in Las Vegas that also got accused of that. And and also of being very litigious and lots of lawsuits and stuff coming from contractors as well as other issues of litigation.
And the day that I lost my daughter, I was unable to go in and work that Black Friday. And just due to that, they said that my services were no longer needed.
So you can have disputes sometimes.
Yeah, they honestly have no idea it was at birth, and her heart
that
actually
way,
just stopped
by the
right
public.
when she was coming out.
And perhaps
they have no idea what caused it.
that fully was the way
Me and
Trump
my
did
fiance were
business.
planning to get married prior to her getting pregnant, but now
wasn't
since
the only one in New Jersey that did that. But I have seen that kind of accusation against someone in business in the same industry in Nevada, and it was absolutely not the case with the person. But because there was litigation from contractors, they tried to paint the picture of him being
Chicago was his mayor-elect Kitover. What city was Chicago?
I don't know if that answers you, Taco, but
I think that's the culture of that industry. I think of all the things I might say about Trump that I might not like, that's not even an issue. That is such a common practice in that industry. That I always bring up these people want to compete with me for time here.
This is like the kid over in Chicago.
So this is my second thought every fucking time. So anyways, I think that's the culture. I don't think that is at all unique to Trump. I think that is a culture of landlords and developers that, he isn't the first to do that, and he won't be the last, and he was probably run of the mill in that regard. That's my 2 cents.
on the flip side, people made a shit ton of money in that city that, bought in or owned real estate or owned a parking lot that ended up selling it for $16 million or $18 million, overpriced to the casinos. People that bought in at Resorts International in the beginning and for a few bucks and sold their stock at $350, $380. There's a lot of local people that did very well. So you should also know that.
The other thing I'll say as a token liberal on stage that is kind of, I don't know that it's an endorsement, but it's an explanation. The mainstream media seems to be pointing out that Trump has changed his mind so much about projections on ending the war and oil prices, blah, blah, blah. I mean, that's a style of communication that comes out of an industry where you kind of don't, you don't know what the numbers are going to be, and so you're not going to give, you're not an academic providing a hard and fast figure. You're kind of like, I don't know, that's kind of a salesman approach, and I think that it would behoove news consumers to better understand that that's not like, that's normal for his profession.
It's a tactic, right?
Yeah, it's not something to hold against them. It's just atypical for a statesman to be like that. But it's like, he's probably shocked that people care that he talks that way because that's what he's used to. And I'm not comfortable with that.
Being unpredictable is just the thing that he is. I mean, right? I mean,
I didn't read the art of the deal, Matt, but my guess is that he would never tell you, oh yeah, I'm going to say that we're going to charge this per square foot. It's like, he's going to say, well, it could be this, it could be that. That's
Chicago,
right?
I mean, he's not going to be nailed down to one certain.
Right.
And that's one thing that supposedly the president is supposed to be good at, right? Is nailing down exactly.
Chicago, this is Mayor-elect Kitover. I want to show you the crisis that we have with our sewer systems.
I don't know that there was ever a formula that said a president had to be decisive and careful with their words in that regard.
With the press, that is.
Yeah. Right. Like, if he comes out of an industry that teaches him one thing, why would you ever expect that? Now, I'm not here to endorse him. I'm just saying, like, that shocks me that people have made such an issue out of it. It's just kind of a little strange.
That we have with our sewer systems.
I mean, you know, but that being said,
they're saying we need
the congressman who I never say his name right, so I don't even try. Who got ejected today or yesterday?
Well.
I can never pronounce it.
I get it wrong, dude.
So now I have the same disdain for him that I had for, or more. I don't want to change the topic. Never mind.
He's a creep. He's a real creep, Dr. J.
It's a good transition, because I'm sure Santiago.
I'll pay you $500,000.
It's like.
Well, I got a question for Abby. Abby.
I'm talking bad, so. I'm just saying it's a good. It's because Santiago's probably going to bring up eventually, you know, why we're so concerned about Swalwell versus like what Trump did or something. I don't know. We'll see here, but go ahead, Doctor. Do you want to finish or no?
No, that's it. The congressman was going to say something.
I actually want to ask Santiago just something quick. This strange. See, your last name is Rizzo. You don't happen to have had family in Philadelphia by any chance?
I'll pay you. No, but there's a lot of them there. Yeah, no.
And you know who Frank Rizzo was?
Chicago, this is Mayor-elect Kitover.
Ratso Rizzo.
What did he do again?
He was the mayor of Philadelphia for a very long time, and the police chief, and very controversial. That's why I was curious.
Abby, I got a question for you. I was at a Sheldon Adelson, Friends of the IDF event in Beverly Hills many years ago, and he ran over my foot with his get around, and I still have damage to my big toe. Do you think you could represent me in a personal injury lawsuit in Vegas against the family?
He's passed away sadly.
I can send you a picture of my big toe if you want to see the damage.
I'm surprised that how many years ago was it that happened?
2012, I think he ran over my foot. I'm gonna post a PTR of my big toe.
What year is it now? And what year is
2020. Is there a statute of limitations on getting run over by a get around?
Yeah, it's called 2 years of tort statute. Sorry, babe. Yeah, that's how that works. Anyway, curious, Santiago. You might want to read about a very famous person with your name.
So while he's waiting to go, I think you guys on this stage would be ecstatic to know that I see a lot of liberals going nuts because we're very upset about Swalwell because he's such a hypocrite.
A creep too. It's really creepy.
Well, he farted on MSNBC. That's what I'll never forget.
I didn't know that. Seriously?
Yeah, he did. With Chris Matthews.
Wait, tell me the story. What happened?
So he was sitting there giving like an interview, and he farted. And like to me, that's, you know, I love the word narcissism, and I think that only a narcissist would fart on national on a network program because they were just so quick to talk that they couldn't just kind of contain what was going on in the moment and deal with that issue, that he just had to keep talking. So he farted right behind his words.
You know, Jordan, I said this a long time ago. Every time a man tells you they're a feminist or like a liberal, there's something wrong with them. They're automatically creep to me. You know, it's not even possible. So Adam Schiff probably is a terrible person. You know? All these leftists.
Well,
These people are sick
actually,
people.
I don't call myself.
Insane.
I really call myself a Democrat. But go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
Do you call yourself a what? A Democrat?
I mean, I'm a moderate Democrat. Yeah. Because I grew up in a because I that's how I was raised, I suppose.
Flooding here.
Yeah, but if you're raised retarded, does that mean you're still retarded?
I don't know, but something I should ask everyone in the room.
No, but it's a serious question, Dr. Jordan. No, Dr. Jordan.
No, I know, but hold on. I'll answer one thing. I want to ask though. Go ahead. Go on.
No, I wanna. You know, my biggest problem is.
Well, I become much more.
And wait, Dr. Jordan. No, I'm just trying to be realistic with you, Jordan. Dr. Jordan. My biggest problem in life is men like you. You vote the wrong way, and you let these leftist people outvote everybody else. In the Kamala Harris rally, they had abortion fucking things. They had 26 abortions, like an abortion by van or whatever the hell they did. And you're gonna sit and you'll be like, oh, I'm a moderate Democrat.
But I checked, that's not murder. That's not murder.
Wait, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Dr. Jordan. Dr. Jordan.
He's a zoologist. He's not an abortionist.
Wait. Enough, bro. You can do it for your YouTube channel. I don't care. Dr. Jordan, my biggest problem is with so-called men like you that say like, oh, I'm a moderate Democrat and everything else like that. And you outvote people. And you bring us tremendous pain worldwide. That's what you're doing, you know?
It's your responsibility, Dr. Jordan, to change. You got to step it up, Dr. Jordan. I check is disappointed in you, Doctor.
Bro, I don't give a shit. You can go for your YouTube channel. I don't care. I'm trying to say, men like you cause so many problems. You have no fucking idea. You can be like, oh, I'm a moderate Democrat. I have like 22 PhDs. Nobody cares. At the end of the day, when you vote with this abortion,
what the fuck is in your teeth?
I don't understand how you can live with yourself, Dr. Jordan. And I don't care if you're
Well, you'll be happy to know that I've only voted twice in my life, and that was in the past few elections. So
please don't vote.
Well, I may not this time, but
what do you mean you only wait? Why did you only vote for the last event?
Because I lived in 9 states, and I never even bothered to register to vote in, like Alaska or Oregon. I mean, it was a pain in the ass. I did never really even. Local politics didn't mean much.
What is that?
It has nothing to do with that. In fact, I hung out with more. Well, God.
This is Mayor Chicago. Mayor Johnson has to answer the city of Chicago.
Abby, go ahead. What were you saying?
No, it's really kind of interesting that you've never registered, but I guess if you weren't really domiciled too long in any one place, it might be a pain to go through. It's surprising because you seem politically engaged.
It's not that.
Well,
no, he's politically retarded if you listen to him enough.
I would say that I became my acumen, my appreciation for U.S. politics has really grown since I've been on Clubhouse, and since I've been on Clubhouse, I've moved more to the right. Because I wasn't even aware, quite frankly, when I first got on Clubhouse, that the progressive agendas were challenging some of my own interests, right? Like, I was wholly ignorant. So I blame or thank Clubhouse for really introducing me to not only U.S. politics, but geopolitical issues around the world.
How do you deal with, I know Dr. Jordan's father, who is very much a liberal. How do you deal with it?
So
do you guys get in arguments?
No, because my Well, I would say what's interesting is my dad's brother is moderate, very much a centrist. I'm not sure what his youngest sister is, but his oldest sister is very MAGA.